はい、皆様、おはようございます。ここからは司会進行、三日市が担当させていただきます。よろしくお願いいたします。次のタイトル、クロノトリガー 100% グリッチレスとなっております。こちらですね、解説の方が現在いらっしゃいませんので、プレイしたことがある方とか、RTA の経験者ですとか、もしいらっしゃいましたらですね、ぜひお声掛けいただければと思いますので、どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。はい。EST5 時間、しかも 100% グリッチレスということでね、結構内容の濃いものとなっておりますんでね、最後のタイトルとなっておりますが、楽しんでいきましょう。そうですね、クロノトリガーは、待ってくださいね。いくつか、ビットで、寄付金額によってですね、いろいろちょっと変わるところがありまして、いくつかっていうかめっちゃあるんですよね。いくつかな ?1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11個すごい。11個もありますね。はい。こちらなんですけれども、本当にいっぱいあるな。choose who gives the death peak hug ルッカマール。これはヒロインの2人ルッカマールどっちとハグするかってことでいいのかっていうビットボーと、ボーナスコンテンツ&ドリームデバウアーエクステンドマラソン90分。どういうことでしょうね。あと、ネームエイラ。ここからはおそらく名前の決定ですかね。エイラとクロの、エポック誰だエポックって。フロッグ、カエルとルッカ、メーガス。メーガスって誰だ魔王かなあとマール、ロボの、名前のビットボーが、行われています。あと、ウォッチザアニメカットシーン。カットシーンですね。PS1 以降で追加されたカットシーンのアニメーション、こちらを、見るか見ないかというので、寄付も募られています。こちらも間もなく達成されるかなといったところなので、アニメーションももしかしたら見ることができるかもって感じですね。死の山のイベントをするかどうか。はいはいはいはいはいはい。なるほどね。そうですね、100%だから死の山とかもやるんじゃないんだ。どうなんだろう。ちょっとね、私はちょっと一応クロノトリガーおおむねやったことはあるんですけれども 100% クリアかどうかまではちょっと把握してないぐらいの感じなので、その辺がちょっと把握しきれてなくってですね、すみません。ちょっとどなたかわかる有識者の方がいたらいいなということで。リメイクでの追加要素もあるんだ。リメイク。クロノトリガー。DS 版、スマホ版の違い。本当だ。PS 版、追加シナリオないんだ。DS 版以降から、追加シナリオとかができてるんですね。パーティーメンバー次第でクロノに抱きつくキャラが数名いるので、ヒロインのどっちかを選ぶっていうビットをありがとうございます。 どっちが抱きつくかのビットは今のところルッカが、優勢ということですね。ファイト・ザ・スーパーボスドリーム・デバウアー。これ夢食いなのかな？ドリーム・デバウアーだから夢食いかなと戦うかどうかっていうのは、ゴールが5000ドルになってますので、まあ、ラストまでに、達成されれば戦うことになるのかもしれません。その辺の、追加要素もね、楽しみながら見ていきたいと思います。ありがとうございます。封印された宝箱を全部開ける。すべてのサイドストーリーを行う。隠しアイテムを全部拾う。一点物アイテムを全部集める。なんか、なかなか大変だな。なんか、あれですね。100% にもオールクエストっていうのと、100% グリッチレスっていうカテゴリーの2種類があるみたいなので、ちょっとずつ違うのかな。100%。全実績はなかなかやっぱり厳しい。いや、全実績、そう、実績も、実績すいません。全エンディングか。全エンディングとかはさすがにちょっと難しいんですかね。100% の定義。ちょっと、ルールを翻訳した限りだと、時の教祖のクエストをすべてクリアする。クローのグレンドリーム、ワンダーショット、政宗2、マザーブレイン、ヤクラ13、オジーの砦、ブラックオーメンを復活させる。どういうことだ？ちょっと、謎が深まっただけだった。一応 EST 予定のタイムとしては5時間半を予定しております。隠しボス関係か。なるほど、それは知らないわけだ。ちょっとね、やったのがスーファミ版なので、なんか、そら知らんわって感じでしたね、今。画面が来ました。こちらは PC 版、Steam で発売されたものになりますね。これは PS 版以降で追加されたオープニングムービーが流れてるんですが、音がなんか違う気がする？そうですね、待機 BGM がちょっとそのまま流れているみたいなので、もう少々ちょっと。これクロスの音楽か。 あ、いいですね。アニメーション実はちょっとまともに見たの初めてなんですが、あ、最初に戻った。大丈夫かな？ちょっと調整中みたいなので、もう少々お待ちください。まあね、そうですね、まあ、最後の開始前なので、まあ、ちょっと途中までになるかもしれないんですけれども、イベントの説明とかを、最後にさせていただこうかなと思います。当チャンネル、現在ジャパニーズリストリームではですね、オンライン RTA イベントのクエスティングフォーグローリー、ホップヒーリング2の様子を公認で日本語ミラー配信しています。クエスティングフォーグローリー、ホップヒーリング2というのは RPG リミットブレイクの Twitch チャンネルで行われているナショナルアライアンス・オン・メンタル・イルネス、通称ナミを支援するためのオンラインチャリティ RTA イベントとなっております。
Hello there,
クエスティン
folks.
グフォーグロー
Welcome
リー
back.
2
You are
は、
watching Questing for
始まり
Glory,
ましたね。
Hope and Healing 2, benefiting Nami. My name is TinyTim78. I will be your host for the final run of the marathon. We have the amazing Chrono Trigger 100% glitchless. But before we get to that, we have received a
ちょっと待ってくださいね。止まっちゃったので、少々お待ちください。
amazing Chrono Trigger 100% glitchless. But before we get to that, we have received a
あれ、ちょっと待ってくださいね。大丈夫かな？あ、これはそうですね、ちょっと本家の方で、抱えちゃってるので、復旧まで少々お待ちください。ちょっと復旧までね、先ほど説明していた、クエスティングフォーグローリーの、イベントについてちょっとお話をまた続きさせていただきましょうかね。えー先ほど、申し上げましたですね、クエスティングフォーグローリー、ホープヒーリング2は、その今回ね、ナショナルアライアンス・オン・メンタル・イルネスっていう、慈善団体を支援するためのオンラインチャリティー RTA イベントなんですけれども、今回の寄付先であるナショナルアライアンス・オン・メンタル・イルネス、まあちょっと長いんですけど、NAMI っていう名前でよく呼ばれているので、よかったら覚えてくださいねっていうことで、精神疾患を持つ方やその家族、心の不調や悩みを持つ方たちを支えることを目的に設立された非営利団体となっております。そうですね。今回のクロノトリガーにも数多くの、ものがあるんですけれども、寄付と関連してですね、特定のゲームだと、高難易度への変更とかエンディングの選択が予定されていたり、今回のクロノトリガーだと、キャラクターの名前が全部、ビットウォーというその寄付額の総額によって、決まるという形になってます。あ、帰ってきましたね、画面が。今度は、スーファミ版の方のムービーが スーファミ版でいいのかな？いいですよね。多分ね。いやー、いいですね。ちょっとね、クロノトリガーが再開したんで気を取られましたが、という形でね、イベント、今日これでもうラストなんですけれども、最後まで、あと5時間半ぐらい楽しめるので、楽しみましょう、皆さん。よろしくお願いします。このね、オープニングがね、マジ最高なんですよね。起動した時、本当に感動した。なんだろう、このカチコチの時計の音から入る、ぐっと掴んできますよね。めっちゃ音楽いい。音上げよう。ちょっと手元の方で音楽上げちゃおう。音楽？音か。
And we are back! Welcome back, folks. Quest for Glory, Hope and Healing 2, benefiting Nami. Sorry about that. Kind of, Lavos decided they really didn't want to see this run, but we've prevailed. Our tech wizards have done their work, and we will be bringing you the run very shortly. However, you have been so amazing with your generous donations. I'd like to go through a few of these quickly. Just to get these read so that everybody knows that every donation is
音声もね、帰ってきたみたいなので、もう一回挨拶してくださってますね。
We have received $55 from Paul without any comment, $100 anonymous donation without any comment, $150 from the Lemon Fairy, who says, "Thank you for a great week of RPG speedruns. This is to get those anime cutscenes for Chrono Trigger." And we have $50 from Nova Asterisk, cutscene hype, and, well, this is just amazing, $500 from Xenophia. And with that, we have met the incentive. We will be getting anime cutscenes. This is anime. Okay, really looking forward to that. $25 anonymous donation without a comment. $10 anonymous donation without a comment. Remember, all of these donations put you into the draw for our prizes.
今ですね、その、ビットウォーの中で、多分直近で関係ありそうだなっていうのをちらちら今見ていってるんですけど、いつも通りね、いつも通りというか、RPG のキャラクターの名前がね、変えれるタイプのやつだと割とよくある感じなんですけど、クロノのね、名前がね、マールになりそうになってますね。
And with that, we're going to hand it over to Andy W for the amazing finale to Quest Glory.
$500の寄付があったんですね。なるほど、それはテンションが上がる。
Thank you very much.
そうですね、クロノがマールで、ルッコがルッコのまんまになりそうかも。で、マールがクロノになりそうかも。
Hello. Pleasure to be here as always.
All right, let's get her going. Do we have the names for Chrono and Luca?
バトルモードを変えて、クロノの名前をさあ、どのタイミングで確定でしょうか。マールかなもう。
Okay, we have the Chrono name is going to be
Oh boy.
Marle, M-A-R-L-E.
Marle? Oh boy.
This is confusing.
Does this version of the game let you have duplicate names, though? Because the SNES version does not, actually, which I learned when I ran this for RPG Limit Break a few years ago.
はい、マールでいいですか？
I think you can, but I'm not 100%.
これでスタートかな？グッドラック。
I have to do some creative capitalization and stuff.
Are you ready for the Luca name?
あれ、まだかな？
Yep.
ちょっとどのタイミングがスタートなのかあんまり分かってないです。すいません。
Luca, capital L U C C A.
All right.
Vanilla.
And thank you so much for those generous donations towards those names.
Names for my daughter.
So yeah, go ahead.
All right, so welcome to Chrono Trigger. If anyone's not familiar with this game, this is a fairly late
このね、何導入マジで最高なんすよね。
There was a part of it on the Nintendo DS released in 2008, and then this version we're playing tonight, which was
猫ちゃんが可愛い。
PC version, which came out in
そう、カーテンね、開ける演出がね、マジね、初めて見たときも、ちょっと黒の動きが怪しい。あ、タイマー始まりましたね。グッドラック。今、ルッカの名前決めた？ちょっと、最高なんですよね、してたら見落としてしまった。あ、オプションいじってから計測開始。なるほど。あ、で、早速ね、誰かさんとぶつかっていきますね。ヒロインの一人。さあ、一体名前は誰なんでしょうか。
Make sure to grab that pendant before talking to this mysterious woman who is
名前が本来はマールなんですけれども。
Name for Marl?
Do you have the name for Marl? 2 seconds. Sorry, it was just
sure, not a problem.
There. Okay, the name for Marl is going to be, just refreshing, make sure we get it right. It's going to be Chrono. C-R-O-N-O.
はい、C-R-O-N-O ということでね、私たち入れ替わってるですね。
Yes, thank you very much.
はい、じゃあ黒のがマールで、マールが黒ので。
Chat asking why the estimate is so much lower than a Super Nintendo run, and we will be getting into
ポーションとシェルターを買っていきましたね。ポーションはまあね、おなじみの回復アイテム。シェルターは確か、ワールドマップで使えるヒットポイント全回復のやつかな。使うんですね、やっぱり。あ、で、これね、無罪寄りにするんだ。そっちの方が早いんですかね。ね、お祭り中にね、黒野ちゃんにね、優しくすると、後で裁判があるんですけど、無罪になるんですよね。めっちゃネタバレしちゃった。すいません。優しくするとね、黒野ちゃんに優しくするといいことがあるよということで。
That alone is probably the biggest time savings over the Super Nintendo version.なんか
あれですね、通常プレイでやるのとは違って、もう本当に目的に向かっていくせいで、めちゃくちゃこんなに展開早くなるんだって感じですね。まあ、なんだったっけこれ、空間転送装置の実験かなんかなんでしたっけね。押してたら、黒野ちゃんが行方不明になるみたいな。
Select not the default option sometimes.
Yeah, that's something I wish they'd have continued into this game that they started in Final Fantasy VI, which is that you can actually buffer D-pad inputs during dialogue.
あ、物質転送装置か。そう、左のところから右のところにね、物がワープするっていうだけの装置のはずだったんですけど、なぜかね、黒野ちゃんがどっかに行っちゃっては大変。
Yeah, we're just getting introduced to the story and our first couple characters, pretty much. We in order to be
ルッカの名前変わってる？ルッカのまんまだ。ビットウォーでルッカの名前はルッカが一番寄付額が高かったので、多分ルッカはルッカのまんまですね。紛らわしくない。そして黒野ちゃんを追いかけてマール君が同様にどこかに消える。
Shelters are like tents in Final Fantasy. They fully refill all of your active characters' HP and MP, but can only be used on the overworld or in save points.
Could I step in with a couple of quick donations, if you don't mind?
Go right ahead. We just got our first battle coming up, which is pretty straightforward.
あ、確かにそうですよね。ちょっと時間が経ってるから、全然違うところに出る可能性もありますからね。で、強制戦闘。
Just without any comment, but thank you very much indeed. Gildersil, I hope I've said that right, donates $512 and just says less
オー
than
ト戦
three.
闘があるんですね。
Three to
ス
you.
チーム
Thank
版。
you so
へ
much
ー。
for your generous
楽
donation
ちん。
towards Nami.
通常攻撃全員分振ってくれるのかな。
$25 without a comment. Now, one thing to remember, we still have this
あ、エスケ
incredible
ープ。
incentive.
なんか
Maybe
左に出
Rex
て
would
た。
like to explain a bit more about it in a second. We
なんでしょう
have
ね。
the incentive to get the
丸マジロかわいいですね。あれ、丸マジロだっけ、緑色のやつ。で、同じ土地なんだけど、なんか全然雰囲気が違うっていう。ここのね、BGM がね、静かにそこ。
Yeah, sure. So,
このピロリロピロリロが結構好きで、で、その後のこれ、あー、一瞬だった。このね、名前忘れちゃった。風の同型か。この曲はもう最高なんですよね。各ね、ストリーミングサービス、ストリーミングミュージックサービスでね、確かクロノトリガーのね、サントラは配信されてますのでね、皆さんよかったらね、ぜひね、最初から最後まで聞いてみてくださいね。超ゲー！大変失礼しました。あ、でね、クロノちゃんと再会できましたよ。クロノちゃんね、このね、可愛いドレス着てる姿もね、いいですよね、クロノちゃん。このね、ドレスのグラフィックすごく好きなんですよね。
Crazy
Yeah, I mean,
good.
it is very, very much a post-game
ちょっとね、話のね、展開が早すぎるんですよね。当たり前なんだけど、RP だから。
This is even though it's post game, Andy is going to be using his save file from this speed run in order to fight the Dream Devourers.
なんだっけ、なんか昔あれなんかクロノちゃんがなんかあれなんだっけ、クロノちゃん違うわ、もともとのここの人がなんかさらわれてんのにそっくりのクロノちゃんが帰ってきたせいで、クロノちゃんおるからええわっつって、その元々の人が探されないせいでタイムパラドックスが起こってクロノちゃん消えたみたいな感じだったっけ。もうめっちゃもっと分かりやすい説明をねチャットの方でしてもらってますね。そう、当時の王妃に間違えられたんですよね。このね、この図がね、これね、みんな髪型とねドレス違うのね、これ芸が細かくってね、いいですよね。みんなじゃないわ、2人だけだった。
Fantastic. We've got plenty here. Keep those donations coming in.
このね、説明はね、もう、幼少の頃の私でもとてもよくわかるルッカちゃんの素晴らしい説明でしたね。確かにね、物分かりが良すぎるかもしれん、ルッカ。あと、ちゃんと追いかけて来てくれんのマジ良さみしかない。
Just being here and helping towards that amazing cause is fantastic. Every donation, no matter how small.
ちょっと今分かってるってどうやったんですけど、実は多分当時全然分かってなかったんですけど、なんか難しいですよね、正直。
Been looking forward to it all event.
分かってたといえば分かってたし、分かってなかったといえば分かってなかった。
Love being able to support a great organization during such an amazing game. Well, thank you for your amazing donation. Remember, your donations at the moment do get you in to the prizes that we have on offer. We've got the handmade Luca plush, $25 minimum donation, $15 minimum donation for the Masamune Battle.
確かに物分かりが良すぎるから怪しいっていうのありますね。あまりにも分かりすぎてる。これはなんだろう、稼ぎかな。
3D printed Lavos spawn. So if you were to put a donation of $25 or more in, you will get
本当だ、ゲージの位置違いますね。
Please keep your donations coming in. Thank you so much. Back to you.
All right,
メッセージ
so
送り
we've
が
got
め
some
っちゃ
battles
早い。
going on here. These two battles Andy just fought are actually optional. He avoided them on his way up to the castle. But then, after getting Luca,
で、
before we actually go
さ
to
らわれた
Magnolia
本来
Cathedral,
の
the
王
first
妃
kind
を
of quote-unquote dungeon
探
area
し
of the
に
game,
いろん
we
なところ
want
に行くんですけ
to
ど、
learn some special
まあ、
attacks.
どこ
This
か
game has a
大
really
体分かっ
fun
てるの
unique
で、
for its
修道
very
院に
tech combo system, where all of the
行く
characters
と、シスターが
have
なん
8
か、
single techs that can be combined into dual techs as well. And by fighting those two
ラミ
extra
アだった。
battles in Guardia Forest, that's enough to teach Chrono his Cyclone skill, his first attack, and then Luca her Flame Toss, which together form the Fire Whirl dual tech. And then Fire Whirl will one-shot these Naga-ets here. Without having at least Flame Toss, you'd be looking at a much slower and
こ
more
この
dangerous
ね、
so
ダンジョンちょっ
you
と
save more time
怖
in
かっ
those
た
two
んですよね、当
battles.
時わりかし。
Cost
と
alone.
ころどころ
That's
び
kind
っ
of a
くりさ
theme
せ
all
ポイン
throughout
トが
this
あって、
this glitchless category of Chrono
や
Trigger
ったの
too.
小
That
学生とかだったんで、
we avoid as much combat as possible because it's a speed run and we're going fast. But there are a number of specific situations where we do want to fight some battles to kind of get caught up on levels
カエル
and
だ。
checkpoints in order to kind of
は
beat specific
かっこいい。
objectives. And I'll
もう、かっこいいんですよ、このカエルっていうカエル。カエルっていうカエルの名前も、ビット王で変更になります。
Okay, let's find the name.
名前が、ここだっけ名前。名前がね、ボートさん。BORT でボートさんになります。
Capital B-O-R-T.
ちょっと元ネタが、なんだろうね。
Bort. Yes.
That was Chrono's name in my
Diamond
RPG
って出てくる
Look
け
at
ど。
Break Run. I can't believe I made it through that whole run without thinking
ダイヤ
about
ク
being
ズ。
out of Bort license plates in the gift shop. Which is a Simpsons quote.
ちょっと由来は分からずですみませんが。ボートくんになりました。
All right, so then once we played the organ in order to open up kind of the cathedral proper.
このね、なんだ、この敵、ちょっと歩き方面白いですよね。
extra items, a revive, which does what you think it does, revives a character who runs out of health during combat. We get a steel saber, which is a weapon upgrade for Chrono. We grab a strength capsule. There's 3 types of capsules in this game: strength, magic, and speed, all of which permanently raise that stat by 1 for one of your characters.
そんな避けれるんだ。
Speed is by far the
ここは
most
避けれないの
important,
か。
but we will be using some strength and
ね、
magic as well.
シンボルエンカウントなんでね、こう当たらなければ戦わなくていいっていうのが良かったり悪かったりしますよね。避けまくるとレベルが上がんなくて辛くなるんで。今の兵士さんは確かなんか休憩かなんかしてたんじゃなかったかな。
which is enough for will translate into Frog learning the slurp cut tech before we get to Yakra, the first boss.
そうか。その戦うとなんだっけ、その AP みたいなのが手に入って、AP なんかね、そう技ポイントか、技ポイントがねもらえて、それで技を習得できるっていうのがあるんで、もしかしたらそれの稼ぎかもしれない。
So for having an extra level, primarily for the Hakran boss fight. That'll be at kind of roughly the hour mark of the run.
で、そうですね。メッセージ送りがあまりにも早すぎるんで、ここびっくりポイント。で、このコウモリかわいい。で、なんだっけ？そう。あれ、何の話してましたっけね。コウモリがかわいいのとびっくりポイントのことしかちょっと思い出せなくなってしまった。そう、ありがとうございます。メッセージ送りがね、すごく早いのはね、いいことなんですけど、あれですね、状況の把握が難しいですね。多分走る上でも結構しっかりね、アイテムの位置を覚えた上でやったりとか、チャートのメモをしっかり覚えておかないといけないんで、大変そうだなと思いました。
You'll have to excuse me sometimes if I use different names for monsters or equipment, just because I'm much more familiar with
なんかそうですね、クロノトリガー確かグリッチでなんかメッセージ出しながらみたいなありましたっけね。 なんかメッセージ出しながら歩けるの結構あるから、ちょっと記憶が混乱してるんですけど、っていうような、グリッチ、バグ技の使用の類は今回のカテゴリーでは禁止がされておりますので、バグなしの、カテゴリーとなっております。メニューグリッチですね。ありがとうございます。で、王妃だ。
Let me know when you've got a moment for some more donations. They're still coming in.
We'll have a nice bit of downtime after.
なんだっけこれ、なんか、王妃先帰った。
One thing I'll say about this fight compared to the SNES version is that in the SNES, Yakura often stays to the right to avoid a counterattack.
ヤクラか。メニュー開閉しながら歩くとイベント床をスルーして歩けることによってここでヤクラ戦をスキップできる。へー。まあ、今回はね、グリッチレスなのでじっくりとヤクラ戦見ていきましょう。
The main tech here is to try to avoid that, and there's two ways you can do it. One is actually to let one of your characters die, because Yakura will only counter if all three of them are alive.
このね、ボス BGM もね、いいですよね。
Because if he's standing particularly close to one of your characters that's attacking him, then he will not counterattack. And we want everybody, especially Luca, who isn't contributing that much to this fight, to get the experience from it. So,for this route, we,
なるほど、そうか。ヤクラがね、スキップできるんだったら別にいいけど、ちゃんとね、ヤクラ戦戦わないといけないから、主力になる技、X 切りですかね、使えるまで、ちょっと稼ぎをしていったと。X 切り強い。なんか結構ヤクラ苦戦した覚えがあったようななかったようななんですけど、リーネさんも一人出て帰ったわけじゃない。いいですね、このね、カエルがね、ボートくんがね、笑った時のね、なんか口がプクプクプクプクってするのね、最高なんですよね。あとね、そう、ボートくんはね、ちゃんとケロケロって言うんでね、可愛いですよね。
Sounds like in the PC version, the randomness is a little more random, so there's kind of a lot more ways that battles can play out that you need to be prepared to react to.
そういえば大臣勝手に出てきましたね。
So for a lot of runners that like recognize the pattern or have done the minute runs.This is kind of a
もうね、お城の中もね、いっぱい探検できて楽しいんですよね。地下にね、食堂があってね、その食堂でなんかいろんな料理頼んでた覚えがあります。
in the entryway of the castle, because if you bump into him, you get
まだこの時だとできないかな。後かな。ちょっとタイミング忘れちゃったんですけど。で、クロノちゃんがね、帰ってきましたね。王妃助けたから。よかったよかった。
Thank you very much indeed. As I say, absolute fantastic donations coming in here. Let's get some of those read for you. We've received $10 from Mocha without any comment. $10 from Grumpy Tiger.Let's get that green devourer. And yes, please folks remember
いや、よかったよかった。もう何も問題ないから、もうあと帰ってお祭り楽しむだけで終わりじゃないですか。
What, 60, 70 minutes to the marathon? I don't know how long it adds.
About 80 minutes.
いや、5時間半あるんですけどね。大丈夫かな。なんでしょうね。夢食いみたいな隠しボスを倒すのが時間かかるんですかね。ちょっと大丈夫かな。4時間巻くのはちょっと想定外だったんで。すごいエンディング感。
Thank you so much indeed. The generous donation
元の時代に戻ってお祭り楽しんで終わり。
This has been looking forward to RPG Limit Break next year, and so am I. And $50 from Middle Management Robot. I wonder if that was Robo.
でもこの後の展開本当に覚えてないな。
and RJS Manjit, our previous host there. Cheers to a fantastic marathon. Good luck with the finale. Let's finish strong and get those donations in. Now, $100. Thank you so much again, everyone, for your generous donations. Please keep them coming in.
お、無事現代にね、戻ったし、いや、終わり。お祭り楽しまない。お祭りはね、ちょっと RTA なんで楽しまずにね、帰りましょう。いや、賑やかでよかったですね。あ、そっか。クロノちゃんをね、お家にね、最後ね、やっぱ女の子をね、送ってあげよう。優しいな、まるちゃんはね。
Nothing bad could have happened from our little time adventure.
But then, once we set foot in the castle, though,
大臣、緑大臣。さっきのね、赤大臣だったんで、緑大臣。なんだ何
that exists in a game, especially that came out in '95. But, you're basically being judged for being a JRPG protagonist as far as stealing items from people, talking to people.
逆転裁判が始まった。
Agreeing or disagreeing to do what they want you to, and all kinds of stuff like that. Oh, and going around
これが逆転裁判ですか。
like it's no big deal too.
ね、クロノちゃんね、まあ、お気づきの通り、お姫様だったんでね、しばらくいなかったから、お前が誘拐したんちゃうんかと緑大臣にね、言われてる感じかな。で、右のね、青い帽子の人がなるほどくんかな、弁護士さんかな。
because of the near instant text, but I mean, every second we can save is a second saved. So in order to maximize our chances.
で、左の緑大臣が、まあ我々の世界でいう検察官ということでね、右の人がしっかりね弁護してくれてますね。
Just because of a bug in how one of the jurors works, that juror is random.
で、これでそう、広場、お祭りで、取った行動で、みんなが見てて、なんか、俺の弁当食ったからこいつ悪いやつとか、女の子をせかしてたから悪いやつとか、猫ちゃん届けてくれたからいい人みたいな、そういうね、話があって、で、これは、あれですね。何人かでね、ギルティ、オアノットギルティが決められるタイプの裁判なので、まあ、ギルティ、オアノットギルティを今決めてくれて、これは、ノットギルティ
？The guilty, not guilty vote is just based on uninitialized memory in the game, so that's why it's effectively random.
ノットギルティでいいのか？右が多分ノットギルティ側だよね。
There are things that we could have done in order to guarantee a guilty verdict, like try to drag Marley.
勝訴でいい？勝訴でいい？本当？このね、ステンドグラスとね、そこから漏れる光のね、表現が最高なんですわ。あ、ダメだった？もしかしてこれ。あれ？無罪なのでは？あ、無罪だけど反省のために領域にすんの？おかしくない？なんで？だって無罪じゃん。いや、これね、マジ意味わかんなかった。初めてやった時有罪だったんですよね。だったので次頑張って無罪を勝ち取ったんですけど、結局ローに入れられるっていうね、許せない、クロノトリガー許せないポイントですね。
Alright, so then that takes us to Guardia Prison, our next dungeon area.
あ、そうそう。で、そう、緑大臣がね、勝手に、じゃあこいつ有罪なんでよろしくって言ってきてるんですよね。いやー、ちょっとね、この世界の、なんだ、政治はね、ちょっと腐りきってますね。よくない。
Until they open the cell with a armed prisoner in it, because
そして脱獄。
forgot to take away your weapons. And you can knock out one of the guards before he walks back
ピ
out.
クセルパーフェクトの適用形があるということなんでね、ちょっと楽し
It
みに
look
し
a
てお
little
きましょ
strange to be using Cyclone on single
あ、ここ
targets,
かな
but
ここかな
Cyclone does do
うまい
about
素晴らしい
25% additional damage
多分
over
きっ
normal
と、あれで
attack.
すね、今のところですよね。
The guards
間を
take
ね、
60 hit
しっかり
points, so you do
抜け
use
る
Cyclone
と
in order to
避けれ
convert
る
one
っていう。
shot. And yeah, that skip Andy just did too is one I actually found out
いや、
myself
調整
as
早
a
かったです
kid
ね、
because
さ
of
す
the
が。
Game Plus playthroughs where I didn't want to fight these things because of how slow they are. So there's actually a nice little window where you can kind of
この
clip
ね、橋とね、この右端のね、橋の元のところのね、表現、もう最高ですね。クロノトリガーはね、キャラクターのね、ドットグラフィックの表現もすごく素晴らしいんですけれども、敵も味方も含めてね、背景もね、すごくマジでいいんですよね。音楽もいいしね、ストーリーもいいしね。はあ、許せないポイントがね、裁判しかない。
they can see you is that makes the randomness of their movement much less of a deal because most of the
あ、
patterns
こ
they
こ
do
も
if you're kind of standing right at that
うまい。
edge
こ
then
こ
you
もだった
can
のかな。もううますぎてね、本当にここだったのか疑うぐらいうまい。
they do. We have this fight here. We want to kind of wait a little bit so that both the guards will get hit by the cyclone. If you did it right away, you'd miss one. And then we're done with the
あ、
prison. All that's
あ、
left is the
素通り
boss
させてくれ
fight.
る。
I imagine you'll be getting the mid tonics
あ、
for
何
marathon
あ、
safety.
ルッカ
Yep, I'm gonna be grabbing the mid
あ、
tonic.
上に報告しに行こうとしたやつをルッカが、あれか、ボコしたのかな。えいってしたのかな。いやーね、ルッカねー、最高。あ、で、そうか。あ、なんか変えた。バトルスピードをスローにしましたね。一体なぜなんだ。
A lot more dangerous because we're avoiding pretty much all combat, and the game developers pretty clearly intended for you to be leveling up as you go here.
一緒に脱獄しようと思ったら、なんか橋が揺れて、うわー、ドラゴン戦車だ。かわいい。ドラゴン戦車はとても強い方、バトルスピードを落として確実に対処。そう、実際強いんですよね。通常プレイの範囲なんで、ちょっと RT プレイヤーの方とは全然違うと思うんですけど、頭がね、この、他の部位を回復してくるし、で、普通に火力がめちゃくちゃ高いし、っていう。これがね、強いですね、ドラゴン戦車はね。痛い、マジで普通に痛い。
Fortunately, in this game, though, the ETB does not advance while battle animations are playing out.
あ、そうね、キャラクターも2人しかいないし、もう始まったばっかりだから、物資とかも全然ないし、ね、武器とかも弱いし。で、あとはね、やっぱり通常プレイだとMP をね、ケチりがちなので、それもあってね、かなり強かったですね。ケチらんかったら、もうちょっとなんとかなる説はあったんですけど。あ、そう、回復役もね、いないんですよね。だからもう、回復もね、アイテムでしかできないっていうの、なかなか厳しいですね。
Another nice perk of when you kill the head is that I believe that will reset the charge up for the wheel doing its rollover attack. So kind of that combined with that extra
あとは、体と車輪を壊したら終わりかな。あ、車輪壊れた。あと体だけ。あ、まるちゃん。まるくん。
This is also where those extra revives we got in the cathedral.
よかったよかった。なんだっけ、何でしたっけ、復活アイテム。アテネの聖水だっけ。あれ、アテナの水。アテネの水。
Yeah, I've messed with even the slowest battle speed on this 8.
アテナの水か。ありがとうございます。
Always seems to get heal off unless you get the crit.
そう、ね、最後にね、刀をね、刺すのがね、かっこいいですね。あ、ここね、いいですよね。してやったりって感じで。
Yeah, let me just point out that once Andy gets down to the ground floor, he's going to kind of touch the
やばい。
guard on the right and then move down, and that actually skips a short cutscene of
いや、このね、ドレスグラフィックマジで最高。 クロノちゃん
about.
かわいい。
But yeah, let's go ahead and have some
あ、
donations.
そうそうそう、あそこね、踏み直すとね、そうそう、なんか、自動のテキストがうぐーとか、ぐえみたいな感じのが流れた気がしますね。
Well, the donations are coming in thick and fast here. Absolutely amazing. We've got $1,745.22 out of the
Wow.
$5,000 needed for the Dream
これ
Devourer.
は王様が取りなしてくれて、クロノちゃん、
I've got
あれ家でするんでしたっけこれ。
$25 anonymous donation without any comment. $25 from Lamia Queen. All the love. Well, thank you very much indeed. $5
あ、
from Bachan.
せ
Thank you very much.
兵士が
Without a comment.
いっぱい出てくる。
Zyrak donates
あ、
$25.
城で、そう、
Goose
城でです
said
ね。
I have to, and I can't disobey the goose. Mega's shake.
城でしたら、なんか道塞がれちゃって、で、ちょうど森の中にあったタイムワープがあったから、これで一旦逃げよう
So
ぜ。
not only are you donating towards Nami, you putting yourself in the draw for some amazing prizes as well. $25 anonymous donor is in the draw. Without a comment.
いやー、思ったよりやっぱりストーリーって覚えてないもんですね。そしてよく皆さんやっぱ覚えてますね。
Well, thank you very much. $100 from Cat.
このね、右のね、黒い箱、これ、しっかり覚えておきましょう。
So come on, everyone.
これ、
let's make it happen.
ちゃんとね、
I'm sure if we donate
メモしときましょう、手元のね。
Sorry,
怪しいんでね。
$50 from Nicholas Smith without a comment. $25 anonymous donation without a comment. This Swogi donates $10.
そう、なんかやたら機械したところに来ましたね。そして上のね、あのドアもね、メモしときましょう。怪しいんでね。あれね、あのドアとかね、宝箱触るとね、鳴るね、音がね、最高なんでね、ぜひね、メモってね、聞いてほしいですね。多分、このカテゴリーだと聞くことはない。聞かないよね。聞かないですね。絶対聞かないので、RTA だと。あ、で、そう、あのね、ネズミさんね、ぶつかるとね、ポーション盗まれるんですよね。この敵嫌いだったな。なんか見た目がね、不気味なんですよね。敵全く一つも当たんなかったですね。あそこなんか結構難しそうだったイメージあるんですけど、素晴らしい。そしてなんか、荒廃しまくりシティ。
Weapon upgrades, and then also a very important accessory called the Berserker Ring that we'll be using later on.
もうなんか終わり感しかない。
Yeah, sorry, I do apologize. There's loads coming through here. I'll actually
ポーションを盗まれてる間は接敵判定が消えて、へー、なるほど。じゃあポーション盗まれ放題はあれはそのわざとなんですね。あえて盗ませてると。ここなんか難しい。あ、ここネズミと追いかけっこするところみたいなの確かありましたね。わ、もうボスじゃん。早っ。
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. So Aristome is a little different from a lot of other dungeons in this game, that the boss is pretty much at the beginning instead of at the end, which is the Guardian machine here.
警備ロボットのせいで食料庫に近づけないので、マル君たちが様子見。あ、そうか、そういう話だった。
Then it will do a counterattack, and the counterattack it does if both of them are alive hurts a lot, like it does the better part of 100 damage and can pretty easily wipe you out if you're not prepared for it. So we're gonna kill the two bits.
このボスも結構強かった気がするな。クロノトリガーのボス全部強い気がするな。これ真ん中が本体でしょ？だって真ん中が一番でかいんですから、真ん中が本体に決まってるじゃないですか。何言ってるんですか？
Looks like Andy got a little lucky near the start too, where he was able to hit both of the bits with a flame toss from Luca to get some kind of free damage on the right one. So once the bits are down, then we pretty much just go ham on the body. Unfortunately, it's not possible.
まさかね、RPG でね、真ん中その敵がね3匹いて、左右真ん中がいて、真ん中が本体じゃないことがあるわけがないじゃないですか。全く。
We're gonna have a bad time. So we're just gonna do as much damage as we can. It's nice to see 2 crits from Chrono there.
爆発してきた。
try to kill the bits again as soon as they come back, and then another cycle of attacks will finish off the body.
まあね、このね、敵たちはね、横のね、ガードビットしっかり倒してね、真ん中を殴って、食料庫のね、ドアを開けてもらいましょう。そう、そうなんですよ。このね、まず、この洗濯の時の、ぴょいぴょいって音もまずいいし、このね、アテナの水使った時の音もいい。切った時の音もいい。もう全部いい。最高ですね。ポッと復活する時の音もいい。あと敵が死の時の音もいいですね。
I'm really glad Chrono
素晴ら
got
しい
two
ゲーム
hits.
だ。
It feels a little bit rare in the PC, but the biggest thing from the SNES to the PC is that in the SNES, when the zero hits,
マ
it
ール
kind
の
of does the
マール君の
flag,
ね、
and that's
ヒ
when
ッ
you
トポイン
know
トが
to
だいぶ
shut
減ってる
attack
け
off.
ど、回復、
And,
そう、
it
カウン
doesn't
トダ
happen in this
ウンが
version,
ね、
and
終わ
I
る
just
まで
barely
は
got the two cycle
こ
in
う
there.
この真ん中のでっかいの
So
何もしてこないんでね、
you lose a little bit of,
殴り放題なんでしたっけね、
attacking time.
確かね。
I mean, even after the bits are revived, if you attack and then
ギリギリ、
kill
ギリギリいけましたね。これで食料庫も開いて、ここの人たちもね、ご飯美味しくいっぱい食べれてよか。
Yeah, the
腐っ
default
て。
target falls to the body, and it's a triple tech Omega
あれ腐ってるん
or
だっけ？
Delta, as you were saying.
Yeah, if one of the bits is, I guess something else I forgot to point out too is that when only one of the bits are alive, then they can actually use.
そうだ、空調がね、壊れ、そうだそうだ、空調が壊れてるせいで腐ってる。そう、なんかそんなあった。いやー、悲しい。ここでね、種をね、このね、このネズミ追いかけるの結構難しかったんですよね。全然平気じゃん。全然平気じゃん。めっちゃ、全然平気じゃん。
Yeah, oh wow, that is so slow compared to the SNES version. Yeah, catching this rat. I mean, it's not hard.
ネズミ結構大変じゃなかったでしたっけ？ちょっと記憶違いかもしれない。あれ？もっと難しかったですよね。なんかめちゃくちゃ何回もやった覚えがあるんですけど。簡単になった移植で。遅くなったんだ。配慮。実際だってあれめっちゃ難しかったので、まあ、ねえ。で、別ルート行って、天才ルッカちゃんがね、機械をカチカチ。ネズミを捕まえないとパス入力ができないです。そうか、そうか。荒廃した世界の、次行くところ。
Before those, I would like to point out we have just gone past $35,500 raised for Nami. Absolutely amazing over the last half hour or so. Fantastic donations.
緑色だ。
Also, we are more than halfway now to the Dream Devourer.
床、地面。かっこいい。このグラフィックかっこいい。すげえ。
We're closing in.
なんか出てきた。
Juicy extra 80 minutes of marathon time. Let's see if we can get there. Your donations are all helping towards that goal. $50 from Mildane without any comment, but thank you so much. $25 from Rune Cinnamon.
ハリネズミ、栗。
Very few times. Let's donate to put that boss on stream and to prevent more dreams from being devoured.
ウニおよびハリネズミおよび栗、謎のね、存在によってこうなったんだな。
Let's keep the marathon going on a little bit longer now. Dean donates
いや、終わりだよ。地面から出てくるんでしょう。
怖っ。Another $25. I've never seen the post-game Dream Devourer content. It would be very cool if we could make that happen. Thanks to everyone for a great event. It's been a lot of fun.
そらあんなん出てきたらね、滅亡します世界。
Yeah, if you need any more incentive to donate for the Dream Devourer incentive, by the way, if you like the soundtrack to this game, which you should because it's an incredible piece of work, there's actually a bit of kind of cut music
音楽がいい。
used in one of the post-game dungeons that is required to unlock the Dream Devourer. So consider that kind of a bonus too, where you might get to hear the gorgeous.
ちょっとね、話が若干あんなん見て 倒そうになるっていう感じは
You just saying that I
するんで
didn't
す
hear
が、
the I never knew the name of
あの、
the song, but
意
I'm
志が
just
強
picturing
す
a
ぎる。
mountain singing now. That's the only thing
Yeah.
like mentally in my mind right now. So a couple
で
things
ね、
about the
なん
PC
かこ
version
の
that we
この
haven't
町
touched
の人
on
た
is
ちが
that you
ね、
can play in
食
a
料庫行っ
16
たんやから
by 9 and
召し合っ
4x3
たっていう話をしたんで
formats.
すけど、
I just like the
なかっ
light
たか
look
ら
of the 4x3
種あげ
format.
て
And there's
頑
also
張って
a
育
high
ててね、
resolution and original graphics. Right now
的
it's
な
on
話だ
original
ったかと。
graphics. In this Johnny race coming up,
あ、そう
it
か。
actually
主
goes
人
to
公たち
the
の住んでる未
quote high
来
resolution,
だと
which
分か
is
ったか
just
ら
this
頑張っ
blended
て救おうっ
pixel
てする
effect
の
that
か。
I don't really care
いや
for.
強すぎ
But
る。
I
それ
just
はそ
want to
れ、
point
それに
out
しても
that
強すぎる。
we're going to soon see the quote high resolution
な
graphics.
かなかできない
Or we
よ。
can be glad that in response to criticisms of those graphics, which were all that were in this port of Chrono Trigger when it first came out in 2018, Square made some patches to it to give you options to do more retro style graphics. I'm very glad that they did.
ジョニーさんっていうね、名キャラクターが出てきて、
This is the best tutorial in the game too, because
なんだっけこれ、
because the default option
カ
to skip
ート
it
レース
is
が
called the
始まりましたね。
default option. So all right, so we got the Johnny
そう
race here.
バグありだとね、なんか
This
無
race
視
is
されます
actually
ね。
slower
確かね。
than
確か
walking
に確
across
か
the
に。
ruins, but the game does make you attempt the race once before giving you the option to just
目
walk
に
across the
焼き付けときましょう。
ruins.
これ
So if we
レア
have to
シーン
do
で
the
すよ。
race once, we want to win. There's a couple ways you can approach this race. Andy's doing the kind of the more consistent strat that I came up with a few years ago, where you let Johnny where you bump into
このね、レース、そう、結構ね、難しくかったんですよね。なんか、その、ジョニーの前にね、立ち下がってガンガンして、ちょっと前を維持したりとか、そういうのを思い浮かぶんですけど、なんかなかなか難しくって、うまくできなかった覚えがあるんですけど、さすが、なんか必勝本があるんですかね。
If it goes the other way where Johnny bumps or you bump
最後に加速するだけで勝てるの？
and you also have a higher
そん
risk
な
of losing the race too, depending on how you handle the ending.
そんなんでいいんだ。
It's a little more advanced of a
コ
strat.
ツめっちゃ簡単だった。
Just avoiding Johnny like we did here.
And sadly, you can't skip the cutscene with Johnny, but you get a little bit more of the victory music in.
あ、そうそうそう。加速するとその分同じだけ向こうも追い抜いてくるからね、難しいはずなんだけど、そんな攻略法があったんだ。あ、なんか可愛いロボ出てきましたね。こんな可愛いロボなんだからもう仲間になるんじゃないですかね。
Okay, let's get that going for you. If I can find it. There we go. A robo name is going to be
ルッカ天才なんだよな。未来のロボ直せるのはね、かなり天
capital
才。
S-T-E-V-E.
Nice. I believe that's
直せたっ
a
け？
reference
直せますよね。
to
あ、乗っ
the
た。
unofficial
あ
name for a
かわいい。
port
動きが
of,
かわいい。
Kingdom Hearts 2.
Just
そ
capo
して
on
この
the
音
S.
楽。
Capital on the S, yes. Thank you for your generous donations for all these naming incentives, by the way. Remember, it all goes towards Nami. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you again.
いい曲だ。
Right, so while we're kind of
な
getting
んか
more
ね、
acquainted
ロボの
with
キャラ
our
も
new,
ね、いい
robot
キャラしてるん
friend
です
here.
よ。そしてお名前ですが、
He's
何
gonna
に
he's
な
our
る
next
か
party
な？
member, and
スティーブ。
this game, when new
なんでスティー
characters
ブなん
join
だ
you
ろう。
in this game, they just have a fixed level that they join you at. There's no
なんかスティーブってなんかロボ関係であったよね。
math like there is in some other Square RPGs. So because of that, Robo is actually quite a bit stronger than any of our other
なんだろう。
characters. And it's gonna be
あ、
nice.
そうか、マイクラ
while we
の
still
主
have
人
him.
公とか確か
We'll
ス
get
ティー
to
ブ
that
ですね、
later,
確か
but,
に。
we
あとは
get
ジョ
to
ブス、
pick either Marley or Luca
スティー
to
ブ・
go
ジョブ
with
スさ
us
んが
to
ね、
the
スティー
factory
ブ
in
で
the
す
next
ね。
dungeon
なんか
area.
その辺から来てるん
And
ですかね。
it's not
ちょっ
really
と
super significant which we pick, but
わからずで。
but we take
2番目の
Luca.
ね、
It's both the
名前
default
がね、
option and
R2D2、3番
gets
目
a
がルイー
little
ジって
bit
なってて、
extra
ちょっと面白いです
experience
ね。
too. 'Cause kind of the way experience works with once you have more than 3 characters is that
スティーブね、結構一般的なお名前な印象があるので。
I really like that system too, as far as
ロボを連れて、パーティーね、メンバーがね、3人までしか入れられないので、1人はお留守番になっちゃうんですよね。なので、今回はマール君とスティーブ、ルッカ、この3人で。なんか赤い。こんな赤くなるっけ？
When your active or non-active party doesn't get any XP, and then feels like it's a pain to get them in.
So pretty good luck on that first acid fight there. There's 2 slime enemies.
黒のトリガーなんですけどね、ちょっと黒のちゃんはね。
And they've got very low
バーサクか。ありがとうございます。なんかバーサクリングかなんかが手に入るんでしたっけね。通常攻撃しか触れない代わりに火力が上がるみたいな。技をね使う必要がない場合はとても強いアクセサリーだったかと。そうか、コマンド入力も省けるのか。それはいいですね。ロボにバーサクリング、RTA の鉄板なんですね。そう、コマンドがね、省けるっていうのがそもそも強いですね。こいつらなんでこんな硬いんだっけ？なんか魔法しか通んないみたいな、そういうやつだったっけ？そもそもヒットポイントが少ないのか。メタルスライムなのか。火に弱い。なるほど。
The reason why Robo is what I like to call overclocked here as far as being red is because Andy equipped
へえ、ここで落ちてくる色ランダムなんですね。それは知らなかった。知らないことばっかりなんですけど。
Having the Berserker equipped for the fights here that Robo is with us
バトルスピードをスローにしましたね。一体何が起こるんだ？
That's actually the first time I actually never had to heal before.
So how does this password work exactly on PC?
All the passwords are different from the SNES, and I would like to say my button config, but it's way different.
なるほど、色で、
certain reasons
そうか、短縮要素がちょっとあるんですね。
But, are you still able to buffer the inputs for the password, or do you actually have to press them all one by one?
You can buffer them.
Okay. Yeah, so we say buffer, that basically
パスコマンドあれ固定なんですか？そうなの？ザビー。そうか、固定か。XABY、そう、そうなんですよね。ちょっと面白い要素として、パスコマンドをね、ABXY、スーファミのコントローラーと ABXY だったので、それを押して、パスワードをね、解除するみたいなのありましたね。多分これに関連するちょっとやつがまた後ほども出てくるっていう。このね、その ABXY で単語にするっていうのはかなり天才だなってなりましたね、当時。
But unlike Robo, they are considerably less friendly.
ロボが。ロボ。
Awesome
ロボ。
theme music and helping us in combat.
ちょっとロボやられてんねんぞ。ちょっと。
No, Robo's just a blue mage.
ついてもらって。
That's how you learn Robo tech.
ロボ。おかえりロボ。
Getting the snot beat out of you in Dragon Ball Z makes you stronger.
Exactly.
Yeah, if anyone isn't aware, the artwork for this game was
この
drawn
ね、
by Akira Toriyama.
体開くのちょっと面白い。
His other main contribution to video games is the Dragon Quest series. I can't
ロ
really
ボ。
think of anything else off the top of my head, but he also did.
ロボじゃなくてスティーブなんだった。スティーブ。
The first two of them, which is I think what he's probably best known for.
スティーブ行っちゃった。
Alright, so now we fight the R series
なんだっ
again.
け、なんか
Another
人
pretty
間に
dangerous
味
fight.
方
Of
し
course,
て
they don't
る
really understand
ロ
how
ボ
the AI works.
壊れとるやんけみたい
So,
な
each
感
of
じ
the
の
R
話でし
series
たっけね。
has 150 HP, so they die in 2 cyclones at the level we're at.
仲間に
But
なった
once
ばっ
one
か
of
りな
them
の
has
に
died, if you attack one of the
あ、
living ones and it does not
許せない
die,
ポイント
then they
裁
can
判だ
start
けっ
doing
て言ったけど、ここも
counterattacks.
ちょっ
And
と許
some
せ
of
ん
their
かもですね。
counterattacks are
あ、や
really,
ばい、ちょっと
really
待って、よく考え
dangerous.
たら許
To
せ
the
ない
point
ポイン
where
ト
they
結
can
構あるわ。
explosion style attack or play play fruit ball with you, like we saw in Birth by Sleep a bit ago. So that's why Andy is going to be splitting his cyclones back
あり
and
ました
forth
ね。
between the rows to kind of soften up the front row and then kill the back row and then kill the front row.
ちょっとね、おぼろげな
Kill
記
the
憶
back
の
row
中にいく
first,
つかあり
kind
ま
of
した
for
わ。
both a little bit of safety and then also micro optimizations because if the
あ、
front row
マザ
is
ーブ
still
レ
alive,
ー
they
ン
use the
が
spring
人
punch
間を
attack,
排除す
which
る
does
よう
about
にロボッ
15
トに
damage.
命令してる
The
の
back
に、
row is
そうな
alive,
ってない
get
スティー
more
ブ君
turns, they
がい
do
る。
that thunder attack,
別は
which
敵。
is a slower animation,
なので、
does a bit more
この
damage.
青ロボ軍団、悪ロボ軍団が
Pretty nice fight there.
いいロボのスティーブをね、
One thing, another thing from the SNES
した
version
と。
is the lack of using
悪
the
いや
X
つら
button.
が。
So in the SNES
そうで
version,
すね、今
to
回
do
は
an
PC
attack,
版
you
で、
can just
走
press
られてい
X.
ます。
You tap it once, you'll do attack, and that allows you to retain your cursor memory on tech and items. But in this version, we have the
あ、
auto
ロ
battle.
ボ、引
But
きず
if
り、引
you
き
use
ず
auto
引きず
battle,
り
it'll
ロボ
make
ロ
your
ボ。
default cursor to attack. It even with full memory cursor memory, it will still default to attack. So just slight optimization of putting flame toss in for Luca there.
Yeah, I imagine that makes a lot of bosses a little bit more challenging at higher battle speeds too, to not be able to use X button attacking.
Absolutely. Like the slime fight went beautifully in this run, but often I'll continue to use Cyclone with Chrono even with one slime alive, just for that reason.
さてですね、
X
この
button
辺
attacking is
で、
something that a lot of people don't know
ち
about
ょ
the
っと
SNES
視界の
version
方
too. It's
を
something I didn't know
お
about
答えしようかなと
speedruns
思い
too,
ます。最
because
後ま
you
で
have
ね、
to
ちょっと
turn on memory cursor for it to
見守られない
work
の
at
は
all,
残念なんです
so
けれ
it
ど
kind of
も、
requires changing one of
ね、
the
私よ
default
りもっ
menu
と詳
settings.
しい方が、視界に入ってくださることになっていたので、答えをさせていただこうかな。
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've
Ah.
received $50 and
こ
anonymous
こもね、BGM 超いいんで、よく聞いてくださいね。はい。皆さんね、あと4時間ぐらい、4、5時間ぐらい、ね、最後までぜひお楽しみください。ここから先もね、めちゃくちゃいいシーンといい音楽といいグラフィックばっかりなんで、はい。それでは、ありがとうございました。一旦失礼します。
Please keep those donations coming in. Remember, we are now, I've just checked it, we are on $3,000.22 out of the $5,000 needed for the Dream Devourer. So just under $2,000 left to go on that. Still got a bit of time, but it would be amazing to get that met as soon as we can. Remember, all your donations go towards Nami. Every donation counts. Every dollar is important. Thank you so much indeed for your generous donations.
All right. So one thing I appreciate about this game is having kind of in-game lore to explain the arbitrary RPG party size limit. In this case, if you try to travel through time with more than 3 people, you go to the end of time here, which is kind of now our hub and kind of base of operations for the next part of the game. And one of the residents of the end of time is the Master of War, Specchio, who's going to be teaching us some magic. And the magic for at least for Chrono, Marley, and Luca is their level
皆
3
様お
tech.
はようご
And
ざ
a
い
nice
ま
little
す。
bonus is that if you
手
haven't
の針
gotten
は間も
enough
な
tech
く
points
6時
to
という
learn
こと
both
で、
your level 1 and 2
クロノ
techs
トリ
at
ガ
this
ーが
point, the game
始
will
まっ
just give them
て
to you for free, and
1
all
時間
3
経とうと
characters
してます
benefit
ね。
from that.
ここ
Chrono
から
gets
の
his
司会
Twin
は
Slash,
私、
Marley
レイ
gets
ヤー
her
が担
Aura
当い
and
たし
Provoke,
ます。
and Luca
どう
gets
ぞ
her
よろしくお
Hypno
願いいた
Wave,
します。
all for free, on top of getting lightning, ice, and fire. So now we we're back home, but we're kind of on the wrong part of the world now. So we're in a village run by I believe they're called fiends in this version, mystics in the SNES version, which are basically just monsters or demons.
本来はちょっともう少し早い時間から入る予定だったんですけれども、昨日仕事から帰ってきた後、準備して、よし、寝るぞって思ったら、この時間になっていました。大変失礼いたしました。状況としてはあれですね。
also a couple extra healing items.
未来から戻ってきて、今ちょうど魔法を習得したところでしたね。
do so, but whenever you can do re-equipping in a shop menu, which you do by just kind of pressing down to select your character and then going into their menu from there, it actually saves a little bit of menu animation time too. So
時の最果てで魔法を習得した後、一度現代に戻ってくるとね、今まで来ることがなかった場所から出てくることになります。
I think Oh yeah, I think Melchior gives you a hand as far as going into this cave to find a way to get back to your village. So we're dodging a couple fight triggers here, and then eventually then pretty shortly we're going to get to the Hekran boss fight. I'll go ahead and start explaining that now because it's a pretty intense and involved fight. So Hekran, this whole dungeon is really meant to be kind of a tutorial using magic, because basically all of the monsters here have heavy resistance to physical attacks.
仮眠が命取りな可能性もありますけど、今回の最後の作品ではありますが、とはいえね、1週間続けてきたイベントですので、しっかり睡眠はとってくださいね、皆さんね。
He does that after every 3 attacks, but what those 3 attacks are will change throughout the fight. At the start, he does kind of 2 weak water attacks and then a water cyclone, but then once he's below half health, that becomes 2 water cyclones, followed by, yes indeed,
ちょうど空が白んできたタイミングでした。
rush of physical attacks. And once he goes into his second
現代に帰
phase,
って
he
きて
attacks
早
the same
速の
character
ボスなんで
twice,
すが、
then they die,
ヘケランで
really
す。
with no
相手
questions
は
asked. So we want to kind of
水属性の
carefully
攻撃
control
を多
when
く
we
仕
take
掛け
him
て
below
くるん
half
ですけ
health.
れど
He's
も、
got 2100 HP, so once he's below 1050, we want to very carefully control that in order to be able to maximize our damage output and
先ほど
minimize the
習
risk
得
of
した魔法をどんどん
characters.
使っていくことで
Relatively
倒し
safe
て
to
いき
start
ま
out. He'd
す。
have to attack the same character 3 times to actually kill them, which he didn't do here, so we can just kind of go all in. And then after 3 attacks, he goes into his first
特に
defensive
ね、
cycle. Then
今、
we
マール
just have
と
to wait that
ル
out.
ッカの
So
攻撃で
he's going to use some healing items
反作用
during
ボム
that
かな
defense cycle
使い
to
ま
get
した
ready
ね。
for the next
基本
round.
的に、
And
二
then
人
during the
で
second round,
連携して
Andy's
使う
going
ような
to be
技
able
は、
to get him to right above that
普
10
通に攻撃
or
す
that
るよりも
1050 HP point where his AI changes.
威力が上がるんですけれど。
Kind of once that happens, then we're going to wait for Hekran to attack and then hit him to push him into his second phase. Because when he goes into his second phase, regardless of where he's at in his kind of 3 attack
どんどんと
defense
削
cycle
れていきます。
pattern, it all resets. So, but his ATB does not reset. So we kind of want to just line it up so that when we push him into phase 2,
どうしても
his
黒のが
ATB is
ね、
empty, and then there's no real risk of him being able to kill somebody before we can heal them.
あまり MP も多くなく、
The second phase of the Hekran fight is pretty intense and scary. I imagine even more so on PC with how the
有効な攻撃ができないっていうのもあって、
because anytime he hits somebody, unless he's about to go into a defense cycle, you have to heal
マール
them
と
or
ル
else
ッカ
you
で
kill them on his next attack.
ダメージを稼いでいくという形になりますね。
Yes, indeed. One of the more odd aspects of Ted Woolsey's translation in the SNES. So we're just waiting out a defense cycle here. And the goal here should be to finish him off before he basically finishes this attack cycle too. So we do one last heal here, and then try to go for the win before needing to heal again.
あ、大丈夫ですよ。ありがとうございます。寝る前の時点で、ビットオーバーも確認してあったので、ひどいことになってしまったなと。
Yeah, thank you for the donation of those names. During that fight, I had my first what the heck, looking at the name tags and HP values with Marl and Chrono.
Yeah, that was a really clean-looking Heckran fight too. One other little nuance about that fight too is that Andy was starting out with the lightning spell, and then
僕は
eventually
元から
switching to
キャラ
the
クターの
wind
名前で
slash
喋ってい
spell.
ま
Wind
したが、
slash is a much faster animation.
ごちゃご
It's
ちゃ
on
として
SNES.
しま
It's
いま
about
す。
2 seconds faster than lightning, but we
あ
kind of the way that the math works out as far as doing
ル
the
ッカの
amount of
家に
damage
立
that
ち寄
we
ってい
need
ま
per
すね。
turn and per cycle. Once we've gotten him into his second phase, slash will give us the damage we need with a faster animation. Alright, and then after beating Heckran, now whenever we go to Luca's house after
このタイミン
progressing
グ
the
で
story past certain points, we can get unique pieces of armor from
も
Tabin
らえ
and
る
his
の
dad.
はなんだっけ
And
な
we。get the Tabin vest there. Totally optional, but well worth it in this run. Because the Tabin vest, in addition to being a nice defense
ゴ
bonus
ン
for
ザレスと
Luca,
戦
also
ってま
gives
す
her
ね、なん
plus
か。
2 speed and 50% fire
うん
protection.
うん。
I haven't really talked about speed too much, but speed is the most important stat in the game by a lot, especially for a speed run, because most of the stats in this game go up to 100,
そう
but
か。
speed
ちょう
only
ど
goes up to 16, at
今
least
だ
for
と
you.
一発
So
で
one
倒せ
point
る
of
から
speed makes a
いいん
really
で
big
すね。
difference as far as just
後
kind of
ほど使う
how
ため
fast
の
your
天然
ATB
祭の
bars
ポイン
will
ト、シルバー
and
ポイントの
how
回収をして
easily
いる
you
よう
can
です
get
ね。
attacks off to kind of hit enemies and bosses before they do attacks, and like in the late game that's really significant too. So another little detour here to fight Gato to get silver points. Eventually several hours from now we're going to need those silver points as part of a side quest, but we're getting them now just for kind of micro optimization's sake, because if we waited until we actually needed them, it would be 2 extra screen transitions, plus having to do an extra menu to use a shelter before the next boss. If we do Gato now, we can eat the cake or the lunch or whatever it is to get healed on the go.
Let me know when you've got a moment for some more donations.
One quick thing we didn't get a chance to point out the first time that we went through Truce Canyon is that if anybody's ever seen a speedrun of the SNES version
ゲートを
before,
使っ
it's actually
て
on the SNES possible to skip this encounter here with the birds and the imps here, but for whatever reason on the DS and PC versions you cannot skip that. So all 3 times that Andy's going to be coming through this area, he's just going to get the fight and then run away. Alright, so with that, just got
性
some
に
more
戻ってきました。
plot triggers to hit here before we move on
い
to
つ聴いてもいい曲です
Xena.
ね。
Let's have some donations.
Thank you very much. I must just point out, by the way, the Gato song, best song in the game. I'm not sure if anybody agrees with that, but I'm sticking to it. Anyway, we've received some fantastic donations. We have gone past the $36,000 mark
さあ、
raised for Nami.
黒のたちがいなくなっている間に、中世に勇者が現れたというふうな情報が出てきます。それとともにですね、先ほど立ち寄った橋のところで、魔王軍とぶつかり合っているという情報が入るんですね。
Let's check it out. Huexel is doing commentary. Shut up and take my money. Thank you very much indeed. $25 from Code and Data without any comment.
お城の方で国聴をしている人が実は王国軍の将軍さんだっけなと兄弟ということで食料のハイパー干し肉をあげてもらいました。
Please cheer for them. $10 from there. Thank you so much to all of our amazing restreamers this event. And finally for now, $50 from Gopher. You guys rock. You rock as well. Thank you so much indeed. Please keep those donations coming in. We still want to try and get that Dream Devourer.
Alright, so now kind of a stretch to call Xenon Bridge a dungeon. It's just a couple of forest encounters, basically. This is where we get introduced to Ozzy.
満身創痍の王国軍に代わって一行がバトルになります。
A character named Magus, who, in addition to being in chat right now, is as we're told, responsible for summoning Lavos and causing the apocalypse in the year 1999. And we'd have actually talked to NPCs when we were back here for Yakra and the Cathedral.
ここの2戦は同じようにソイスを、英語ではオジーというらしいんですけれども、
And we have these two fights with skeletons here.
ソイスを倒すと自動でバトルが終了します。あ、ビネガー。すいません。あっと名前が混ざりましたね。もしかしたら俺の中で、頭の中でも、ビート王であった名前があべこべになってるかもしれないです。さあ、ビネガーとの2戦を経た上で、今、メンバーチェンジを行いまして、あ、ロボはスティーブになったんですね。
Pretty awesome name for an undead boss, if you ask me. And then this boss has two parts. It has its head and then legs.
先ほど倒したスケルトンたちが合わさって強そうなボスになってしまいました。ジャンクドラガー戦ですね。ロボはバーサクリングでしょうかね、持たせたものは。赤いキャラになっているので、そのまま操作せずに勝手に攻撃を仕掛けてくれるようになっています。
Non-Berserk Robo and Berserk Robo with bad luck are about the same speed, and getting good luck with Robo punches is faster. So that's why we do that in the route. So we're just kind of focus firing on the head as much as possible, doing cyclones to get some damage in on the legs too. So we've gotten 2 punches on the head already, which is pretty good. And ideally, too, Robo is actually the one to get the last hit on the head, because the head does MP busters, its final attack, which takes away all MP. It's not the biggest deal, but if it hits either Chrono or Luca, then that means having to do a little extra menuing afterwards.
この様子だと一度に倒せるような調整をしている感じでしょうかね。
Yeah, so again, Chrono getting MP bustered, not a huge deal, but
あ、上半身から消えましたね。
That kind of takes away Chrono's ability to use wind slashes instead of physical attacks for finishing off the legs.
上半身と下半身ではそこまで HP の差はないんですが、あ、倒せましたね。
There we go, nice.
Yeah, for whatever reason in this version,
さあ、橋が開通したことで、
Soundbar always gets
向こう側にと行けるようになりました。
As a little bit of marathon safety or safety, I just healed up there.
シェルター、
So we got a pretty significant shopping trip here. This
アテナの水、それから何かあったかな、ミドルポーションかな。
Our first shop that we go past that lets us buy revives and mid tonics. And
さあ、ここからはデナドロ山に入っていきます。先ほど話にあったとある勇者という人に会いに行きましょう。と言ってたら、あ、なんかかっこいい格好をした男の子が走り去っていきましたね。実は彼がね、勇者ということなんですが、勇者が逃げてきちゃいけませんね。オーガンとオーガンハンマーと続けてバトルになります。オーガンハンマーという相手に対して非属性の攻撃をするとですね、今のように持っていたハンマーが 木でできている
Right,
の
so
で、
once we're past
燃
this
え
first
て
fight here,
しまい
and then
ます。
another one that we have to run away from.
逆に言うと燃やさないとで
Almost
す
all of the
ね、ハ
remaining
ンマーを持っ
fights in
た状
the
態のオーガン
well,
が
yeah, all
守
of the
備力
remaining
がとても
fights in the
高いの
Dora
で、
Mountains can be avoided
釣り
just
攻
through
撃では到
movement.
底倒せないみ
And
たい
I
です
really
ね。
like this dungeon for that reason too, just because there's just lots of kind of fun fun and clever enemy dodging,
あ、今の
along with just the overall silly vibe of this place
敵
between
よ
the
けと
music,
てもう
which is
まい
called
ですね。
sewers, by the way, and
あ、今もとて
the
もすごく
visuals
す
of just
り抜
all
け
of
ました。
these monsters just jumping out of the background too late to catch you. So once we get to the summit of the mountain, there's basically one fight trigger near the start of the screen that sets off like 5 or 6 fights back to back, all unrunnable. So it's very, very important to do that kind of upward movement that Andy did before heading left in order to avoid that fight trigger. Kind of using the ridge pattern on the ground there is kind of a nice way to line up the skip for those bird enemies there.
No super slide in the PC version.
Yeah, it's a fun little minor graphical glitch you can do in
木で落ちて、
when you jump down the waterfall there. But yeah, the whole reason we went down there was to get the silver earring,
来ましたね。
which is an
山
accessory
はいい
that
ね。
gives you 25% extra HP, max HP, and that's very,
4
very
回話しか
important
ける
in
と
the
マジッ
latest
ク
boss
カプセ
fight
ルが
and
手
a
に
couple
入ります。
others. You could get another pretty nice accessory called the silver stud there, but we don't need that for the run, so we skip it. And yes, PSA mountains are nice.
さらにどんどん下がっていきましょう。抜けました。はい。さ
Magic
す
tabs
が
aren't
で
as
す
quite as
ね。
important as speed tabs, but we do need to
さ
get to use
あ、こ
at
ち
least
らで
5 on
伝
Luca
説の剣、
throughout the run in order
グラン
to
ドリオン
get
が
the
刺さっていますね。
general strategy for the
男
final
の子がい
bosses
ます。
work,
話しかけ
or
て
the
みましょう。
barrier. I mean, Andy, you'll
あ、
probably be
双子の
picking up
男
if
の
you
子だ
guys
ったんです
as
ね。
part of his marathon route and from doing incentives. Those they don't make a huge difference, but they do make a difference.
あれなんか回り始めました。おーっと姿が変わった。
Boss fight,
さあ、実はこれ、グランドリオンを守っている精霊のグラン君とリオン君という兄弟ですね。片方を眠らせてしまうと、もう片方はだいぶ簡単に倒せるようになります。これがね、2体とも動けるような状態だと、攻撃するたびに反撃してきて、しかもなかなか痛いんですね。
If both of them are awake, they can do counter attacks. So we want to, in particular, put the green one to sleep and then just kind of wail.
グランドリオンというのは、日本から見た西洋の伝説的な剣ですけれども、逆に英語で訳されたときに、そこが政宗になったみたいなんですね。さあ、グランとリオンが合体してグランとリオンというボスになります。どうして言わないの？これはこれで可愛いでしょう。ここでね、初の形態変化ボスが出てきますけれども、BGM の変化がかっこいいんですよね。
But once we're in the second phase of the fight, alright, I should say when he's in his cyclone charge up mode, he will also counterattack with his own wind slash every time you attack him. And in the second phase of the fight, we're actually going to be setting that off intentionally a few times because the
攻撃の仕方としてはルッカとロボでファイアパンチをしていますね。
somebody, you need to heal them. In most cases, or else they'll die if he punches them again. But the wind slash does less damage, so we're going to kind of keep him in his tornado phase a little bit longer than we have to in order to give him fewer chances to punch people. And in order for
2つ250ちょい入ってるので、
a certain range of them too, so you can kind of try to read his targeting AI by seeing where he's walking around. Sometimes he can kind of fake you out.
だいたいファイヤーパンチ12回ぐらい必要かな。
Sometimes kind of reset his AI and make him pick a new target. But,
で、今、
kind of
マール組んで、
doing this fight really well in this speed run.
真空波打ちましたけれどもね。あ、かまいたちか。かまいたちを打って、真空波というため攻撃を解除しました。天属性の攻撃を打つとだったかな。違う、竜巻エネルギーを貯めている間にかまいたちを当てると、風を貯めていたのがね、排除されるんでしたね。
The next hit should finish him off. Alright, very nice. Yeah, but I sure hope
無事グラントリオンを撃破です。
And I believe one of our prizes is that infamous fight.
Yeah, actually, that was a contribution by RPG Limit
けちゃったけど
Breaks.
楽しいよ、楽しかったよっていう。
And I also made a specific because the seller I ordered it
グランドリオンはいろいろな人に狙われていたのでね、この2人が今まで守る役目をしてくれていました。でも真にそれを使いこなせる人の手に戻そうということで、実はこんな風にもう折れてしまっていたんですね。折れた剣が手に入ります。もう片方、手に持つ部分が必要になってしまうんですが、果たしてどこにあるんでしょうか。さあ、2人の風を受けてね、脱出に成功しました。そして勇者を名乗っていた男の子、タータ君からね、勇者バッジを受け取ります。
Oh, we have been blessed.
そして、カエルの隠れ家にやってきました。世界一かっこいいカエルですからね。
I think the odds are slightly different depending on whether you're coming or going from Frog's house, but
グランドリオンの折れた剣の塚はですね、こちらにあります。カエルがずっと大切に保管していたんですけれども、
Alright, so we got the other half of the sword from Frog, but now we need to actually
武
figure
器
out
といえばこの人という専門家がいましたね。
And then I guess while we're just advancing the story to head
その人に会いに行きましょう。
Prehistoria to get a material called Dreamstone, which we need to reforge the sword. We can squeeze in a few donations.
Fantastic, thank you very much indeed. We have received $25 from Youngblood. Shout out to the organisers, legends. Very proud to see this group continue to do the numbers. Good job. Thank you very much indeed. Ducky Jacks donates $50 without a comment. Lady Lord donates $5. Dream Train Hype. Thank you very much. And $25 from Quinna. The RPG Limit Break Charity Marathon is my favourite Twitch event every year. I'm so glad I was able to help out as there is no better community in the world and raising money for NAMI is a great cause. Let's reach that 40k. And with that, we've got $36,087 raised towards NAMI. And we're currently sitting
現代の
on, I will just check it,
刀鍛冶ボッシュのところに会いに行きました。
out of the 5,000 needed to fight the Dream Devourer. Remember, all your donations go
ここ
towards
で
Nami. Minimum donation of
この
$5 will get you into
グ
some
ラン
of
ド
our
理論
amazing
を修復
prizes.
するに
$25
は、
will get
ある
you
一
all
つ
the
の
prizes that are currently on offer,
石が必
including
要
the
だという
handmade
ことで
Luca
言われ
plush
るんですね。
and the Chrono Trigger
ド
shadow
リス
box.
トーン
So
という
please get your
石が
donations
必
in.
要で
Thank
あ
you
る。
very much.
現代にはもうなくなってしまった素材なんですね、これ
Yeah,
が
real
ね。
quick there, I switched the battle speed to a slower battle speed. For most of the remaining run, I'll be at battle speed 4.
そこで
And that's just to give
原
you a
始の
little bit
時
more
代に
time in
これ
battle
から今
to
度は向かってい
make
きます。
inputs on this fight. These dinos can be really mean and
大変
put
なと
your
ころに
opponent
出て
to
きまし
sleep.
た。さあ、謎の正体不明の生き物が襲いかかってきます。
This is where we get introduced to kind of our
ここは
antagonists for
BC6500 万年。
reptiles. I do find this kind of first sequence a little funny
恐
because
竜
we
人
just
と呼
one
ばれ
shot
る
them with
生き物
Robo's
が
laser spin
進化を
and
果
have
たしてい
plenty
る
of MP
世
to
界
keep
線で
doing
す。
that. So why we have any fear
倒しても倒しても
whatsoever
キリが
of
ないと思っていたら
reptiles is a little questionable. But oh yes, it's now time to see one of the anime scenes this was in movie 4. These scenes are in all remakes of Chrono Trigger, PS1, DS, and PC.
A little thing from my chat, a roar. I don't know how it became a thing, but me saying roar. Roar to the dinosaurs.
いやマジでエイラほんとかっこいいんだよな。
Now we're introduced
さ
to
あ、
Ayla, who will be
今回の
naming
ですね、
soon after this next fight.
エイラの名前はもう決まっていますね。よかった。カエルじゃないんですね。で、今回の今見ていただいたアニメはですね、最初の、スーパーファミコン版ではありませんでした。おそらくですね、PS 版ですね。そこから追加されているコンテンツのはずです。エイラは、ジェリーちゃんですね。
We know when you want the name? Got it here?
Go right ahead.
Ayla, yeah.
Okay, yeah, the name for Ayla is going to be a Jerry, capital Jerry.
I'm sorry, Jerry.
いいんです。
Yeah, so Ayla is our next party member, just like Robo before her.
カエルがエイラでエイラがカエルでになってたんだから。 いいんです。
She's considerably stronger than anybody else we have, and unlike when Robo joined, we'll actually be able to use Ayla for the next boss fight, and you'll really be seeing the impact that she's going to make there. This particular cutscene after we name Ayla would actually be several seconds faster if we did not have Robo in the party, but for an unmanipulated run, it's way more consistent to have Robo to use laser spin on the reptites, because otherwise you'd be kind of reliant on the reptites cooperating with lining up for flame tosses and antipodes. So we got kind of a tight dodge with those dinosaurs there, because when we're getting the when we need to open the chest to get the second berserker ring that lets the dinos get
ちなみ
into
に
kind
先
of
ほ
an
ど
awkward
申し上げた
position for dodging
6500
them.
万年前というのはですね、
But then we can just avoid the rest of the fights here.
まあもう皆さんの中でもご存知の方いらっしゃるかもしれませんが、
Yeah,
Alright,
and
and
I've never been
then,
good at that
化
dodge,
石
so
の
I
時
just
代、
stopped.
白亜紀が終わ
yeah,
った
it's one
時
of
期
the
です
doing
ね。
it like as fast
で、
as possible.
いう
is
風な
where we
形
are,
で、
yeah.
この開発
Alright,
さ
so
れた
now we've got the
時期は
quote-unquote soup
6500万年
drinking
前が
contest here.
白亜紀が終わり、
Although I
恐竜
guess I
が
should also
絶
say
滅し
that
た
who you
時期
have
と
in
い
your
う風に言わ
party
れて
when
た
you
んです
enter
けれ
this
ど、
cutscene affects how
現在
long
研
it
究
takes
進んで
to
ね、この時代、
even
ちょ
if
っと
you
少
took
し
Robo
数
out
字
of
が
your
合ってます。
party for
50
the
年、
cutscene before
50
this,
万
you'll
年
want
か
to
ら
quite
100万年、 もう
put
ちょっ
it
と
back
前
in
に終わっ
here
てたんじ
because
ゃ
if
な
you
い
had
のっていう
Marley
風
in
に
your
言われて
party
ます
here, you'd
ね。
have to wait for her to dance by the fire for a
白亜
while
紀の
before
時
she
代
could
自体はね、
progress the
だいぶ
story.
暖かかっ
Wait
た
a
はず
lot
で
of
すね。
time.
です
So
が、
now we
その
basically have a
後、
soup drinking
よく言われる
contest,
話
which
で
is
すが、
basically
隕石が降っ
mashing.
てきて、一気
Not
に
really that kind of
環
touchy
境
of a
が変化
mash.
し、
It only counts when you if you
恐竜という
when
の
you
はね、
mash while
相当進
Chrono
化した
has
種
the bowl
族でした
raised.
ので、
So even if
それ
even
に
if you kind of suck at mashing
その
like I
環境
do, it's
の
still
大
pretty
きな変
simple.
化に 耐えられず
But
に
you do have
絶
to
滅
actually
して
win,
し
or
まっ
else
たという
you're
こと
forced
な
to
んです。
repeat it.
そして代わりにね、反映したのが
Fun, yeah, it's
哺乳
I
類。
always air quote soup is from the SNES version too, because it's
まあ、あく
very,
まで
very,
ね、
very
これは
obvious
作品の
what
中で
this
の
is,
話
but
な
it
の
got
で、
censored to be soup instead of
実
Skull
際
Smash, I
の
think it's called
世
in
界を話をすると、この時代に人間なんて影も形もありませんからね。
But while we were unconscious from the
さ
air quote soup, the
あ、エイラ
reptiles
の、村で
stole the gate key
歓
and
迎
nothing
会を受け
else,
た
and
翌
didn't like
朝なんで
kill
す
or
が、
injure us or anything too,
ゲー
just
ト
pretty
ホルダーがな
convenient.
くなってしまいました。
So now we are stuck here unless we go to their lair and fight to get the key back.
どこに行ってしまったのか
Offers to
探
join
しに
us
出かけましょう。
to help with that.
黒のエイラロボということでね、このパーティーは超
We can
肉
have some
弾
more
戦です
donations
ね。
during the forest maze, but I'll just after this cutscene here with Kino, every single encounter in the forest maze can be avoided through movement. There's two of them that are a little touchy, but there's pretty good both visual cues and just places where you can use the terrain to kind of force yourself past the encounter trigger through buffered movements. So I guess with that, go ahead and take it away,
ピンクに
Tiny
行こ
Tim.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, we have received a $25 donation from Didalonis. Good to see a Chrono Trigger run with Poexel commentating. Always a good time. And I must agree 100% with that. This run has just been absolutely
う。足
fantastic.
跡をたどっ
We've also
て
received $50 from
道を進んでいきます。
DDJFEP. Devour the bad dreams to give us more Chrono Trigger and questing for glory. And a quick update on that. We are currently sitting $3,530.22. So we're under $1,500 away now for the Dream Devourer. Let's get those donations in. Remember, not only are you benefiting a fantastic cause, but if we get that incentive, there is going to be
この
another
敵避けるのね、なかなか難しいんですよね。
and they've hinted that there may be something else.
エイシトビートルか。
So,
うん。
if you'd like to see what that is, let's get that Dream Devourer met. And one final one for just now.
なかなかちょこちょこ動くんで、
From My Hero Zero.
対処が難しいんですよね。
Thank you very much indeed. Everybody is my hero tonight because this has been absolutely amazing. And Nami, thanks you for all of your generous donations.
白亜紀ってよくア
Right,
ニソ
so
ン
in
の
order
歌
to
詞書い
get
て
to
る
the
人って、
lower
それハタ
levels
亜
of
紀
the
ですね。
reptite lair, you need to jump down holes. The enemies on the top floor can dig additional holes to let you get treasure, but in order to go straight to the end, which is what we're doing, we don't need to deal with any of that. We can just jump down the hole that's there by default. We do have to do these two fights on our way down. The game won't let you jump down. Well, I should say if you try to jump down a hole before you do the fight, then that'll start the fight.
どんどん進んでいきますと、恐竜人がいっぱい出てきましたね。はい、上手。今のうまいな。素晴らしい避けですね。
And we were able to run from this last set, and then now we can steal Ayla's starting armor, the ruby vest, which gives fire protection. Put that on Chrono, along with just kind of upgrading our general equipment. Then it is time for Nizvel, the next boss.
こういう風にシームレスにバトルが続いていくからこその敵避けってとても時代の先駆けだったイメージがありますけれど、どうなんでしょうかね。
version added a bookmark
さあ、
safety
現
save,
れた
but
敵は
I'm doing a safety save on top of that. Yeah, that means
アザーラ、
even a little
恐
bit
竜
more
人
curse
の
on the fight.
リーダーをしています。
So just like
そ
the
し
rest
て
of the dinosaurs,
アザーラが呼び出したのが水ベールと言いますね。 ただ最初防御がとっても高いんですが、今言ったように黒のが電撃攻撃としてサンダーを打つと防御が下がる。そして物理攻撃がちゃんと通るようになるんですね。
This is where the second berserker ring that we picked up in the canyon comes in. So just notice how much damage.
何よりもエイラの攻撃がむちゃくちゃ強いです。2人ともバーサクリングつけてるかな。
the goal for this fight is to
何も考える必要がなくなるのでね。とても強いです。
After he does the electricity discharge and he buffers another lightning to get it back down so that he's not going to waste.
で、このニズブールのようにですね、恐竜の恐竜の兵隊をした敵は、電気が苦手というところがありまして、今後出てきた時にも同じように、電撃を食らわせて戦っていくことになるかと思います。ロボが倒れてしまいましたが、どうかな。かなりダメージは入っていると思うので、このまま突っ切りますかね。あ、倒しましたね。
Yeah, the trouble compared to the SNES counterpart is on that last round, Chrono will often not have his ATB back to get the lightning and
これは何を知っている
attack with Ayla
知ってるんですけれども。
but thanks to the extra crits,
ミズベールを倒すことで、アザーラが奪っていたゲートホルダーを取り返すことができました。残念ながらここでエイラとはお別れです。
Let me take the Berserker off of Robo just that when we're running away from fights in the next couple areas, we won't have to worry about Robo trying to punch something and then wasting time. But now we actually have a pretty lengthy period of just cutscenes and running around to hit story triggers before we actually go to Magus's castle.
僕の避けるよりも早いのかな。
Hope you've got lots of donations and plugs ready to go, Tiny Tim.
Oh, yes. Keep them coming in.
立ちながらゲートに入る絵はいつ見てもシュールですね。とても大好きですけれど。
Okay, just to give you an update then, we are currently sitting on the... I'm just trying to find it. There we go. Right.
さあ、原子で手に入れたドリストーンを持ってボッシュのところに向かっていきます。
The Magus name is currently $100 towards WT and $25 to Vampy.
ルッカがお手伝いに入ります。
We've also got the Epoch name.
ドリストーンと折れた剣が机の上に回りますね。
So if you'd like to get your name on that, and finally, and maybe you can explain this one, Palexel, because I don't quite understand what this one is, the Chrono Trigger Death Peak Hug. We have $125 for Luca and nothing for Marley at the moment.
黒の泥棒で
Explain what that exactly is.
うろうろしてますね。ここは完全に鑑賞タイムで。
We're going to be doing a side quest where we go to Death Peak as part of a pretty significant event in the game's story.
このモーションの感じすごいですよね。
Depending on who you have in your party, that cutscene plays out.
もちろんストーリーの面白さっていうところは間違いなく RPG の中でも RPG を背負ってしかるべき作品ではあるんですけれど。こういった細かいところまで完成度がとても高いんですよね。さあ、無事にグランドリオ、政宗が復活しました。これを携えて、改めてカエルのところに行きましょう。
Yeah, and that's kind of a hot debate of should be the BFF of Luca or Maro, who, spoilers, may or may not end up with Chrono. Personally, I think Luca deserves the hug, but it's up to you viewers to decide.
メディナ村のお家もね、不憫ですよね。勝手にタンスを出入りされちゃって。
Perfect. Thank you very much indeed. We have received $25 from Enoch Root, who just says,
このジャリーとて
cheers.
も好きです。
Cheers to you as well.
結構いい人なんですよ。
$100 anonymous donation without any comment. But thank you so much indeed. Josh donates $10 again without any comment.
ハテナの水を買い足しましたね。
Donates $25 and says Ayla was drinking Ultros's seafood soup. So,
さあ、カエルの隠れ家にやってきまして、
Thank you very much indeed. And I do want to point out very quickly that
魔
remember
王と
not
戦う
only
に
are
は
your
彼の
donations going
協
towards
力が欠かせ
benefiting
ませ
NAMI,
んが、
you can also allocate your donations towards an
グラン
incentive
ドリ
for
オ
a
ンを
bid
見て
war.
何を
So we've
思う
talked about the Death Peak hug, and we've still got the Epoch name and the
一
Magus
晩
name.
考えさせてほ
But
し
we
いという
have
こと
that
で、
big target for fighting the Dream Devourer now at 3,790 and 22 cents. So just over 1,300 to go on that. But if you donate $25, minimum donation of $25 or
友人の
more,
サイラス
it
と
will
共
put you
に
into the draw for the 5 amazing prizes we've currently got on offer, which is a set of 2 3D printed Lavos spawn,
ガルディア城を旅立った時のことを回想します。
a while ago, the Chrono Trigger Steam Key, and there's 3 of those, 3 different winners for those, and the Chrono Trigger Shadow Box, and finally, and check this out on the website if you haven't seen it, the handmade Luca plush, which is absolutely fantastic. So $25 or more, not only are you benefiting NAMI, potentially getting us some more marathon with the Dream Devourer fight, but you can get yourself into the draw for those 5 amazing prizes. Are we good to continue, or how are you? How are we
Yep,
getting
go right
on?
ahead. Pretty much until Frog splits them out, and we're just mashing through
Samurai.
cutscenes.
Okay, well, what I'd like to do then is take the opportunity to advise everyone why we are here. We are here supporting NAMI, who are the National Alliance on Mental Illness, the nation's largest grassroots mental health organisation, whose work is focused around 3 pillars: education and support, awareness,
サイ
and
ラスは残念ながら
for
魔王と
education
の
and
戦い
support
の果
via
て
their
に
48 state
負
offices
け
and more
て
than
しまいます。
650 affiliates. NAMI offers a host of signature programs,
残
presentations,
された
and
この
support
男は
groups that
魔
are
王に
available free of charge.
呪いをか
This
けら
includes
れ
a national helpline that can provide information, resources,
滝
and
に
a
落ちてしまい
passionate,
ました。
understanding, trained volunteer to support anyone who calls in. These programs reach more than 300,000 people a year and are life-changing opportunities for education, connection, support, and personal growth. 1 in 5 Americans live with a mental health condition, and
世界
fewer
一
than
かっこいい
50%
カエ
of
ルの
adults living
復
with these
活で
conditions
す。
will receive treatment each year. Many factors contribute to this, including stigma, lack of access, and lack of knowledge and resources. Every dollar you donate towards NAMI helps NAMI reach out to those who really need the assistance. And I cannot thank you. We cannot thank you enough for all of your generous donations. With that, we've just gone past the 36,500 mark for NAMI, and I'm just going to have a quick check and see if there's any more.
さあ、彼の使うグランドリオンの力で
Fauci donates
長う靴を
$100. Won't be
切
able
り
to see
開
the
きま
whole
す。
thing.
ご
But
覧
good
くだ
luck
さ
with
い
the。rest of the rung, Andy. May Magus give you plenty of fire cycles. We have $30 from Moguk without any comment, and $25 from Lost Core. Magus made me donate. You'd think with that huge castle, he wouldn't need his underlings to pay out of their own earnings, but hey, the prizes look good, and it's for a good cause. Thank you very much indeed for all of your generous donations.
Pretty much during this whole kind of block of cutscenes here, we've been getting really the full scoop on who Frog is and what his connection to Magus and the Mazamune is. So it kind of really sets the stage for the showdown that's about to happen. And thanks to the donations, we'll be seeing the anime version of of Frog drawing the Mazamune for the first time too, which is glorious.
Yeah, this particular cutscene flows a little bit differently because it's like you're repeating the scene twice, but
well, it's Toriyama. I mean, when something cool happens, you got to show it from different angles.
Absolutely. I always like to say that the Masamune right now, it's in its fully powered up state, and then after slashing the mountain, Masamune's just mad at the frog.
Especially like how they're still playing kind of a slightly different version of Frog's theme during the cutscene too.
Goku approves.
Yep, I love that smile he does at the end. But then we get to see it again. I mean, I do. It looks a little goofy if this is your first exposure to the game, but I very much appreciate that they don't cut anything that was in the original SNES version. So after the anime, you do see the original version of the mountain being sliced too. Or as I like to say, this is mountains were nice.
It were nice.
All right, so the Magic Cave is a very, very, very short dungeon.
昭和だった幼少期のね、グレンの素質を見抜いてサイラス君をね、彼を誘って体を鍛えるようになって。鍛えてからは、実力はサイラスよりもグレンの方が上だったようなんですね。
Yeah, actually, it's one of the few
勇
times
者に
that
たる
is easier.
能力の持ち主なんです。そして、ご覧いただいたアニメのよう
This
に
whole
ね、
sequence of just the
マガン
taunt at
靴
the
を
beginning
開
of
き、
the castle with the 100 beasts is
たどり
just
着い
done
たのが
beautifully.
因縁の魔王城。
This here.
This is one of my favorite parts of the whole game, both casually and in the speedrun. The Fiend Lord's Keep, Magus's Castle in the SNES.
今は特に英語バージョンを
Right,
見
so
ていますけれども、
nobody seems to be home right
それで
now.
も
There's been
ね、
a lot of out of place, like
どういったこと
friends
が起こっているのかがわかる。
acquaintances of ours. So, in order to actually awaken the castle, we just have to
それ
go
だけの
visit the
ドッ
ends
ト
of
絵
the
で
two
十分に
wings.
しっかり動いていることで、表情も豊かに描かれているというのは、この作品の魅力ですね。
Yeah, you don't actually have to do anything other than just enter the room, so just turn around and leave immediately, and then that creates this little fake save point here, which is where Ozzy says
魔
hi.
王城を楽々攻略していきます
Get
け
a
れども、
sample of what we're in for in the rest of this castle. He is totally accurate.
レバーさん出てきました
There's
ね。
100 beasts in the Fiend Lord's Keep too. If you count every unique monster, it does add up to 100. Yes, I did do that as a kid. For this first fight,
ここからはしばらくたくさんの魔物と戦うことになります。
We're going to soften them up with Chrono doing a cyclone on the two on the bottom, and then Frog finishing off the others.
さっき買い込んだミドルエーテルが大活躍になるんじゃないかなと思いますね。
Alright, Right, and then in order to really enter the castle and proper, we now have to fight 2 mini-bosses, Flea and Slash. You can do them in whatever order you want, but we're doing Flea first, just because of kind of how the logistics for menuing and healing play out. Something else that we need to do as part of the route through the castle is do a little bit of extra combat.
らしいですね。ちゃんと100体いるっていうのは、稲川さん、律儀だなって思います。その中でもやっぱりいつも通り全員戦うことはなく進めていけるはずですけれども、さあ、マヨネという敵が倒しがけ倒した最後っぺに MP バスターを使っていきます。全 MP をね、吸収されてしまいました。さあ、改めてマヨネー戦です。いやー、美しい顔をされていますね。だが男だ。
Yeah, like they're like Flea's normal attack can put you to sleep, can also do poison, blindness, confusion. But the main thing Flea can do that's the most dangerous is a counter attack called the Stare, which is where Flea kind of takes control of Chrono's
勝ったら性別なんて関係ありませんね。さあ、どんどん倒していきましょう。
That's really the main way that you can lose this fight is if you kind of put yourself into a position where you can get hit by the Stare twice in a row without healing between, then you're probably dead. So it's something Andy's going to want to be kind of just keep pretty close, pay close attention to as far as not attacking Flea when you might. Because Frog is Berserk, basically, when you attack with Chrono and Robo, you want to just make sure you're not setting yourself up for chances to get double stared. The thing we really want to see Flea use is, it's called the Look Heart in this, I see, but the thing we really want to see Flea use is a...
ではね、いろいろな状態以上にしてくる技を多用してくるのが厄介な敵です。今なっているのが毒ですかね。
And like with Yakra at the beginning of the game, Flea can only counterattack if all 3 characters are alive, so we're not going to be healing Robo because Robo isn't really contributing that much to this fight, and if he dies, then that means that will totally shut down Flea's counterattacks, and then let us just kind of go ham with Chrono in relative safety. I've seen some Japanese runners of this game actually bring Marley to this fight instead of Robo just because she's squishier and dies faster. But I've always preferred Robo just so I can actually do some...
アイロンバーサクリングを持たせているところからも、おそらくしばらくはグランドリオンの攻撃力に頼ることになるのかと思います。
Been a pretty respectable Flea fight so far. I've only seen like 2 confusions hit Chrono or Robo. I've only seen 1.
さあ、撃破しました。
Is the little AI thing where Flea just laughs possible on PC, or did they fix that?
It is possible. It happens quite a bit. It just as much as the SNES.
さあ、将軍の一人を倒しまして、
is a little like Mazza Immune second form actually, where Flea kind of needs to aggro against characters before attacking them, and
続いて
it works out that Frog with his current speed stat and the Berserker will attack Flea right before, kind of at opportune points for messing with
さあ、ランサーを倒していきます。
And like in a fully manipulated run, you can get through the entire fight without getting attacked at all by manipulating Flea to just laugh nonstop. In an unmanipulated run, you just kind of hope that happens, but it's not going to. Flea will eventually break out of it if it does.
そして現れたのが
Alright, so we got
今度こそ
Slash
ソイソー
now,
ですね。
bit more involved in the fight than Flea, thanks to having
刀の名手
along
ソイソーさん。
phases.
英語では
The
スラッ
first
シュという
phase
キャラクターに
pretty
名義が。
easy. Slash doesn't attack super often, and his attacks don't really do that much damage. It's kind of more of a warm up. For both phases of Slash, we're only really using regular attacks, just because attacks don't do enough extra damage to be worth the extra animation time. Plus, we have the chance to get critical hits with normal
最初には
attacks.
ですね、もう刀なんて俺は使わなくてもお前ら倒せっからっていうことで素手でかかってきます。
Like you saw right there, Frog's normal attack did about the same damage as Chrono's critical hit. So critical hits from Frog will do about
まあ、無手でも戦える将軍っていうのは頼りになりますよ
Phase 1
ね。
slash is 3200 HP and phase 2 is 5200 just for perspective. I've always found that funny too, because if you combine these two phases together, Slash actually has more health than Vegas does.
さあ倒しました。改めて剣を携えてバトル開始です。 今手元に攻略本があるんですが、素手の状態だと HP3200 なのが、剣を持つとね、5200ということで、多分剣の耐久力 HP2000 ですね。
Alright, so after the warm-up, Slash draws his sword, and he now starts pretty much copying Chrono's first couple attacks. Like he has his own wind slash, he has his own spin cut, and he also has Heckran's Ha, or Yes Indeed attack. And we need to start being a lot more proactive with healing once we get into Phase 2 Slash. Because once he does his kind of spin cut attack where he jumps and whacks a character with his sword, that could pretty easily kill someone if they're not pretty high health. And then also once Slash is below 600 HP, in addition to his normal attack script, he will also counterattack every time you hit him with his physical rush attack that we call Yes Indeed. And we want to just be very, very careful once we think he's about to hit that 600 HP mark, so that we don't kind of paint ourselves into a corner.
なかなか横に来ますね。
There's a secondary
使っ
effect
てきているかまいたちが範囲攻撃なだけあって、並ばれれば並ばれるほど、当たれば当たるほど、戦闘は厳しいものになってきます。
Slash's AI will kind of always have him eventually drift over to the left side of the room, and
このソイソーさん、やっぱり剣の名手ですね。
Frog is taking less damage because of the Berserker.
いや、
Okay, so that counterattack means that he's almost done. Since we know kind of if it's a regular attack and not a critical hit that brings him below, that gives us a really good
乱れ斬りをしているようなので、もう間もなく
kind of go for the kill immediately.
倒せるかなと思いますが。
あ、
倒しましたね。
Certainly fine and safer to just kind of
さあ、ソイソーを倒しました。
Since he counters every hit at that point, we basically want to get as much damage as we can per hit, and that's Frog. Alright,
手に入ったスラッシャー、ソイソー刀という日本の名前ですけれどもね。これ日本刀としてもとても強いものですので、しばらくはクロノの武器として活躍するのではないでしょうか。
100 like most of the other stats, and directly affects how fast ATB fills in combat. In addition to healing up, we also use a bunch of tabs that we've been picking up lately, primarily using magic and speed.
ネーミングうまいですよね。
Very slow naturally, so
さあ、ここからはしばらく戦闘が続きますが、おそらくはまあ逃げていくでしょうかね。
characters like Chrono, Megas. Alright, so now we're moving on in the castle. Every fight in this room we could just run away from, but like I mentioned earlier, we need to get some extra tech points in order to get the spin cut ability before we get to Magus, and then kind of the most efficient way, at least that I was able to find, to get the remaining points that we need above and beyond what we got from that shadow fight by the chest is to take this one right here with the two henchmen, the two gargoyles. Because you can kill two of the enemies if they line up for a flame toss, and then kind of mop up the others, and that gives us 10 tech points. So that'll, between that and then all of the required fights and the rest of Magus's castle, that'll set up learning the spin cut right before we get to the end.
見えましたね。
Once that's done, now we're just going to be avoiding or running away from most of the rest of the fights.
ビネガーさんを引き続き追いかけていきます。うわー、ギロチンだ、怖いよー。怖いよー。押しつぶされたくないよー。抜けました。さあ、ここはですね、敵よけがわかりやすいですね。転がってくる丸マジロに当たらなければいいんですが、丸マジロは安定が面白くて、動いていると当たるっていう風なことになっています。丸マジロに当たってしまうと、周りの敵が参戦してくるという形なので、いけました。素晴らしい。
Which fake save point? Well, there's two fake save. There's 3 fake save points and a real one, or a real save and a exit out of the pitfall room. And which one is the exit varies depending on which pit you fall into. And that's not one of the things you ever really want to try to memorize. Which pit maps to which exit. So for this chains room here, we've got 3 fights, 2 of which are required. The second one we can just run from. We get to kind of see how comically low the magic defense for the flunky enemies on the bottom is, because we're not really super high level yet, but we're already doing 500 damage a hit with magic. It's a nice thing that we're able to just run away from the second fight because it has 2 jugglers in it. The last one has required jugglers, but the less of those we have to fight, the better, just because they're fairly slow. So jugglers are called jugglers because they juggle their defense. It's something I didn't realize until sometime within the past decade, I should say. And they start out resistant to physical attacks, but susceptible to magic. And then the fastest way to get through this fight with this party is to use Luca's Hypno Wave, which counts as a magic attack. They're immune to sleep, so it doesn't actually do anything.
ここの場面は
It counts as a magic attack. It will lower
バトルが続いていくので、
to having magic resistance, and then we can use X Strike in order to kill all of them.
移動中の BGM もそのままバトルの時と同じですね。
Make sure that X Strike will one-shot these because they have 450 health, so it's a little tight.
これ何って管理職であるはずのビネガーさんが手動で歯車回してるっていうのがとても楽しいんですよ。実はいい人なんじゃないですか。
Has a bunch of fight triggers, but we can avoid all of them just by dodging the statues there. Yeah, then for the last fight there, it can be a little inconsistent. I mean, if you just run out the door, it can be inconsistent depending on kind of frame rules for how the game tracks interactions. But if you run out, if you could,
ビネガーさん、自分を氷漬けにしてしまえば手も足も出まい。ということでね、頭いいですね。これじゃあどうにも攻撃が通りませんが。黒野くんなんかちょっと攻撃があべこべのところ行ってますね。 大丈夫でしょうか。おかしいな。
hit all four switches, and then that will drop
Hey,
into his own trap.
は
If you play this game yourself too, I highly recommend using Frog's Slurp Cut on at least one of the switches too. It gives you a pretty
氷
hilarious
が割れる
animation
音がしました。
But with that out of the way, it is time to get set up for Magus. Gonna heal up, throw the Berserker back onto Frog, and then also give the speed belt to Luca, make her as fast as possible. And then in
2
this
つ出たうち
particular
のセーブ
category
ポイン
of
ト
Chrono
が右
Trigger,
側、
the Magus fight
左
is
側がそ
actually
のまま
pretty
に
much the
通ずる位
most
置です。
challenging and intense boss fight in the whole run, especially on the SNES version. So the Magus fight is it has two phases to it. In the first phase, because he has 6,666 health, and then when he's above 4,500, he's in a phase where he is changing his elemental barrier, and he's only susceptible to the element that he's using on you at the time. And what we really want to see is fire, because the whole point of learning Spin Cut before this fight is to learn the Fire Sword combo attack between Chrono and Luca. And if we can hit Magus with a Fire Sword when he's weak against fire, that does a lot of damage, and it would only take 4 hits in order to push him into his second phase. Also, this scene is so cool. It's been quite a while since I've seen a lot of these anime scenes. So yeah, fire is the best element that we want to see during phase 1. Lightning is okay because Chrono can cast lightning. But what we don't want to see is shadow or ice, because we can't use those elements, and ice in particular is bad because he's hitting our whole party with ice too, so we're going to need to do extra healing. My personal best for consecutive ice cycles in a row is 13, by the way. I can't believe I actually finished that run without running out of healing items in the trial layer or something too. So hopefully the big boy is not feeling like ice skating tonight. But yeah,
風が吹いてい
there's
る
a
よう
lot of
な音の
information
BGM
quickly, so
とかっ
talk
こい
more
いです
about
よ。
Magus' second phase when he gets there. But yeah, just for now, I guess just enjoy the music and hope to see fire. One last thing is that
魔王ははじめバリアを張っ
whenever
ているん
Frog
ですが、
hits Magus with the Mazamune
グランド
that
リ
we
オンで
have
攻
his
撃する
magic
ことで、
defense.
この
So
バリア
you
を
want to
解
make
除
sure
する
that
ことができ
happens
ます。
before using either Fire Sword or Lightning on him. Got Shadow. Shadow is better than Ice because it's only single target. Also, at this point, we are actually going to leave Frog dead for a while because, nice, we got Fire. Because, Frog is alive because he has the Berserker.
攻撃を繰り返してバリアをチェンジさせていましたが、
If Frog dies, we're just going to leave him that way so we can kind of keep control of the fight better. So now we're going to wait
今の行動で
Frog to lower Magus's defense, then we're going to hit him for massive damage.
火が通るようになったので、
And when we
ル
exploit
ッカ
his
と
weakness, that will cause him to
クロノ
instantly
の
change his
合
element.
体技
It's
を
gonna kill
使
Frog
っていき
again.
ます。あ、また火ですね。
Getting
このよう
another
にい
phase.
ろいろな
We
属性の
can
魔
also
法を
throw the
使ってくるん
barrier
です
orb
が、
on Chrono, along with giving him the
使ってきた属性のみ
mail
通る
armor,
ように
which
なっ
gives
てい
us
ま
the
す。
magic defense. That's all just to reduce the amount of healing that we need to do, especially if we get unlucky. Like if we were manipulating the run and knew we were going to get all fires, we'd want to leave the ruby vest on for lower fire damage. But for unmanipulated, on average, it works out to be faster to do this setup with the dark mail, so that we take less damage from ice and lightning.
今度は10ですね。10はどうなんだろう。ルッカを交えて攻撃するのかな。
So lightning doesn't do quite as much damage as fire, but
やっぱり普
it's
通に
a
魔法
weakness we
で
can exploit,
一
so we
旦
do
使う
want
ん
to
です
take
ね。
advantage of it.
魔王に対する 感情の置きどころわからなくなりがちですよね。ご覧になっていない、まだプレイしていないという方もいらっしゃると思いますので、今後皆さんと一緒に見ていきましょう。再び火になりました。
Alright, so I think this is our third fire, so this should probably push him into a second phase between the two lightnings plus the chip damage that Frog was doing. I'm not sure how possible it is on PC, but on the SNES version at least, if you push him into a second phase with a fire sword, that gives you the opportunity to do another fire sword while he's still weak to fire, and because his stats have already changed to a second phase, that'll do like 800 damage.
And it does
さあ、いいダメージ入ってますよ。
Alright, so that sets us up really nicely for phase 2. So, phase 2 Magus is completely different from phase 1. Now we're just kind of racing the clock here, because all that he does at this point is cast Dark Matter, which is more or less the strongest
行動が変わって
spell in the game.
力を貯めている状態ですので、ここで一気に旗をつけたいところですが、ダメージはどこまで稼げるか。あと来てしまった。
Well, he's got the barrier, so he should be okay. But without the barrier, you would not live through.
回復は間に合うのか。
There'd be no way to survive this. Without extra grinding or something, because yeah, without barrier and the dark mail, it does about 300 damage.
そうか、また力を貯めるから回復自体は間に合うのか。
Max HP. That's another place where getting really lucky on phase 1 pays off too, because the barrier doesn't last forever. I don't remember how many turns it is, but it will wear off, and if you get a lot of ice and shadow in phase 1, then it usually wears off kind of before here. So then you have to pay a lot more attention to Chrono's HP going into phase 2. But yeah, since
最低限黒のは残るように HP を調整して立ち回ってるような感じでしょうかね。
Healing Chrono if we think we need to, but otherwise just doing as much damage as we can per turn. And then
さあ、回復させないということはもう押し切れる。あ、押し切りました。
We are good. Nice.
無事魔王を撃破しまし
Yeah,
た。
I played a little extra safe there, but no shame.
よし、魔王も倒した
Really
し。
solid Magus
クリアだな。
between the luck you got in the
あれ
in the first
なんか揺れ始めた。
phase.
え、そうそうそうそう。怖い怖い怖い怖い怖い怖い怖い怖い。
It's kind of hard to understate too just how involved this battle is in Glitchless with no manipulation, because you have to be able to just make really fast decisions as you go, as far as like do I want to attack, do I want to heal, and then like in the first phase too, you also need to be kind of trying to stay on
というこ
top
と
of
で
when
ね、
Magus is
時空の
using
狭
his
間にまた
normal
飲み
attacks.
込まれ
When
て
he
しま
casts
い、
spells on you, those are all counter attacks, but he does his own thing
マーレ
too.
との幸せな未来を
Using
迎え
the
ました。
Hellgeyser attack and hitting you with his scythe. And if you kind of forget that a scythe hit is coming, he might be able to kill Luca.
という夢を見たの
Something
さ。
like that.
気がつけば原
It's
始
a
に
really,
来て
really
いま
tough
した。
fight, but I honestly wouldn't have it any other way, because the boss fight with Magus is it's not only one of the most epic boss fights in this game, but in like any SNES RPG, if you ask me. So having it be kind of one of the most intense fights in the speed run that
テイ
takes a
ラーは
ton
ね、
of
キャラクター
practice
のことを
to get good at is A-okay with me.
頭文字2文字で読みま
Yeah,
すけれ
same.
ど、
Yeah.
英語
I
版どう
remember
なん
that
ですか
song
ね。
just being stuck in my head on loop.
はい、おはようござい
And
ま
because
す。
of how challenging it
はい、
is
キー
to,
ノ
it
く
feels
ん、
so
どう
satisfying
も。
to nail it in a run too, especially in a marathon.
まあってなんかもう、あれですね。
Alright, so now that
中
that's
国
out
語を
of the
勉
way,
強
we
したと
kind
き
of
に
find out
最
that
初に
we
習うイン
were
トネーションみ
actually
たいな
lied to by
言葉で
Heckran.
す。
Who would have thunk it? That Magus did not actually create Labos, but was trying to summon Lavos to his
感じて
castle
る
as of now, unknown reasons. So we're kind of back to square one, really, as far as trying to stop the apocalypse. But since we're back in Prehistoria, and the Reptites have kind of stepped up their efforts to wipe out humanity, we're just going to kind of do the right thing and try to save the kidnapped villagers from the Reptites and save.
どうやらね、井岡村のエイラたちの
So in
村
order
の
to
人
get
た
to,
ち
because even though we already
を
cleared out the Reptites
恐
lair,
竜
the
人がつけて
Reptites
きて
have
しまっていたよう
another
で、
lair called the Tyranno lair,
この
or
隣のラルバ
called
村が
something
焼
slightly
けてし
different
まい
here,
ました。
but it's a castle in the middle of a lava field that we need to ride pterodactyls to get to. So we need to do kind of a short mini dungeon to get the pterodactyls. And there's some fairly difficult encounter skips in the second screen of this place that are quite a bit harder in this version of the game compared to SNES, because in the SNES version there's a technique you can actually use called pause buffering, which is where you kind of press pause and unpause
あ
the
ー、当たってしまった。
game repeatedly in order to
このね、
be able
3
to
体の
buffer
エンカウン
doing
ト、
like pixel precise
実はうまくやると
both
抜
this
けられ
speed
るよう
and
な
the
んで
one
す
after that
が、
pixel perfect.
位置調整が難しいみ
Like
た
in
いで
this
す
one, you need
ね。
to be you run into that
もう
corner
一
and then
回
you
今
go
の
two
ところの
pixels left, and doing
見え
that
てい
without
た
being able to
方
pause
かな。
buffer, which
違
you
う。
unfortunately can't do in the PC version, is very difficult. Something you just kind of have to practice enough until you can just kind of feel it out.
ここか。こ
This
こで
one
すね。
I find a little bit easier because the
あ、行きました。
grass
素
pattern
晴ら
that
し
I
い。
think looks like a heart.
何がいたのかもわからないほどに
Nice
綺麗に
visual
抜けてい
cue
きました
lining up
ね。
Chrono's boots to hit the right pixel.
さあ、エイラが呼び寄せているのがプテラン
I'll
ね。
have us anime scene here, and then
Okay, I'll wait.
Yep.
皆様ご覧ください。
ominous.
Oh, I forgot that it shows you.
プテランの可愛さってね、やっぱり鳥山デザインが存分に活用されているところだと思いますね。
Some menuing here to get set up for the Tyranno lair. We need to go down to the basement to rescue some villagers, and I guess while all that's going on, we can have a few donations.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. We've received $50 from Anti-Velocity without any comment. Young Jack Daddy donates $25. I love hearing Poexel at any
さあ、
time.
ティラン城
I
に入っ
especially
てい
love
き
his
ます。
commentary for Chrono Trigger. Go Andy and Poexel.
Thank you.
We've received $25 from Mancat.
ここの牢屋にですね
Able to、catch
まずは
marathon, got to donate. Love this marathon. Be careful your ears on this one. We've received $16 from Ghost Kumo. Wonder Shot! Good luck, Andy, and a big thanks to staff and all the runners and commentators for making this event so great. Here's to 40k and beyond. Thank you very much
キー
indeed.
の型を囲まれているので、
Okay.
助けに来ました。
Carry on.
So I like to say that kind of a running theme in Chrono Trigger is incompetent prisons, because when we got arrested in Guardia Kingdom near the beginning of the game, we didn't have our
エイラ
weapons
さん、
taken
そりゃす
away.
げえ
We
よ
could。just fight the guards to get out, and then in the prison area of the Tyranno lair, we can just run away from the guards, and then they disappear. So I like to see that as a continuation of prisons being.
姉さん、さすがっす。
Also, like that Kino's been kidnapped for like
中
5
から開
minutes.
くん
or
かー
anything,
い。
meal.
I don't think I've ever picked up on that, actually. That's nice, yeah. But yeah, once we rescue Kino, actually all of the remaining fights in the Tyranno lair, if we get into them, you can't be run from.
今助け出したのがラグバ村の
avoid the fight. And some of them are pretty
形ですね。
difficult too. This one's pretty easy though, just need to step on the switch. This one we wait a little bit for the reptites to get out of our way. This room actually has a teleporter maze in it, but you can completely skip it just by going up and left. There's a very specific walking pattern on the outer wall to avoid some fights. Alright, and then through this next door here is a mini-boss called Nizbel 2, or Nizbel the Second. But before we fight Nizbel 2, we're actually going to do a little bit of grinding. This is pretty much the longest stretch in the game that you could really consider grinding. We're going to be fighting this battle 7 times. And the reason, in addition to just kind of getting us some experience and tech points as part of the overall routing, this fight
ラ
is
見え
also
しま
going
し
to
た
give
けれ
us
ども、
just
ここ多
enough
分
tech
稼ぎ
points
が
for
入りま
Ayla
す
to
かね。
learn her cat attack skill, her level 3
エイラ
tech.
が加入したので
And we
技
very,
ポイ
very,
ントを
very much
稼ぐ
need
の
that
で
in
は
order
ない
to
か
beat
と思い
Nizbel
ま
2
す。
with any kind of speed. So that's why we're having to kind of stop progress briefly and do a little bit of grinding. So I guess while we're wrapping this up, let's have a couple more. Tiny Tim.
Oh, fantastic. Yes, we've got plenty. Before we go with those, I'd like to remind everyone that you are watching Questing for Glory Hope and Healing 2, benefiting Nami. We have currently raised 36,703, so not far off 37,000. Can we reach 40,000? I think we can. And we've also just reached the 4,000 mark on the Dream Devourer. $4,005.22 out of 5,000 needed. Under $1,000 away now. Let's see if we can get that and extend the
イ
marathon.
ズベルさんまだ多分出番じゃないんで座ってていっていただいて構わないんですけどね。
Indeed. So, get those donations in. Very quickly, I'll read a few off.
時期ですね。
We have $25 from Prometheus. Due to work and some other stuff that needed my attention, I couldn't really catch any of this year's event. But I want you to know that you are all awesome. You are all valuable and loved, and you all deserve only the best. Thank you for your effort, your support, your runs, and all your passion you have for other people and for speed gaming. Keep it up and always remember you are not alone. Much love, Prometheus. Well, much love to you as well, Prometheus. Thank you for your very generous donation. Red Magus Clormas donates $25. That Chrono Trigger made it into the marathon. Always enjoyed this game from my childhood. Now with my own 8-year-old daughter. The Ultimate... Nice. Yeah, I know. Brilliant, isn't it? The Ultimaven donates $10. $10 for Nami and the bonus content. This is your only chance. Let's send this event off on a high note with bonus content. For now, $25 from Andy K. Let's get that Dream Devourer. Indeed, let's get those donations in. Thank you so much, everyone, for your amazing generosity. Remember, everything goes towards Nami. A single dollar can help out. And it's just been amazing, your generosity so far. Let's keep it up. Let's get that Dream Devourer.
Alright, and with that, it's we've learned cat attack. It looks like Thunder Chomp, I think I saw, is what the dual tech is
当たり判定はね、この階段の前にあるので、ニズベールさん反応する必要がなかったっちゃなかったんですね。ニズベール R ということでね、先ほどの戦った時よりも強化型になっています。
Nizbel's defense, but it doesn't stun Nizbel
今の技は雷かきかな。
Instead of his him releasing electricity and resetting his defense, instead of that being time-based, it's actually based on the number of hits you get with lightning
属性の技で与えながら、
The math works
か
out
つ
that we need
攻撃力がとても高いということで、いよいよ4桁が入ってきましたね。
in order to kill him, since he has 6,500 HP. And then
今回はルッカが回復役に入ってきます。
and then just this fight is pretty dangerous as a whole too, because the lightning attack hurts and his regular attacks hurt too. So
電気放出して、
You can manipulate the way Nizbel's
バイクを
ATB
挟み
lines
つ
up with yours by waiting
黒
for
の
him
エイ
to
ラ
attack
は
you on the second turn
攻撃
to
弁当です。
kind of line it up just right so that only Luca needs to do healing. I'm not sure if that also works here, but regardless, we just don't want to get ourselves into a position.
エイラを攻撃しないでほしいですね。
Because he's so fast.
ダメージを与え
that,
る手
even
が
if
止ま
you
っちゃい
stop
ま
using
すから
lightning
ね。
on him, it's kind of hard to recover if he kills somebody.
And I can honestly say that never happened before in upper left. There's a glitch with the graphics. With the
I was wondering what that was, yeah. Well, I mean, you are the guy that got the Dragon God glitch, and
もう間もな
Korean
くかな。
Chrono Cross
あ
a
と
few
一
years back,
発
so I can't honestly say I'm too surprised.
いい火力出てますね。お、黒の耐え
So
ました。
after
偉いで
we've
す
gotten
ね。
through kind of 2 full discharge cycles, he's one more hit from just from a good
素晴らしい。
attack will kill him, and we do
これは
fire
黒の
sword
が耐えてく
for
れ
some
た
of
の
the
が優秀
animation
でした
faster
ね。
than Thunder Chomp.
イズベルア
I'd
ル
like to,
倒
if
し
possible,
ま
we
し
also
た。
use that as an opportunity to get Ayla's memory cursor set onto Cat Attack.
4階に上がっていきま
Next
す。
fight too. Very, very important to get the encounter skips on that outer wall area too, because in addition to just the fact that you can't run from them, you're usually going to be pretty hurting after the Nizbel fight too, and since we're going to be using a shelter on the save point, it'd be kind of a waste of time to do extra healing before that. Alright, so we've got some setup here for Black Tyranno, the final boss of Tyranno Lair. It's pretty important to get the Ruby Vest back onto Chrono, because we had
さあ、
that
改めて
Dark
こ
Mail
こが
on Chrono for Magus, and
視
then
聴性が
Nizbel
非常に
for some extra magic
厳密で
weapons.
出てきちゃいま
But
したが、
because the
あ、もう
Ruby Vest is
リセする
50%
んです
fire
ね。
protection, we want that for Black Tyranno. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. The skipping the encounters on the bridge there is harder on
あ、
PC.
素晴らしい。
on,
今度は
SNES,
スムーズにいけまし
unfortunately.
た。
If you miss the skip, it's faster to just reset and reload from your save rather than do the fight. Because it's not just that fight. There's
さ
another
あ、
fight back
カ
to
ザー
back.
ラとの越見です。
They're against pretty powerful dinosaurs, so it's faster to just reload and get another chance to skip it completely.
今日の前に控えるはブラックティラノです。
We go from one of the most kind of technical and involved fights, or I should say
カ
long
ザーラも
boss
ね、
fights, to run
口を
from
開い
Vegas
た
to a
時の
pretty
顔がす
fairly
ごいかっこいいん
simple
ですよ
overall
ね。
fight. It's about as long too, the Black Tyranno. You have Azala in the fight too, but Azala only really takes meaningful damage from magic.
寝ちゃいまし
We
た
don't
ね。
really have good enough magical damage output at this point to be able to actually kill Azala with any kind of speed. So we just kind of take advantage of an aspect of Black Tyranno's AI, where if the fight lasts long enough, it'll eventually move on to the next phase, even if you don't kill Azala. So we use Luca's Hypno Wave to put Azala to sleep. Fortunately, Azala is a very, very,
ここ
very
から
heavy sleeper and can sleep
ブラック
right
ティラノ
through
の防御
right
が剥
into
が
the
れてくるはずな
Tyrannosaurus,
ので、
right next to
ダメー
her.
ジが入りやすくなるかと思います。
And then we just kind of wait out for Tyranno to lower its defense, and then now we just start going all in every turn with Fire Sword and Cat Attack. Black Tyranno has 10,500
Count が入りました。
HP,
5
so this is a very, very long fight. But given that once we've gotten Azala to sleep, I mean, Tyranno's attacks,
4
normal attacks at least, are all single target. It's not particularly dangerous.
とはいえこのブラックティラノ HP1 万があるので、多分
Once that
回では
countdown
倒せない
runs
です
out,
よ
Tyranno
ね。
likes to do what I call barbecue
3
breath, which is just this very, very nasty looking flame attack that as long as, because Luca has 50% fire protection from the Tab and Vest, and then
2
Chrono has the ruby vest, which is also fire protection. And then something I actually didn't know until a couple years ago is that Ayla has natural fire resistance too. It's not as good as Chrono or Luca, but it matters.
さあ次のターン、火炎放射が来ます。
So as
火炎
scary
放
as
射
the
とか、
animation looks,
ティラノ火炎という
we
大型の技
aren't
がで
really
き
in
ま
that
す。
much danger as long as
さあ
we
来ま
keep
した。
our health relatively high before it hits us.
どこまで入るんだこれ。壊滅状態ぐらいか。致命傷で済んだな。
Alright, so then once we've gotten through the barbecue breath, we're in this kind of mid phase of the fight before the Tyranno starts another countdown where it's raised some of its defense back up, but it's not maxed out like it was at the start. But at this point, using flame kicks can
ここからは次の火炎が、ティラノ火炎が来るまでには倒せるはずなので、黒のが倒れたら、女性陣をアテナの水で復活させつつ、2人で稼いでいくという感じですね。
Once we've done the 3 flame kicks, now we're just going to wait until the next countdown starts. And at that point, then we've done enough damage that we're going to be able to pretty comfortably finish off the Tyranno before it gets particularly close to doing another barbecue breath, which would be pretty bad news if it actually happens.
また火力を出せるタ
we're
ー
not
ン
going to
に
be
入って
healing
きました。
anymore for reasons we'll get into later, but
先ほどと同じよう
suffice to say,
に
if a second barbecue breath happened, that would be a reset.
ダメージを稼いでいきます。5。とはいえまあ、カウントが終わる前に倒せるはずですね。
We have a few seconds after this, boss.
Yep, we got some cutscenes after this boss, so go ahead and get those animations ready to go. Yeah, I'm honestly not the biggest fan of this fight in the speedrun, just because it's very long and very repetitive, but at least we get about 5.5 minutes of the boss battle 2 theme for our troubles.
2か1のタイミングで倒せるはずですかね。このぐらいの火力であれば。
This should do it.
Yeah, the SNES version you can kill Tyranno before it does the 2 countdown, which saves a few seconds from the
撃破できました。
animation, but I imagine it's probably harder
見
to
事
do
で
on
す。
PC if it's possible at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that one. I haven't gotten it.
Because ATB does flow a little bit differently on PC compared to on SNES, so it can be a little interesting to kind of go back and forth between the versions for that reason and others. But yeah, I guess now we get another bit of a lore dump here where we find out that Lavos was not really created or summoned by anybody, not Magus, not anybody else. Lavos is an alien that came to Earth in prehistoric times and burrowed
宇
underground
宙から来た
to
存在である
start
ということが
consuming
語
the
られ
world
ます。
basically until
イカグリじゃありません。
I guess
焼きグリでもあり
hitting
ま
the
せん。
snooze button and then emerging in 1999 and destroying the world. So
ウニでもあ
kind
り
of
ま
got
せん。
the full picture of what Lavos is. The next step is to kind of figure out what we can do about that. So with that, let's take it away, Tiny Tim.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd just like to say that
とは
I
い
will
え
be
時間はあ
handing
り
over
ません。
now to
こ
the
のまま
amazing Bob the Ninja
慰安
Goldfish.
女を
That's
脱
my
出し
time
に
here finished.
していき
So
ま
thank you
す。
so much indeed, everyone. Please keep those donations coming in. We're not that far off getting the incentive, so it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much. Bob, take it away.
Let's go! Come
めっ
on!
ちゃ盛り上がってんじゃん。
It is so good to
Bob
finally
knows how to
see.
make an entrance.
めっちゃ盛り上がってきたじゃん。
It is so good
行
to
くぞ、
finally
めらまだまだ
man.
長えぞ
How you doing? doing?
I'm doing great. How you doing, Bob?
タイム的にはここからが折り返しですかね。
Chat, how you doing? Let's see. There we go. Look at all this. Big shout outs to Tim for covering the first half of Chrono Trigger for us. And man, let's just look. I didn't want to
依
say
頼
this
したら
to
ボス
anyone,
で、
but
ティラン城
I
は
was having a
壊
word with
滅
High。Spirits for our came
こ
on,
こから
and he doesn't
この
believe
星の
that we
地中
can
深
make
くで
last year's total.
6500
Just
万年
saying.
かけて
No.
ゆっくりと
Just saying.
生き物
Let's
の
go.
エネルギーや
Let's prove
進化
that
のデー
man
タを
wrong.
ね取り込んでいく時
Meanwhile,
間に入りま
back
す
to the game while I get myself situated.
さあ一行はティラン城の地下に開いたゲートを通って
Yeah, we'll have a little
次
bit
に
of
向か
downtime
う
here,
時
so
代は
I'll also throw it out
BC1
there
万
that
2000年
kind of on the
古代
note
に
of
なります
versions that thanks to the near instant text, if your
雪
native
に閉ざ
language
さ
is
れ
something
た
else
厳
like
しい環
Spanish, which
境
the
で
current world record holder has or plays in, we're able to accept different text or languages, I should say.
明らかに時代に
And
見
the
合
world
わない
record is a
文明が築かれてい
447
ました
or 100% glitchless.
So this is where we first get introduced to the Dark Ages, the last time period in the game that we've never been to before. When I first played this game as a kid, this was just so mind-blowing too, because the walkthrough of the game that was in, I forget if it was the manual or Nintendo Power, ended after Black Tyranno, so at this point you're in just totally uncharted territory, but in addition to the awesome Yasunori Mitsuda music here, we kind of find
さあ天の
ourselves
世
in
界に
this
やってきました
magical
が
kingdom called
この天
Zeal,
の世
which
界
we
に
find
住まう
out
人
soon
た
enough
ち
is
は
actually
魔
draws
法が
its
使えるん
power
ですね
from Lavos.
その力を使っ
And
て
making a
ここ
little
まで
pit
の文
stop
明
here
を
on
発
our way
展さ
to
せて
the
きました
center of Zeal Kingdom to get a extra speed tab.
どんどん上に上がっていきます
All right. Quickly in right now. I've got $100 from Saina Troon, who says, "Thank you to Nami, and here's hoping they continue." I can hear that. It's good to finally read a donation. And then we have Lord King S. Dot.
さあ
who
可愛い
says,
男の子
"Dream Devourer
と
wants to devour
綺麗なお
IPs
姉さん
of more RPG
サラ
limit
と
break.
ジャキというね
Let us send
この魔法
Andy
王
to
国の
save that dream."
女王の子供たちと出会いました
Get introduced to just some more characters here. Shala or Scala, I say Shala personally, and then her younger brother
サラがお母さんに
Yanis,
呼ばれたようで
and his cute purple kitty Alphador.
向かっていきますが
We do have to
何
watch
やら
Shala open the door here with the pendant, which
見
looks
覚えのあるペンダン
mysteriously
トがあ
like
りましたね
Marley's pendant that we saw at the very beginning of the game. Before we can actually go get it powered up by this thing called the Mammon Machine, which is what kind of draws power from the sleeping Lavos and gives it to Zeal Kingdom. And in addition to being required for advancing the story, powering up the pendant actually allows us to open black doors and black chests, which we've seen sporadically all throughout the game. Assuming
こちらのペンダントを使って封印された扉を開いていきます。なんか聞こえましたね。
And with that, we've now gotten into the Queen's throne room, and this is actually why it was important to end the Black
さあ、現れ
Tyranno
たのは
fight
魔法で
with
転移
both
してきた
low
ダル
health
ト
and
ン
with
ゴー
some
レム。
MP on Chrono, because my theory on why this is a thing is that you're kind of exploring a castle and then you're suddenly thrust into this boss fight with the golem with kind of no real hint that you're in any kind of danger.
で、攻撃した属性の技をコピーして使ってきます。ここはいわゆる死にイベントですね。
So we want to kind of the golem will copy elements that you use And using an attack with Chrono to set his element to lightning will set up for kind of the fastest loss of the fight, which is why we want to have some MP on Chrono going into it. I guess with that, we're not going to get kicked out of Zeal Kingdom by this mysterious-looking
影
prophet.
響ないですからね。
And this part is a little silly
そして
in the speed run.
なんだか謎の黒ローブを着た
minor side
男
quest that we could have done way back when
現
we
れま
first
した
went to the futures and around the time that we fought the Guardian in the
サラ
Aristone.
を連れ出
Where
し
you
て
go
ほ
through
し
a
い。
sewer
よう
tunnel
です
to
ね。
get to an area called Keeper's Dome. And even though you're never required to actually do that, the game just kind of assumes that you did, and you have a
かくまわれた
flashback to that area
わけですが、
as a clue on where to
一体
go
どうなって
next.
し
I
まう
mean,
のか。
it would be pretty. I think if the game didn't give you that clue, it'd be pretty
古
difficult
代
to
に通
figure
じ
out
る
where to go
こちらの
next.
ゲートが
Um,
封印されました。
especially since that area is optional. But yeah, we're having a flashback to a place we've never been to before. So while we're on our way there, we're going to make a pit stop in Medina in order to use the pendant to open up a sealed blue pyramid there, which we use
さあ
to
原
get
始に
the
戻ってき
Swallow,
ま
which
し
is
て、
one of the strongest weapons, at least in the base game of Chrono Trigger for Chrono, which is going to make a huge difference in the next two
一方その
dungeons.
頃、
And then we're also going to walk back through the
未
lap
来では
42 rather than do the Johnny race again because it's faster. But while that is all going on, Bob, I think you know what to do.
Oh, yes. Let's see here. I have $150 donation from
テランに乗っ
someone
て
you may have heard of called Gato, who says,
また
I
時
have
の最果
lost,
てに戻っていきま
you
し
have
ょ
won. Here is 15 silver points. I hope you had fun. And along a bunch of similar theme, we have $50 from Trevor T. Murdoch, who says, they call me Gato. I have metal joints. Beats me up and earn 15 silver
う。
points.
レンレンレレンレンレレン
Sounds
レ
so
ンっ
much
てい
better
う
when
音
Bob
楽と
reads
ても
them.
好きです。
Thank you. Let's see what else. We have a $27 donation from Hunderkutchen, who says, Don't
Medina
believe
村に寄
high
っていきま
spirit
すね。
lies.
ここから
Don't give in to the
は、
propaganda.
Also very true.
All these
手に入れ
donations
た
to
ペ
the
ンダ
Gato
ントを
song are
使っ
making me want to
て、
sing.
いろいろなところの封印を解きな
Hold
がら
back.
I mean, I'm not going to stop you.
道具を手に
If
入
you
れてい
want
き
to
ます。
just
I
bust
think
one out.
I think we need some more donations to get me
Okay.
the
All right.
Oh.
All right. You heard him, chat. Puexel will grace us with a song.
Yeah, this is you do actually have a choice here between the Swallow and one of the best helmets in the game called the Safety Helm, which gives you the automatic protect status to reduce physical damage. But the best defense is a good offense, at least in the speed run. So we definitely want that Swallow, even though it does eventually get outclassed by other weapons later.
And just to give you an update, chat, we are currently set at $4,465.22 out of $5,000 to fight the super boss, the Dream Devourer. Extends the marathon by like 90 minutes.
So,
and I'm
サブイ
assuming
ベ
it's
ン
going
トは
to give you
も
a
う
song
少
from
し後
Puexel
です
at
か
this
ね。
point. So, I mean,
ま
that's
ずは
double duty right
ストー
there.
リーが進んでいきます。監視者のドームから未来へ活動していきますね。
$10 from Snoozing Hamster, who says, great marathon, great cores, and here's to hoping the incentive is reaped. And
兄貴
Ducky Jacks with $50, who says, I am a master of war and I declare war on the Dream Devourer. And we have a whole bunch of people that are donating with no messages, which is awesome. Thank you so much to Code and Data for $25. Bashan, $25. The Altar Maven for $3. Sorrow for $25. And again, I know we're coming to the end of the marathon. If you can't donate, that's absolutely cool. Get out there,
ああ、そういうことです
share
ね
the。link on social media,
右を選んでい
use the
たの
hashtag
で、黒のの武器
PlayerGH&H2,
のツバメ
let
を
people
選んだ
know
か
this is
と思い
going
ま
on,
す。
and bring them in for a strong finish
どちらか片方
after
の箱しか開
all
け
of
ら
the
れないん
technical
ですね。
problems that
こ
we've
こは
had this week. Let's go home. Let's go home solid.
So the sewer access area,
さ
because
あ、ここ
again it
から
was
は
a
地下水道を
basically a
通
side
っ
quest
て
for much
いき
earlier in
ま
the
す。
game. We are way over leveled for all of the fights here. The normal mermaid enemies go down in one hit, and then there is a boss here called Sir Crawley that let's just say Sir Crawley's death animation is going to take longer than the rest of the fight will.
Yeah, casually, I came here at this point in the game, and I thought, with A-list text saying something like "much danger," I was like, "Oh boy!" And then I just were going in big and one-shotting at me like, "Nani?" Oh.
Yeah, you can. This fight is avoidable just by moving, kind of starting the diagonal move a little bit faster. There is also a cutscene that we'll be skipping shortly too by running diagonally through this next door. Because if we kind of clip around the edge of the door by running diagonally, we don't hit a cutscene trigger with with those frogs we saw upstairs.
このクローラーさん好き。
$50 from Dowolf, who says, "Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna." Oh, wait, wrong Chrono Trigger song. Still, gotta hear that singing.
All of those lyrics equally apply to Robo too. Could say that Rick Astley was a prophet in that regards. So yeah, that was Sir Crawley. He only has 500 HP. We use a flame kick just to beat him with the fastest possible animation in one hit. And now, yeah, so if we'd have actually come here
さ
earlier,
あ、監視者のドームにやってきました。
chests you can get in the sewer area are actually good if you get them earlier. Like there's a bold sword and a rage band, but we don't need that at this point. But we wouldn't really be able to do much else. So, but now that we've progressed the story to this point by coming to the Keeper's Dome, we're able to get into the back, and then we actually get
ダントの力で開けたその先にあったのが、 時を渡る翼、シルバードです。
I believe we had an incentive to name the time machine too, so let's go ahead and cut that off.
Let me pull that up for you now.
さあ、ポックというのが英名なんですけれども、名前が確定します。今回は、
We're doing one last refresh to make sure we've got all our bids in. And the epoch
これあれですかね。
Tupac
頭文字の E が3に似てるから2にしたんでしょうかね。
It's just the number 2 and then POCH. Tupac, which won by $1.
I had never this game taught me what the word epoch means too. I had to look it up after getting the time machine my first playthrough.
Is that correct?
It would be a P instead of
トック
a
になっ
T.
てますね、今ね。
Oh, right.
I believe it's a play on one of them their rappers that the children's listen to.
Tupac.
Okay. はーい。
Yep, that looks good.
トックになりました。さあ、シルバードを使って
Another cutscene
再び
here?
古代へ出発です。
Cool cutscene, but I'm honestly kind of surprised they put it here instead of after you get the wings. Goku likes his new toy, I see.
クロノの顔を見てると、男の子ってこういうの好きなんですよねっていうふうなのを体現してますよね。
Straight back to Zeal Kingdom because the skyways that take us into the sky are all sealed at this point. But we can, however, go into this cave, which we weren't able to get into earlier.
ああ、大好きだよ。
I forget what it's called in this version, but
おじ
it's
さんを追いか
it's
けて
called
ま
the
したね。
Earthbound Village in the SNES version, which is where basically the people that don't have magical powers are banished to from Zeal. And this is our gateway to an area called the Mountain of Woe, where we're going to go to try to rescue a character named Melchior from who we met earlier, who kind of reforged the Masamune for us, but we've heard that he's being held prisoner on the Mountain of Woe, and we're going to go rescue him.
この泥食いというモンスターは、
These fights here are pretty straightforward. It is, if you get lucky with damage rolls or a critical hit, it is possible to kill them just with a punch from
レインボーメットを
but,
持っていますが、まあ色仕掛けはしないようですね。
more consistent and isn't that much slower. So we have 2 rounds of those. Something I don't think we've ever actually specifically called attention to is it looks like you're able to speed up the battle results text by turning on auto battle.
Yep.
Yeah, that's something exclusive to PC. But, it's part of why it's about half an hour faster in total than the same category in the SNES.
I've got
People just tuning in.
news.
The others are the faster text speed and faster like loading times for battles and animations. And go ahead, Bob.
With
予
two
約したのに鼻かんじゃった。
barnstorming donations on top of everything
さ
else.
あ、泥食い
Looks
R、
like we
泥
are
食い
fighting
L と
Dream Devourer.
この泥食い使いと
Thank
の
you, everyone.
戦いです。
Big shout outs to the anonymous $50 donor.
寝かせて
to
しまえば
Someone
怖く
with
な
their
い。
$10, and then to Night Flyer with $500 saying Dream Devourers, Dream Devoured. And then Arceus with $300 saying I like my dreams, don't get them devoured. Chat, can we have a
いっ
massive
ぱい寝
round of
ていっぱい
applause?
大きくなるんだよ。
Everybody that has donated towards that incentive, please.
Yeah, people just tuning into Dream Devourer is a new super boss that's added to first the DS and now PC ports of the game, and because of the incentive being met after beating Lavos and finishing the main story, Andy is going to use his save file from the speedrun to continue into New Game Plus and do the Dream Devourer as well. So with that out of the way, we've got a pretty obnoxious boss fight here against the Mud Imp in order to actually get to the Mountain of Woe. The way you're kind of intended to do this fight casually is to kill
泥食い使い自体はそんなに HP 高くないので、もう間もなく倒せるはずですね。 ただまあ回復がありますからね、この人ね。
It's way faster to just focus fire on the Mud Imp, and part of what the reasons this fight is so obnoxious is just that we just don't really have kind of great consistent ways to do damage. And then the Mud Imp can also heal itself, with each heal kind of undoing about a turn worth of our damage output, and then it can also put you to sleep too if it throws a rock where the rock explodes on contact. That has a chance of putting you to sleep.
そうですね、起こしました
Kind
ね。
of, we're using Flame Kick as our kind of main source of damage, with Chrono contributing lightning.
山岸さん、今回ね、ゼノブレードクロスを走られた奏者さんでしたけれども、お疲れ様です。それいい、お疲れ様でした。
So, not really the greatest Mud Imp fight as far as luck, but because I saw a lot of heals, but
さあ、泥食い使いも倒しまして、
then we equip the Berserker here, along with using a speed tab on
こ
Ayla.
こから嘆きの山に登っていきます。2人で繋がった感じがね、いかにも魔法で成り立っている世界という感じがします。クロノとエイラに バーサクリングを持たせましたかね。
And we need, as part of the route that Andy is using, he needs to kill one of them, and he gets
楽しいですね。物理攻撃通じない相手にひたすら攻撃続けるず楽しいですね。ああ、入りました。
Not the, I mean, if you get, it is possible to get a first turn crit from Chrono, which is an instant kill, but in an unmanipulated run, I consider killing the first rubble at all to be a victory, because every failed attempt at a rubble is basically about a minute lost. So for beating a rubble, you get 100 tech points, which is the second highest tech point award value for a fight in the whole game. And this is also where you kind of, there's a thing in the game that you could make the case as a glitch, but it's completely unavoidable. So it's something we do take advantage of even in glitchless runs, and that's that when you learn a new tech after a battle, the character that learned the tech will get the tech point award of the fight again. So part of why getting that rubble kill is so important is that for both Ayla and Luca, they're not getting 100 tech points, they're actually getting 200 because of that glitch or exploit, whatever you want to call it. Also, I see we're getting a really, really nice raid from Le French Restream. Merci beaucoup.
Welcome in, Raiders, just in time. There's two little points of order I would like to bring up, if I may. First, I do believe someone promised us a song.
Who, me?
Yeah, I do believe.
Put it that way.
さあ、ここで一つ皆様にお知らせがございます。このゲームにかけられていたビットが新たに達成されました。裏ボスの夢食いを倒しに戦いに行くというビットですね。こちら5000ドルでかけられていたところが無事達成されましたので、こちらの本編含めて90分延長されます。だいぶ長いですね。
But I've got one word for you. Wonder shot.
そしてもう一つ新しいビットが設定されましたね。5000ドルでワンダーショットって書いてありますけれども、内容が Finish off the marathon with wonder shot。これはワンダーショットなので多分ミラクルショットですね。ルッカの持ち物なんですけれども、ランダムで与えるダメージが変化する、そういう武器ですね。これで今回のイベントを締めくくろうということだと思われます。まずはギガガイアとの戦闘です。
So that's why Andy was fighting some gargoyles on the go throughout the Mountain of Woe, and that's going to continue on into the Ocean Palace, the next dungeon. Also, yes, subscribers to the RPG Limit Break channel have a certain emote that's quite relevant to this boss fight right now with Giga Gaia. As far as the fight itself, this is a really, really hard fight casually because you saw how much damage the hands do with their special attacks, and there's more that we haven't seen yet. But the hands only have 2,000 health and die to 2 falcon hits, which is a really nice physical attack combo that we got.
もうひたすらね、エイラがクロノを投げるっていう戦いしかしてないですけれど。
The Falcon Hit's damage is pure formulas.
はやぶさ切りですよね、確かね。この範囲技が強えんだ。まあ強えんだ。 横一直線にで点で入る攻撃ですけれども。部位に分かれていることが多いこのゲームのボスだと。ただ単に火力が出るだけでも強いのに。範囲技使っちゃいかんよ。ということで撃破です。
Even though revive the hands again, the next hit is guaranteed to kill, so there's no danger there. But if you don't kill the hands the first time they revive, you're in trouble. And by in trouble, I mean you're dead.
Yeah, that fight's a bit scarier on PC compared to SNES. You have a little bit less time, even with slowing down the ATB.
そして、こちらのクリスタルが、
Get to say goodbye to the
賢
pet
者を
rock.
封印していたんですね。おし。
Yeah, so we rescue Melchior, who, despite having reforged a sword for us a couple hours ago, doesn't know who we are. Because time travel, quickly learned that Melchior reforged the sword kind of later in his life than now, somehow. But we got some more plot basically until we go to the Ocean Palace, the next dungeon area with awesome music. So let's have some more good words from Bob.
Excellent. I can do that. So let's give a big old shout out to Ken, who has left no donation comment but has donated $500 to the cause. Also to players A and B, who have donated $250 and said, I'm always happy to see this game featured and definitely happy to support a great group like Nami. Good luck on the rest of the run. And then we have a ton of people donating
さあ、
with
ここに
no
乱入してきたの
donation
が、
messages, which is
先ほどのゴー
awesome.
レムを作成したダルトンです
We have a
ね。
couple of anonymous donors, $5 and $25. And then Comdor for $25.
ジャッキくん
Thank you all so much for your donations.
このままサラを連れ去ってし
And
まい
you've
ます。
probably heard it a whole bunch this week, but I haven't had a chance to talk about it yet because I've been having power problems. So I just want to say we are raising money for an amazing cause. NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. If any of you have ever seen me talk
あ、さらっちゃっ
at the
た
end of
何を
one
おっしゃってるんですか
of the RPG Limit Breaks finales,
とても当たり前のことをおっしゃってますけれど、何か特別気にすることがございましたでしょうか。ボッシュから赤きナイフを受け取りまして、今度は天の世界、宮殿に向かっていきます。最近冷え込みますからね、皆さん体には十分お気をつけくださいね。
So many people find so much good from the work that NAMI does. Please, 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 reach into your wallets. Please help us raise some money. Last year we raised enough money to keep their helpline running for a week on our own. I think it was 5 weeks actually, now that I'm actually thinking about the number. And even if you can't reach into your wallet, please get out on social media, spread the word, use the hashtag.
邪気もいなくなったからって無邪気なんてそんな
Twitter or
ご冗
Facebook
談
or
をおっ
Meta
し
or
ゃい。
whatever that's called now, Instagram, whatever. Please get out there. Please spread the word. Put that link in. Let's finish hot. Let's finish really, really strong and push as hard as we can to beat last year's total, even with
さあ、
all the
ここで
shenanigans that
あるフラグを
Bangkok went through.
立てました。
This is so important.
古代で苗を植えようとしていたら止められてしまった女性に話しかけました。ここでマルチイベントの一つ目、緑の夢のフラグが立ちました。 後ほどここは攻略していくことになるかと思います。さあ、ダルトン戦です。HP を半分にしてくる技を使いますね。ただ、それだけです。今回のダルトンは特に気にすることはないですね。どんどん攻撃しましょう。はい、終了です。最後にオナラプ。
Dalton kind of seems like a joke boss at first, in that all he does is have your HP, which I don't believe can actually kill you. Even if you get down to 1 HP, it'll do 0 at that point.
ゲートが開きました。
Once you've depleted his health, he does a final attack that will kill you if your health is low enough. So,
海底神殿に向かっていきます。
Survive that. We're kind of taking advantage of the fact that when you do a combo attack that triggers a counter, a single target counter, the character whose menu you use to input the combo gets targeted. So alternating back and forth between Chrono and Ayla, queuing up Falcon Hit is how we make it so they each only lose half their health once, and then
水面下で海底神殿の奥底で魔人機に魔力を注ぐ
In addition to the music and
今まさに行われています。
I love the fact that it doesn't stop for encounters too. It's just a really simple decision made by the game developers that I think just helps kind of amplify the feeling of racing the clock to stop Queen.
現在この王国をすべているジールという女王も、それはもちろん大きな魔力を持った人間ではあるんですが、その母親をしのぐ魔力を持っているのがサラなんですね。その魔力を捨てておくには惜しいということで、ここで母親に活用されてしまいます。ここ好き。
Process the donations that you guys give and send them to me. They've been working hard all week, and I want to give a special shout out to the RPG chick who was donating and processing for the first half of this run.
敵よけは本当にこのゲームの RTA 必要不可欠ですからね。確かな腕を持っていらっしゃいます。
The enemies jumping up and down because they can be out of sync with each other, at least on the
実は僕自身この奏者のアンディの配信をちょくちょく見ていたものですから、今回ね、鳥として入ってくれるということを知って、これはぜひとも機会として喋りたいなと思っていたんですね。そもそもが 100% グリッチレスというの自体が非常に奏者さんの少ないカテゴリーではあるんですけど、その中でもトッププレイヤーということでね、皆さんもなかなか見る機会のないプレイを見ることができていると思います。このゲームは特になかなか致命的なバグがあったりするので、グリッチレスで走るということ自体がそこまでメジャーではないはずなんですよね。
We're going to do with Luca for a little bit, and we want to make sure that she's ready to go for the next fight that she is going to be in. I'm just kind of, again, seeing just how powerful Falcon Hit is, because it can one-shot any regular enemy in this part of the game, even though we're pretty under-leveled. With hitting all enemies in a line. And being able to kill these scouter enemies too, which which have pretty high physical defense, but only 300 HP. I mean, the way you're intended to fight these things is to cast the cast magic of the element that their color is, like use lightning on the yellow ones, ice on the blue ones, and so on. So then after getting Fire 2 with Luca, we're going to pull Robo back in, and Robo isn't really going to do a whole lot in the 3 fights we have to take on the elevator. It's just mostly going to be Falcon hits. But
まず先ほど達成されたビッド王の夢食いを倒す練習を昨日ですね、ちょうどされていまして、見に行ってたんですけれど、どういう順番で攻略するんだろうな。ラボスを倒す前に、そのまま夢食いに直行して、そのデータで改めてラボスに入るかもしれませんね。
Kind of learned to hate these elevators when you speedrun this game because of a version of them in the game's final dungeon, but this one at least is consistent. There's always going to be 3 fights that are the same enemy groups every time, and how the fights play out is pretty consistent too. These 2 guys can be a little annoying sometimes, depending on what they do. Like,
どんどんエレベーターが落ちていっているところです。
Yeah, when they did that group, I might have actually looked into seeing if Max Cyclone, assuming you have it, would have killed both of them. I think you should have it at this point.
Yeah, mistakes were made there.
Yeah, no biggie.
カラフルなスカウターたち、かわいいですね。
Yeah, I've seen some Japanese runners use Max Cyclone instead, and I'm guessing that's why. But yeah, then for this last fight with the 6 scouters, it's just 2 Falcon hits, and we're good to go. So with that takes us to the bottom floor of the Ocean Palace. There's 2 very tight encounter skips.
Actually, they don't work in the PC. Sorry to stop you there.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I guess never mind then. In the SNES version, there's very tight movement you can do to skip.
そもそもが逃げが効く戦闘であれば逃げてしまうのが一番早いですからね。
It's pretty minor. Like you see how fast you can run away from fights. In fact, the load times for battles is faster in this compared to the SNES version. Makes it a fairly minor difference too.
2つのスイッチを押して、
見違い。The Golem twins are or Golem sisters, as they're called here, are literally just 2 copies of the same Golem that killed us in Zeal Palace a bit ago. And this time we do have to fight. They do have kind of an obnoxious gimmick where they change their element based on what you hit them with, and the worst thing that you can do is use physical attacks, which is what Falcon Hit is. But fortunately, there's a very nice dual tech that we just learned with Robo and Ayla on the elevator as part of the routing that we're going to be able to use to just totally shut them down and trivialize the fight, assuming they don't avoid it. So hopefully they don't do so. Doing the lightning 2 here.
内容としては先ほど戦ったゴーレムとあんまり変わらないんですが、ここはちゃんと戦います。
Stop status, because the Golem twins are not immune to sleep or stop. And you could put them to sleep with Luca's Hypno Wave, but then they would just wake up after you hit them with Falcon Hit. So using Boogie to click stop will shut
まあ
them
見ての
down
通りです。
long enough to just be able to
横に
kill
並んじゃったら
them
はやぶさ切りするし
very,
かあり
very
ません
nice,
ね。
clever strategy.
と横に並ぶ方が悪い。
Japanese Chrono Trigger community a couple years ago.
I think they also take a little bit more damage because one run I unfortunately had one break out of stop at the end, and I got the Falcon hit off and it didn't kill. So I think it
はい
does like 100 damage
作
more.
り手の良くない真似ばっかりします
Yeah,
ね。
and then just the
ミ
about
ミ
just
ッ
the
ク
way
ダ
the
ルトン
math
って言
lines
っ
up
て
to,
ま
you do
す。
need to do a little bit more than I think than the number of Falcon hits he did. So that's where the lightning 2 came into
かわい
play.
そうに
That
黒
was
の
also actually part of setting up for the
お
backup
ならで倒
route
され
if
てしまうなんて。
Boogie missed one or both of them too, because you then, in order to not have them use a single target magic attack that can one-shot your characters, you want to have them be on an element other than physical at that point, which is where the lightning 2 comes in. But yeah, very nice fight.
さあ、突入です。
Can I just
Yeah,
type in
yeah.
read quick?
Yep, we got
魔人機が
we
覚
got
醒
we
し
actually
よう
have
としているところ
my
です
personal
が、
favorite one of the anime FMVs, which doesn't make quite as much sense
そのエ
because
ネ
we
ルギーに
skipped the
耐えきれ
optional
ず、サラ
cutscene
が
that
倒
we
れ
get
て
a
しまいま
flashback
す。
to, but
一
yeah,
方、
this
こ
is
ちら
the
も
climax of this
ボッ
part of
シ
the
ュからもらっ
story where we
た
throw a
赤き
knife
ナイ
given
フ。
to us by Melchior into the mammoth
なん
machine
か
in
変わ
order
っ
to
た
save it, but things go awry and instead Lavos comes out to
形
play.
が見覚えがあ
So,
る。
while that's happening, I think we can add a few dimensions.
Well, first thing I wanted to do was give a donation
魔
update
人機に
on a
赤きナ
couple
イフを
of
突き足すこと
things.
で、
The first
魔人機
being
の
the
暴
two
走を
incentives that we still
止め
have open for this run. That
られたのか？
let's be honest. First, we have the Death Peak hug between Luca and
空か
Marl,
ら降り注ぐも
whatever
の
they're
によっ
called in
て
this run.
一行は
Which
倒さ
is
れてし
currently
まい
sat
ま
at
す。
both of them have $125. So if you have an opinion on that, get your money in to make the difference. It's a
そし
dead
て
heat at the moment.
ローブをかぶっていたのは、
Magus,
なんと魔王でした。
the naming incentive has two options at the moment. You can add more if you want. Vampy is set
ジー
at
ルやサラも
$30.
突入してきますが、
WT is set at $100. And then
ジ
the
ールはこのラボ
finishing
スの
the
復
marathon
活を
with
夢
a
見て
wonder shot
魔人
is
機を
currently
作
set
成
at
していました。
$950 out of 5,000. And that 5,000 would bring us to
魔王
way
はその
over the
暴走を止めよう
$40,000
と
mark, which we are
割り
just
込みます
$1,000
が、
away from.
歯が立ちません。
Let's see if we can push towards that. And one quick donation. Atreya, who has sent $50, he said, Chrono Trigger, one of the few games I have cleared more than 4 times.
そんなラボスを貯めるため
And
に
this one's
黒
for
野が
Swoog's hard
単
work in
身
the background as well.
立ち向かいます。
Thank you, Swoogs. That one was for you.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this particular anime cutscene, mostly just because of the flashback to a really ominous conversation that you could have had with Yanis the first time you came to Zeal. And also we found out that the prophet was Magus all along, too.
Piccolo.
I always thought Magus looks more like Vegeta, personally, mostly because of his hair.
Which one of them is Ghost now?
One among you will shortly perish. The optional cutscenes, the Black Wind howls, one among you will shortly perish.
Yeah, I agree with you on that cutscene. That I'm a little bit conflicted because I think the in-game cutscene's done beautifully with the sprite work with Chrono, but having the flashback to the cuts or with the conversation with Janus is really nice on the anime.
初めてプレイした時にね、
And then
ま
we
さか
got,
主人公
I'm
が
gonna say about 10 minutes or
こ
so
ん
at
な
this
風に
point
死んでしま
before
う
we're going to need to
作
name
品だとは
Magus
思いませんでしたよ
so
ね。
if anybody is so inclined to get those donations.
You heard the man.
ま
If
あア
you're
ンディ
gonna,
は
if
魔
you're
王
gonna
のこと
snipe
ピッ
it,
コロって言っ
now's
て
your
ましたけれど。
opportunity.
And I used to say in commentaries for Chrono Trigger runs, by the way, too, that if you want to find out what happened to Shala after this cutscene, play Chrono Cross. But now I can say if you want to find out what happened to Shala, just stick around because we'll be seeing that as part of the Dream Devourer.
このタイミングでクロノが離脱してるだけでなく、
This is part of the extra content
地
they
下
added
で
to the
眠っ
game
ていた
to
ラボスが
remake
覚醒してしまったため、
tie Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross
世界の各地に異変が起こります。
directly to-
この古代は魔法の力で浮き上がってい
Chrono
た
games are about Scala, about saving her
この陸地が
and Chrono Cross and has a big
沈ん
role
で
in
いき
this
ま
game
す。
as well.
We have $5 from Gaiages, who is currently processing donations, who says, Luca must hug.
And probably got somewhere between an hour and a half, maybe, until we need to cut off that death peak out too.
I've had a series of $25 donations with no donation message, 2 from anonymous donors, and 1 from Vermilion Luck. Thank you very much for those. And from my good friend Dowolf, $100, who says, if the route is to change, let it change. If the estimate is to be destroyed, so be it.
クロノ以外の一行は
I must
地の民、
simply
地上に住んでい
one
た
shot.
魔法の使えない人たちに何度か助け出されましたが、果たしてここからどうするのか。
All right, so once we're out of the Ocean Palace, the nature of the game changes fairly substantially because all the way up until now, we've been required to have Chrono in our party as
フェ
the
ル
party
タ
leader, but now
ハイ
he's
ポーション
gone,
アテナの
and,
水を開拓しました
we
ね。
can kind of have whoever we want in our party for the remainder of the game. And before we move on to the Blackbird, the next
さあちょっ
dungeon
と
area,
途中ではあるんですけれども、
party into a very specific
一
order
旦
with these
お手洗いに行って
characters
まいり
as
ま
part of
す。
the
少
setup
々お
for
待ち
a
くだ
one-on-one
さ
fight
い。
to
そ
the
のまま
Blackbird
ご覧いただければと思い
when
ま
we get
す。
there. Did a bit of shopping at the shop in the refuge village too, where he basically was just spending all of his money on healing items. There's a reason for that too, of course. But yeah, the Blackbird is kind of the game's attempt at having a stealth-themed dungeon because when you first you get captured again and for the first time in Chrono Trigger, you get captured by there's a prison where the jailers actually put a little thought into it, like they take away your equipment, but they kind of don't really do anything about Ayla, who doesn't actually need weapons to fight, and having Ayla in your party lets you completely ignore the stealth mechanics, because if you don't have Ayla, you have to sneak around in the air vents until you find a chest that has one of your character's gear in it that you can then use to fight. But yeah, if you have Ayla, you can just bypass that completely. And there's another exploit that we'll be able to do after this fight right here, which is why we wanted to have our party in that setup, because even though only Luca is actually able to fight, Marley and Robo are kind of in the fight enough that they can actually block those enemies from getting to Ayla and attacking her. So setting up the party in this way, I mean, you do need to be pretty fast in order to kill that robot on the left before it shoots missiles at you, but once that's out of the way, finishing off the two enemies is easy. So then the other kind of exploit we can do in order to skip the whole rest of the dungeon is to open this chest here, which has all of our loose equipment that wasn't equipped on anybody when we got captured. And we can use that to actually just equip weapons that we had in order to make other characters able to fight. So we equipped the Kaiser arm, which we picked up in the Ocean Palace on Robo, and then we re-equipped Luca's airgun, which was actually her starting weapon, but we've been carting around the whole game up until now and passed up a chance to sell it, like before we went to Denador Mountains in order to be able to have Luca fight the bosses here. So here we have the Golem Overlord, or the Golem Boss, as it's called in the SNES version, which Dalton was threatening you with after you fought the Golem Sisters. But we find out that the Golem Overlord is afraid of heights and is more or less a joke fight. But fortunately, because even though we just wait for it to run away, which is way faster than trying to actually kill it, because the Golem Boss running away counts as winning a battle. And because you need to win a battle in order to learn combo attacks, that lets us learn the Fire Tackle combo between Robo and Luca, which we're going to be needing for Dalton Plus, who we're going to be fighting right now. This is kind of an upgrade. This is kind of an upgrade to the first Dalton fight, like Nizbel 2 was to the first Nizbel, where he's same mechanic where he counterattacks you every time you hit him, but he does also do his own attacks too. So this is a considerably more dangerous fight than the first one, although he does lack a final attack this time. But yeah, for this route, the optimal way to deal with him is to do a fire tackle. So that he has, I believe, 2,800 HP. So 2 fire tackles and then just something else of decent strength will take care of him. But because he counters fire with Ice 2, which is fairly strong at this point, just to make sure everybody survives, we're going to throw a Lapis, which is basically like a mid-tonic on your whole party, so that we have enough health to survive the rest of what he does. And I just love the visuals of this too, where Ayla just throws him up and down in the cockpit instead of just chucking him off the edge of the time machine like she should. Doing that over and over again is the relatively safe way to win this fight, because all he counters with is Iron Orb, which halves your health. But we do that to kind of do the extra chunk of damage we need, and then do a second fire tackle, which finishes him off. And because we win, we don't have to deal with another Ice 2. Yeah, like people in chat are calling out too. I just love the visuals of this fight too, where you're fighting a boss on the deck of your time machine. There's also, at least in the SNES version, this is also where we find out that the controls for the time machine are a giant Super Nintendo controller, because it has an X and a Y button. Imagine it's somewhat similar. Yeah, I guess it looks like we have A and B or something on PC. Dalton was...
I never made that connection with the controller.
Yeah, if anybody out there has played RoboTrek, which is a kind of an obscure SNES RPG, I always envision the Bob has. It sounds like, but I always envision the cockpit looking like the Invention Machine in RoboTrek, as far as having this giant Super Nintendo controller right there. All right, so
not only have I played it, I've seen PJ play it.
Yeah. I share that burden with you, Bob. But anyway, so now Dalton was also gracious enough to program a self-destruct mechanism for the Blackbird into the Epoch. We get back every piece of inventory that we lost after beating Dalton Plus, except money. If you don't find the chest with your money in it, you lose it. But we spent all of our money on healing items for the rest of the run, so that doesn't matter. And then, because we're penniless at this point, Andy sold a couple weapons that we don't need anymore at the shop there, as part of just setting up for one very specific event later on that we need a lot of money for. Then now we go to the North Cape too and find Magus again, and then kind of get the final little plot dump about Magus too, which is kind of where we find out what his real motivations all along were, and that That's basically that he wants revenge on Lavos for stealing his childhood and his sister from him and throwing it into 600 AD. He was using the fiends or mystics and their feud with Guardia Kingdom all towards that end. This is also where this 100% blew my mind when I played this as a kid, because you get the
お待た
choice
せいた
to
しまし
fight
た。
Magus
戻
at
り
this
ました。
point. If you say yes, you do fight him, and it's a pretty hard fight at these levels, and if you win, then he dies. But if you say no, which when I first played this was expecting to be a but thou must
一瞬
situation
スカイ
where
ダルトン
you
玉
have
座
a
になりま
question,
した
but
か
it's
ね。
not really a question. If you say no,
さあ、古代
Magus will
で
join you as a
魔
secret
王が
seventh character because you're
自分の
full
過去に
instead
つ
of
い
the
て語
line
っ
at
て
this
いますけ
point
れど
of
も、
defeating Lavos. So it's
ここ
very,
で
very important to say no to fighting Magus here, because if
ノー
you
を
say
選ぶ
yes,
ことに
then
よ
it
っ
runs
て
over, basically.
魔王を
But
仲
now
間
it
に
is
加える
time
こ
to
とができ
name
ます。
our former Dark Lord here. So what's he going to be named,
さ
Bob?
あ、
We're
魔
doing
王
one
は
quick last refresh to make sure we've got all the numbers in. And it looks like he will be named capital W, capital T, WT.
Nice. I believe that's a tribute
WT
for a donor's relative of some sorts that passed away recently, too. It's always nice to see those in charity events.
Very much, very much. Thank you to everybody who donated for Magus name.
Yeah, so note Magus is level 37, and most of the other characters at this point are level 25.
魔王は
It's,
何といってもその
again,
豊
when
富な
new
魔
characters
力と
join you, they're
MP、
roughly
そ
scaled
して
to
も
be
ち
the
ろん
level that you're
全体
expected
的に
to
バラン
be
スが
at
いい
in
ん
a
です
casual
ね。
playthrough. So Magus is massively, massively overleveled
RTA
compared
と
to
して戦力に加え
everybody
ない
else, and he
と
also
いう選択
starts
肢は
with
ほぼないと言っていいでしょ
lightning, ice, and fire too, along with just very good stats and stuff too. So he is going to be in our party for pretty much the whole rest of the game. But yes, so now that we've dealt with Magus and watched the Black Omen appear, which is actually the game's final dungeon, but even though if we went there now, we'd just get murdered by a mutant. So
う。海底神殿が浮き上がって黒の夢、
But at this
ブラッ
point,
クオー
pretty
ベン
much
と
the
い
whole
うふう
rest of
に
the game is
なってい
wide
ます
open
けれ
to
ども、
us. We have
これが浮き上がっていきます。
a flying time machine that can take us really anywhere at any time. Some of the DS and PC exclusive
さあ、
content
改めて
is
です
opened
ね、
up to, I believe that's the Lost Sanctum quests.
この 100% グリッチレス
We'll
の
actually be briefly
クリア条件
interacting with as part of the Dream Devourer incentive.
なんです
That'll
けれ
be
ども、
after the main story is done. But anyway, so yeah, all of the rest of the game side
各
quests
時
are
代
open at
に
this
あるマ
point.
ルチイベントを
And
す
in
べて
order
クリア
to
するというのが
meet the category requirements
条
for the
件になってい
100%
ます。
speedrun, we need to finish all
内
of
訳と
them.
しましてね、
And we're going to start by doing
SRC
Frog's side
枠、
quest,
リバイ
which
ブ
is
クロ
to
ノ、クロノ
put
の復活、
Cyrus's ghost to
グリーン
rest,
ドリーム、緑の夢、
power up the
ワンダー
Mesmian
ショ
to
ット、
its
ミラクル
to
ショ
its
ットを手に入れる
true
ので、太陽
Curatorium
石と
power
いうユニ
level.
ット、
And
それから政宗2、
because
勇
that
者の
quest
墓
doesn't have a
で、
boss or any
グランド
particularly
リオンを
difficult
覚醒させ
fights,
る。
and because there's some
そ
time
して
travel we need to
未
do
来
as
の
part
ジェ
of
ノ
it
サイドーム
to
で
repair the
マザーブレイ
ruins
ンを
to
倒
get
す。
to Cyrus's grave. We're actually going to combine that
現
with
代で
making some preparations for other quests.
虹色の貝
This
殻
bit of
を
which
手
is
に
to
入れ
go
る。
to the end of time and talk
で、
to
ビネガーの
talk
館
to
を
the
突破する。
mysterious old man here, who we
そし
now
て黒
learn
の
is
夢
actually
を
Guru Gaspar from Zeal
ブラック
Kingdom
オーメ
to
ン
get
を、
the Chrono Trigger,
攻
which
略す
the
る。
game's
と
named
いう風になってい
after,
ます。
which is an item that looks like an egg, but we're
アンディ
told
の
it gives us
記録動画を
potential
見たと
to
ころ、
bring Chrono
ここ
back.
か
We
ら
could do so right now,
まずは、
but we're going to actually hold off on that for a while
最初に
until
クリア
we're
するの
truly
はお
ready
そ
for
ら
Death
くは
Peak. We also want to,
勇者の
more
墓の
importantly
サイ
too,
ラ
we
ス
also want to give
場所に行くかと
people
思います。
more time to get their
今、寄り
donations
道で
in
タ
for
バンの
the
ところに
hug
来
on
ました
Death
ね。
Peak too between
タバンの大
Harley and
発明、
Luca.
多分タバンスーツとタバンメ
But yeah, we
ット
make a
か
pit
な。
stop at Luca's
手
house
に
to
入れ
get
たか
the
と思い
other
ま
two
す。
pieces of
そして、ここで
special
あら
Luca
かじめ
exclusive equipment, most notably the
ハイパー
Tabin
ホッシュ肉を
suit,
手に入れま
which
したかね。
is instead of 50% fire protection and 2 speed, it's 75% fire protection and 3 speed, so it's a nice upgrade over the Tabin vest.
そして北の岬で手に入れたのが、
free speed capsule.
なんだっけ。
And then we go back to Chorus Town to get the tools, which is the reason we needed to time travel here. I've always kind of questioned if these tools are like power tools, which are modern, because this is kind of meant to be the present. So if we take power tools back to medieval times, and I might have some trouble actually plugging them in to use, but it all works out. So we're not really
ちょっとね、さっきお手洗いにから戻ってくるのが遅れてしまったのはですね、僭越ながら私、これから朝ごはんを食べながらのお話となります。申し訳ないんですけれども。まだまだね、EST が伸びたことで、今がちょうど折り返し時間です。ぜひ皆さんもね、まだお食事されていない方は何か食べながら一緒に見ていけたらと思います。さあ、勇者の墓にやってきました。
We'll begin any other black chest. For the main game,
ここをひたすら登っていくことで、
for the Dream Devourer, I'm going to begin a few plates. Or
yeah, hopefully not. I mean, like if you fail the red mail steal, then
カエルの相方であるアイラスに出会います。
Guardia Castle, but that's hopefully not going to happen.
Oh, great point. And on that note, I purposely
どうにかしてこの廃墟になってしまっている場所を大工さんが修理したいんですね。
Yes, there's some ghost knight fights we have to do here because the carpenters won't go places where there's monsters. The ghost knights are immune to physical attacks, but they're weak to fire, so Magus can dispose of them with ease with fire too. But there is randomness here though, in that they use final attacks. The one that we'd ideally not like to not avoid seeing is MP Buster, but both because of the animation and because it means having to use ethers. But it's like the RNG gods weren't too kind tonight. But fortunately, getting MP Bustered on the third and final Ghost Knight fight isn't that bad because we're going to be sheltering before fighting anything else.
魔王は加入時点でもうサンダガファイがアイスガのすべてを習得しているので、全体攻撃としてザコを狩るにはもってこいなんですよね。
We need to have Frog in our party in order to finish the quest, and having Frog as the leader of the party speeds up the cutscene a little bit too, because it means a couple of seconds less time for Frog to walk in front of the grave. And I guess with that, we can have some donations.
Lovely. We have a $25 donation from Skandran, who says, the most epoch game ever made. I'm not sure if that counts as a pun, but it is a clever play on words.
正宗を掲げると
two anonymous, I'll try that again with my teeth in. Two anonymous donations, one for $5 and one for $25. Neither with a donation comment. Thank you very much. Timbo Spice has given us $50 with no donation message. Thank you so much. Prometheus has donated $5 that just says Snipe. So I think he's like the name of Magus, but still. Jim with $25 and no donation message. Thank you very much. And that brings our total to $39,279. We are so agonizingly close to that $40,000 total in aid of NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Let's finish up strong, break that 40,000, get the Wonder Shot, and in the process, you can donate to see if you want Luca or Mal to get the hug on Death Peak. You can enter yourself to win 2 3D printed Lavo spawns for any donation of $5 or above. You can enter yourself to win the Masamune Battle Diorama any donation of $15 or above. Any one of 3 Steam keys
まずは
of $5 and
勇者の
above
墓の
donations.
攻略をしました。
The Shadow Box for Chrono Trigger, which is a $25 and up donation.
そう
Any amount of those entered you for that. And also at
買える
$25 and above. The
ひいてはグレン
handmade
ですね。
Luca plush.
自信を持っていなかった時代からず
So
っ
many
と
prizes worth donating for.
彼の後押しをしてきたサイ
So
ラ
I
ス
saw
が
some questions in
知
chat
識な
about
お
why we removed Magus
彼の
from
背
the
中を押
party
すという
before
展開。
visiting
なかなか
Cyrus's
ね、
grave.
熱いんです
The
よ
reason for
ね。
that is actually not because of that cutscene itself, but because
さあ、魔王の三大将軍が隠れ住んでいる場所にやってきました。ビネガーの館。ここからは、このスーパーマヨネ、スーパーソイソ、そしてスーパービネガーをまずは倒していきます。マヨネちゃん、かわいいですね。ポニーテールも似合っています。だが男だ。
But having Magus in your party for the cutscenes in here adds extra dialogue, so removing him speeds that up. And then we have 2 pretty simple fights with Flea and Slash, where we basically we want to see a crit from Frog because that saves a turn, but just do a flame tackle and let Frog finish the
ビネガー
job.
さんはやってること変わらないですね。懲りな
I
いんでしょ
love
う
this
か。
silly little cutscene here too. Pretty much all of Ozzy's Fort is kind of a parody of Magus's castle. But yeah, you've got this this fight here where the music just kind of falls apart and your characters are a little taken aback.
It's the perfect way to follow up Magus Castle.
So Slash is pretty much the same as Flea. We do a fire tackle and then let Frog either get 3 hits.
冷凍チャーハンの卵が変なとこ入った。
Regular attack.
スーパーソイソ
It was
戦
actually
で
quite a
す。
while ago that we put the Berserker onto Frog too, as part of, I think it was on the Mountain of Woe, as part of getting it off of other characters, which was one of the things I just love to see in routes for RPG speedruns, where you do something like literally hours before it actually matters, but you do it then because that's when it's most efficient to do the menu inputs.
ででででででで
We
で
have
だよ。
this trap room here
ロ
where
チンで遊ぶのは良くない。
you can avoid this trap just by walking past it, but if you touch the chest while Ozzy is still up there, you will all of the characters in your active battle party get reduced to 1 HP, and we have that happen intentionally as part of the setup for a very, very,
ここで一度ね、
clever and unique
引
strategy
き返して
to be using
次の
for
場所へ行きます。
some upcoming boss fights. Strategy developed again by the Japanese Chrono Trigger speedrun community a couple of years ago. So once we've gotten those characters to 1 HP, we now swap back to Luca, Magus, and Robo, which is the party that we're going to be using for most of the rest of the
館の
run.
主なんていなかった。
Specific characters have to be in our party for story reasons. We go back to them and then
マルチイベントに関しましては、並行的に同時に進めていくことができるので、このようにね、次のストーリーに行くこともできます。
In order to find out about this place, you're supposed to actually pour, well, in the SNES version, soda, air quotes, onto Toma's gravestone to find out where the rainbow shell is. But for whatever reason, if you don't actually have to do that in order to be able to enter the Giant's Claw. So the Giant's Claw is basically the Tyranno lair in reverse, because you start out in the throne room and then you're going down to the prison area to where the boss is. We're going to be fighting this set of dinosaur spawns. If you press the switch on the right, it's completely optional, but we are going to be fighting that as part of leveling up Magus by 1, along with getting some extra tech points for these characters too. Because Magus joins you at level 37, and then his stat growth is a little kind of strange in that when he goes from level 37 to 38, his hit stat, which is the accuracy stat in this game, actually goes from 20 to 40. And we're about to get an opportunity to fight some more Rubbles, which again are the Chrono Trigger equivalent of Metal Slimes. Very hard to actually hit, but worth tons of experience and tech points. And
普段飛んで移動している魔王様が、はしごだけちゃんと登り降りするの可愛いですね。
fighting Rubbles pretty much a freebie, especially if he has Berserker equipped. And we're going to be using that to get just 200 extra tech points to, because now might be a good opportunity to say that the kind of the end goal of the tech points routing for this route for Chrono Trigger Glitchless 100% is to get all 8 of Luca's techs, or 8th of which is called Flare, and going from level 7 to 8 costs 1,000 points. So we've been using Luca pretty much at every opportunity we can without slowing down like boss fights significantly, just that she absorbs as many points as possible. And we're putting her in for these fights here as part of that. But we also had Marley in our party, who we haven't used for a very long time. And then between the points from the Rubbles, along with that double tech point award exploit I talked about in the Mountain of Woe, she's able to learn both her Cure and her Haste techs. And Haste we need for Rust Tyranno boss here, which is a kind of a refight with Black Tyranno, only it starts, there's no Azala here, so it starts its countdown immediately. And then this is kind of our payoff for doing half of Ozzy's for it and then leaving, because doing that gets us the Doom Sickle, or Death Scythe I think it's called in this version, which is Magus's strongest weapon in the base game. Which it's a plus 100% attack power bonus for every dead ally. Wow, nice crits. And yeah, but then this is also why we got Ayla and Marley to 1 HP from the Guillotine Trap, because the Tyranno's Roar will inflict the HP sap status, which is very ineffective in this game as far as how fast it actually drains your HP.
青一人で攻撃を、もう完全に今バーサクリングをつけてますから。
Cause them to die before the countdown even finishes, and then between haste and the berserk spell, that Magus is just going to be shredding this 25,000 health boss in short order.
Just a quick question: how long are we from the Death Peak hug?
Probably 20-ish minutes.
チャージも間に合わないうちに倒してしまいました。
Quick update on that: Luca is pulling ahead.
さあそして
That'd be Luca, who is named Luca, is pulling ahead.
中世で見つけたのは
compared to Marl, who was called Chrono,
虹色の貝殻。
who has $130.
とはいえ重くて持って帰れないやっていう風になったので、ガルディア城での保管をお願いすることになりました。
Why did you do this to me, chat? Just why? So if you have your opinions on that, get your donations in to the Death Peak hug now.
So before Ayla died, Andy tried to
封印されていた宝箱を解除して道具も回収しておきます。
But sadly, Ayla missed with the charm. But we have a pretty nice backup where if the charm fails, he just goes upstairs and then unlocks the black chest in order to get a red vest instead. Stats aren't quite as good as the red mail, but it still provides fire absorption, which is all we really need it for an upcoming fire-based boss fight. Pop into Guardia Forest there to get another fast speed tab from a black chest. And this, I like to say this is where it's pretty darn obvious that Magus is a secret character and that the game developers didn't really program a lot of
中世でやることは一旦終了で、次に向かうのは
Magus is your party leader, and you're just going into the elders of Poor's house to give his wife some jerky. And this is the area where Magus is the feared leader of the fiends, but nobody really seems to mind him teaching people about the value of sharing. And that's part of a requirement for the next quest we're doing, which is the Sunstone quest. So we need a very, very specific equipment set up for this fight, because we're fighting a
その
boss
ため
called
に
Son
ね、
of
先
Sun,
ほど
which, in addition to other things, has
現代で
flare,
買った
which
ハ
is
イパー
kind
補
of
真
a
空を
fire attack in the game.
中世
And we
の
want to have
村長の
party
奥さん
decked
に
out in
タダで
either
差し上
either
げ
with
ました。
just really good HP and magic defense like Magus,
まずは
or
サン
really
オブ
good
参
fire
戦です。
resistance gear like Luca
サンオブ
and
さんって何
Ayla.
なんだろうと思ってたんです
Luca
けど、
having
今回
10
英語の
suit and Ayla having
そのアンディ
the best.
のスプリット見た
So
ら、
the Son of Sun fight is kind of like a
1個目の
whack-a-mole
サンの方が息子の
basically, where
SON
once
で、
it rotates its
2
flames
個目
for
の
the
方
first
が
time,
太陽の
one of those
SUN で
flames,
す
if you
ね。
attack it will cause
なる
damage
ほ
to
ど
the
と思っ
main
て、
eye, and the
そういう
others
ことだ
do
ったんだっ
nothing.
て思いまし
And
た。
there's a couple correct way, or I should say there's a couple options you have as far as figuring out which flame is correct, short of just guessing. The method Andy is using was developed by a guy named Hannibal Graham a couple years ago, where you could, like, the older strategy was to have Magus cast like Ice 2 or something that hits all of them, and that will, if you target the flames with magic, the wrong ones will counterattack and the right one will not. So we would just cast Ice 2 and see which flame did not counterattack, but that you have 5 counterattack animations between the flames and the eye. So having Luca standing in the third spot and then using flamethrower instead will let you hit 3 of them without hitting the eye. So you do that and basically hope that that reveals which is the correct flame, and if it's not, then you have to guess between the top or the left one. So once we've figured out which flame is correct, we need to get 10 hits. It's not possible to get all 10 hits before it rotates again, but getting if nothing goes horribly wrong, a kind of a 2-cycle Son of Sun fight is pretty secure. Again, we're hoping that, okay, it looks like this time it's either the top or the left, so at this point Andy just has to guess. And he guessed right. It's kind of funny too, because the damage numbers you're seeing when you hit the correct flame actually are meaningless. The fight is just purely scripted to end after you've gotten 10 hits. You still have the delay after you've gotten the 10th hit before the fight ends, where you can revive.
I've seen it a few times, and either I miscounted or.
Oh, okay. Yeah, on the SNES version at least, once you've gotten your 10th hit in, there's actually a bit of delay before the fight ends, where if somebody's dead, you can revive them, because this fight is worth a lot of experience and tech points, and we want everybody to get them, in particular Magus and Luca. Looks like we're in good shape here, though.
サンオブさんは、
Yeah, because it's all based on a
倒せました
script,
ね。
even after you've got the 10th hit, the game kind of needs to reach a certain point in the script before it'll trigger the end of the fight, which is why the eye still got to flare off, even though he'd already won. But yep, now that that's out of the way, we get the Sunstone, but it's or the
暗黒
Moonstone,
石を手に入れまして、
because it's out of power.
この太陽の差さなくなってしまった未来の世界において、光を失ったもともとは太陽石という光にあふれた石だったので、
Don't put it in England.
これを原子の同じ場所にある光の祠という場所に置いておきます。そうすることでね、しっかり育って明るくなっていくはずだ。さあ、現代で回収しよう。ライアンということでね、探しに行きます。
So if we went directly back to 2300 AD, we'd find out that the stone is gone. So we'd just kind of start
こ
going
こで
back in time.
キラキラ光っているので、
finding
もう
out
バレ
where
バ
it
レなわけですね。
disappeared, which was 1000 AD. And this is where giving that jerky that we bought before we went to the ruins to
ここ
to the
で
Elder Girl's
先に
wife,
ハイパー星肉を中世で上げていないと無駄足を食ってしまうんですが、
at least
いい
that
人な
family
の
the
でね、
value
もう
of
ね、
sharing and
くれました。
makes it so that the mayor in 1000 AD is no longer a bad guy.
だからあらかじめハイパー星肉を渡しておく必要があったんですね。
acquired it to begin with through probably questionable means.
Quote unquote acquired. Yes.
見事に
Once we get the
明るい
moonstone
太陽
back,
石ができま
we
した。
return it to the Sun Palace, and then we can acquire some pretty nice pieces of equipment. We get the sunshades, which is an accessory that just increases all damage done by the character wearing them. I want to say 25%. And but more importantly, we get Luca's strongest weapon.
ああ、天才発明家ルッカちゃん。手に入れたのがミラクルショット。英語ではワンダーショットですね。そして太陽のメガネも手に入りました。ということで、太陽石のイベントは終了になります。さあ、ここで
the reason, if anyone's not familiar, the reason why we love the Wonder Shot is because
現代の
it's the strongest
天然祭に来
weapon
ま
in
し
the
た。
game for Luca, at least in the base game. But the amount of damage it does
ドッ
is
ペル君
very,
というア
very
イテムを
random.
手に入れるため
It
に
can, in
来たんですが、
fights that we might be using it in, it can do
プロ
between
のやん。
50 and like 3000 damage, depending on
ドッペル君と同じ動きをしていくことでゲームクリアにな
But
りま
all right,
す。
this is now we're actually going to be getting the Chrono clone. We're still not actually going to be going to revive Chrono yet, but because we're in the area, we're going to, and we need the clone eventually. We're going to get it, and then in order to get the clone, when we don't actually have Chrono, we need both 60 silver or
で、こ
40
ちらが
silver points, which is why we
実
fought
家の方に
Gato
送られまし
way
て、
back before Hekran, and if you fail the mini game before finishing it, you can still get the clone, but then you have to pay money. And if we
この
have
ドッペル君を使って後ほど
G, whatever that stands for, it's still called G in the Japanese version. We can
ストーリーが
we
進
can
行
get
していき
the
ます。
we can get the doll after I want to say 8 inputs. I used to have this memorized, but it's been a while. If you
さ
have
あ、現代に来
60,000
ましたので
G,
ね
you can、
続けて
actually
そのま
just
ま
fail immediately.
マルチイベ
But
ントを進め
the
てま
amount
いり
of
ま
extra
す。
menuing required to get
続けていきますのがガルディア城。
is not worth it as far as how much time
先ほど
it
ね、
actually saves. So
中世の方で虹色の貝殻を保管お願いしましたけれども、あら、なんか大臣が焦って話しかけてきましたが、どうしたんでしょうか。何があったんでしょうか。
We had a question in chat about a guide for
なんと王様が裁判にかけられてしまっているということで、
pick up the run.
これは一大事
Yeah,
です
I
よ。
have written notes study from 2 of Plexo's runs that are available for download.
通ることができません。
Those are geared
バ
for
カー
the
ということで、
SNES
マールがね、
emulator.
言います
Or
と
sorry, not、
そ
the
のまま
emulator,
通れ
but
る
the
ようになりまし
SNES,
た。
and they can also
古
work
代
with
人
PC.
が
I'm
何
currently
や
working
ら
on PC notes, so they should be
王様に向
released
かっ
soon.
て質問していますけれども、
Yeah, because I mean, the overall route works the same, but like we've pointed out a couple times, there's kind of little differences here and there because of like UI changes. With
マール
the
も
PC
突
version,
き返されてしまいます。
So yeah, I mean, even though the overall routing is the same, the kind of the strategies used for some
何度見
specific
てもこ
fights
の
and like encounter skips.
ドット絵でちゃ
are a
んと
little different.
女の子が叫んでいる表情がわか
A
るっ
good
てす
example
ご
of
いこと
that
で
was
すよね。
that on the overworld, you want to make sure not to heal up Marl, but actually on the PC, Marl is always targeted first from Yakra, where in the
ああ、
SNES,
城の中になんか
it's always targeted
魔物がい
Frog,
ますけれども、
and you want haste for the
全
next
く
battle.
気にする必要ないですね。
Wipe from it.
一番最初に倒したレベルの
We got the doll, but
敵です。
now we're actually, because we're just in the area, we're actually going to be doing Marley's side
もう名前
quests.
すら忘れました。ファイターか。
Because at first the rainbow shell just kind of seemed
さあ、
unrelated
裏で
to
は
any
裁
of the
判
main
が進む
characters,
中、
but at this point it's revealed
私
that
た
it's
ちも
actually
本を
Corley's
進めていかな
side
ければなり
quest,
ません。
the rainbow shell becomes a treasure of Guardia Kingdom, but then the king gets accused of stealing it, which I've never quite understood because I mean he's the king. He kind
もう
of
天花お
rules
姫
everything
様
in the
感が
kingdom,
ね、
so
余すところなく溢れてい
anyway,
るドット
we
絵
need
素
to
敵ですよね。
go find the rainbow
さあ、
shell,
虹色の
prove his
貝殻
innocence,
は
and we get some
ちゃん
we
と
have
400
some
年間
refights
保
with
管さ
some
れ
of
て
the
いたんですね。
weakest monsters in the game that were regular mobs in the cathedral, which is a not so subtle hint as far as who is responsible for the plot against the king. But if you ask me, I wish they would have
少
at
しだけ
least
か
made
け
the
らをいただき
monsters
ま
a
して。
little tougher rather than
さあ、裁判がどんどん佳境に進んでいきます。
80 HP or less megahertz and stuff.
Then I guess on the other hand, it's kind of nice of
判
the
決が出る前
I
にさっ
guess
さと
another
戻ら
little
なければい
connection
けま
with
せん。
the Yakura that you fought long ago with his cronies being in here.
Yeah, exactly. Dodging that megahet, moving back and forth. I haven't really been able to find a way to do it that doesn't involve at least a very brief pause. It seems like pretty much no matter what way you try to angle the movement, she'll catch you if you don't pause for at least a little bit. But yeah, so once we get the piece of the rainbow shell, now we have our fight with Yakra the 13th. I always like to say pay attention to the judge when the Chancellor starts transforming, because Judge definitely knows how to make it.
ね。ところで、中世のガルディア王はガルディア21世。で、今回の根性ガルディア王っていうのは33代。12代進んでいるんですね。
And then letting the other characters die off. If anybody's concerned that that's what the rest of the run is going to be like, this is actually the last time we use that strategy, because it's a
さあ、王様の罪が晴れました。大臣が、なんと、ヤクラだーさあ、ヤクラ13世ということで、ヤクラも中世で負けた後、12代時を重ねて、ひっそりと生き残っていたわけですね。
Fight back, then you're not going to win. Oh, interesting. Looks like you did go for Frog.
That's the first time implementing the
heal
tomorrow, but I also realized that I didn't heal Magus.
Yeah, I was wondering about that, because I mean, Magus does need help.
何かやったかな？
His final attack, at least.
ちょっと何が起こったかちょっとわからないですけれども、
So I loaded from the bookmark save, but,
直前でね、セーブをしていたので特に問題はなさそうです。
I mean, you could maybe try to use an item on Magus if you get the chance.
Yes, I would try to do.
Make it a little rough, though. Because you need the haste for this. If you don't have haste, then I don't
どうしてもね、この
beat him.
可愛いマールを2回見せたかったということでしょうね。
That's right. More time for donations to get that hug in.
Yes. Speaking of, $15 from My Hero Zero, who says, "Thank you all for another wonderful week of RPG speedruns."
大臣が、なんと、
$5.
ヤクラだー
Thank you to everyone for all of the positive energy this week.
そうなんですよね。
And
最初に、
$1 from
物語の最初に出会っていたヤクラはそもそもがずっと
We are agonizingly
鳴りを潜めていたヤクラ13世だったのかもしれない。
Awesome to break through that, given everything that has been going on behind the scenes.
真相ほどはわかりませんけれども、
I don't know
そう
how
考
much
え
you
る
guys
と
know,
ね、
but there's been some fires to put out. Let's put it that way.
ドラゴン戦車をけしかけてきたりと、いろいろなことをして、
And let's push
一行を邪魔してきた大臣の行動にも納得がいくわけ
one
です
shot
ね。
incentive that currently sits at $1,145 out of $5,000 so that we can finish this marathon with a wonder shot, and all of that money goes directly to Nami.
ヘイストをかけてバーサクになっている魔王が弱いわけがないですね。
Alright, so we're back in business now. 'Cause, yeah, you
もう
should,
全部お前だけでいいじゃん
you
ってなってしまいますが、
at some point
今後はそうもいきません。
But,
現時点では十分な火力が出ていますので、 魔王が単体でどんどん進めていきますね。川作にしていることによって、コマンドを入力するということが省略できるというのもとても大きな点だと思います。
And being hasted is extra important for this fight because you kind of need to do certain amounts of damage per turn in order to get Yakra into his heard about the ancestors phase before he really does much else.
ということでね、13戦も眠っててくださいね。
Before he dies.
We also learn as a family, healing Maro changes the targeting for Yakra on the PC, which actually turned out to be a kind of a mixed blessing there with the little fumble on the heal for Magus.
Yeah, because on the SNES version with the route we use, at least he will always hit Frog on the first turn, so we just expect that to happen and don't bother healing Barley. Yeah, that twinkling item on the ground is a key that you can use to rescue the real Chancellor, which has a minor effect on the ending, but isn't actually required to finish the quest, so Chancellor gets to continue
取りに行けま
for
せん。
the foreseeable future.
さあ、ボッシュが来
You
ました。
realize that in this game, the foreseeable future is all of time, right?
Yep.
虹色の貝殻を使ってね、装備を作ってくれるということなんですが、
We've now finished Marley's side quest off as far as the 100% speedrun requirements, but
ここで太陽石を持っていると、プリズムドレス、もしくはプリズムメットを作ることができるんですね。また、太陽石を持っているので、
the Sunstone, we'll be getting a number of very, very nice pieces of equipment, starting with that. We get a choice between the prism dress and prism helms.
虹のメガネと虹という黒の武器ですね。作ってくれるかと思います。プリズムドレスとプリズムメットどちらかをしか作れないんですが、おそらくメットにしたかと思いますね。
Then we also get the Rainbow Sword, Chrono's best weapon, which sadly we won't really be using, but very nice to have anyway. And then we get something we will be using, which is the Prism Specs, which is an upgraded version of the Sunshades. And just an accessory that just significantly increases the amount of damage that character does with anything that they do.
はい。ということで、今回も大臣は救出されませんでした。
Routing for as far as doing these quests, we're kind of prioritizing quests that give us rewards that speed up future quests by a lot, so we're kind of rushing to get the Sunshade.
さらに物語を進めていきましょう。
Are going to start making a pretty big impact on boss fights, and yeah, so the next side quest we're going to be doing is Chrono's quest, where we're going to an area called Death Peak in the future in order to revive Chrono. And,
出てますけれど
clock
も
is ticking on that Death Peak hug incentive. Traditionally, where we like to cut that off is after, I guess, depending on how long it takes to process either the second or third lava
死の
spawn.
山に向かうために
We can probably just cut it off after the third and final lava spawn.
まずは
So
監視者のドームに来ました。
5-ish minutes to go, I think, until we need to
か
cut.
わいいオブジェクトが飛ばされ
You
てい
heard
き
him.
ます
You
けれ
got
ども、
5 minutes if you want to change the effect of the Death Peak hug. Luca currently in the lead.
Yeah, just and for people just tuning in that might not know what we're talking
ご予
about.
想人形というのが
Once
ね、
we revive Chrono, the way that the cutscene before at the end of the quest plays out will vary depending on who's in your
死の
party.
山に飛んでいきました。
For a normal speedrun,
はい、
we do
ですね、
party that goes as
100% だけれども、
fast as
ヤクラ
possible
の
version
落と
of
し
that
物は手に
cutscene.
入れない
Also,
ということで、
the least,
ヤクラ
technically
13
bad
世を
version, sadly,
倒すというところ
for
が
this、marathon run,
SR 市場で
if
の
we have either Marley or Luca
基準になっているので、
revive Chrono,
特に
they
手に入れる
that
必要はありま
that
せん。
heroine will actually give Chrono a nice hug to nice music and some touching dialogue too. So get those donations in, I guess, for
さあ、パーティーを入れ替えまして、ルッカ、魔王、ロボになりました。今後の主力メンバーでもあるのがこの3人なんですが、ここにも、今来ました死の山にも、ビットがかけられていました。ルッカとマール、どちらを選びますかということなんですが、おそらくこれはこのままルッカで進むことになるかと思いますね。
I usually just go for it and then hope to get lucky. And this next one's pretty consistent. You just need to hesitate a little bit and then run diagonally and you'll clip around the tree and skip the fight. But now we get to fight. There isn't actually a boss proper in Death Peak, but we do have these
ラボスに似た
bosses which respawns of Lavos.
敵が出てきましたけれども、うちラボスというね、
These are pretty scary fights, but thanks to having
敵になっていま
prism
す。
health and the prism specs, that makes them considerably safer. We need to kill the head of each one of them, which only has 4,000 HP, so 2 fire tackles and 2 hits from Magus will take care of it.
海だとしたらこの大きさはちょっと嫌だかな。
Possible tech point award in the base game at least. And then because of that and the double tech point exploit, we'll be getting some nice boosts, especially for Luca, who just needs lots and lots of points in order to learn all of her techs before the end game. It looks like we've hit 40k.
We have indeed. With a $601.54 donation from Sharky. And this one hits... Yeah, this one hits me right in the feels because if you've seen any of the interviews I've done,
おっと、またビットが入れ替わった。マールが今優勢ですね。
Okay, we've waited long enough. It's time.
そして、寄付総額も4万ドルを超えました。
Hug someone you love. Tell them why you still can. And let's finish this marathon.
水面下でマール派 VS ルッカ派が動いていそうですね。
Thank you so much.
So, and then,
あ、今度はまたルッカが、
we're able to run away from Lavo Spawn
クドル一気に入りましたね。
Spawn 2, just 'cause for whatever reason that particular fight
直前までどうなるかわかりません、これは。
just run away from it. Some older routes for this category actually did fight Lavo Spawn 2 because 120 tech points, but it's been kind of determined since then, largely through just me
サラハなので安心、第三勢力。
these Chrono Trigger runners that if you run away from Lava Spawn 2 and then kind of use that about minute and 20 seconds or so that you would have spent
しばらく稼ぎですかね。ここでこのメンバーで稼ぎをするというのが多分このチャートの肝になっていまして、最終的にこの3人の連携技であるオメガフレアが、非常に大きな火力を出すことができますので、
doing a couple rounds of these will give us enough extra experience for about 2 full extra level ups, which just
ここで一気に稼いでいくことになるのかと思います。
doing it along with running Lava Spawn 2.
Where the chase is heating up. Marl has jumped up to $230. Luca at $280. Still maintaining that lead.
そうですね。ビアンカ・フローラだと結婚相手という風になってしまいますからね。またちょっと雰囲気が変わってしまうかもしれない。うん。ティファかエアリスかの方が近いかもしれないですね。
I also have a $100 anonymous donation that just says this one is for the awesome Bob. Thank you. Please make yourself known in the chat if you wish to. Thank you
先
so
ほど
much.
通りがかりにいたポヨゾン人形くんがですね、ヒントをくれるんです
Also, I'm
が
very、proud of all my Team
先ほど
Chaos
とは違っ
people
て、
because we are not
プ
at
チ
the
ラ
flat
ボスの
$40,000.
外角が残りました。
$40,102. Hashtag Team Chaos all the way. None of this team order nonsense.
All right, so who? Yeah, this is the party we'd normally take here, but we're going to be subbing in one of the leading ladies instead of Robo. So who's it going to be?
I'm giving it the last.
煽りますね。
And we are looking at Luca, who is called Luca.
呼ばれた名前はルッカでした。ルッカで確定のようです。
Who is named Marley. So Chrono doesn't get a hug, apparently.
はい、今回のカテゴリーである 100% というのはですね、あくまで、スピードラン .com 上で規定されていまして、黒のを復活させる、それからそれぞれのマルチイベントをすべてクリアする、そして最後に黒の夢を突破してラボスを倒すという風になっています。
Clever, clever.
I do have to say, my one of the first times I ran this game for a charity marathon that had that incentive was shortly after Satoru Iwata passed away, and Luca did win the hug for that event, and then Chrono's name was Iwata in that run too, and I couldn't imagine anything more fitting too than for the kind of the
時の最果てでもらった黒のトリガー、時の卵を使っても黒のは生き返りませんでした。ですが、黒の一人でラボスに立ち向かった際のその瞬間に時間転移し、
I do like how the game remembers who's in your party for the Ocean Palace.
先ほど手に入れた黒のによーく似たドッペル君をその場所に据え、
Yeah, I was just going to make the same comment. In the SNES, it's something like pathetic. I don't
黒の
know.
は現実世界に戻ってきました。ここのところの
I
あれ
also find
みん
it
などう
funny
したの
that
ぐらいな感じ
you
の黒
revive
の
Chrono,
表
but
情
he
が
doesn't get thrown in an active party. But
たまらない
later
ん
on,
ですよ
after
ね。
the forest scene, at that point, the game decides to throw him in. And yeah.
Yeah, I just love the visuals for this scene so much too, with how just kind of everything fades away except for Chrono and then Luca or Marley plus the glowing tree. We will in fact actually be using Chrono briefly later on, but not right now. I'm gonna be switching back to
普段ね、全然そんな素振りを見せては来なかったルカですけれども、やっぱり幼馴染として、またそれ以上の存在としてね、プロのを大事にしていたんだなっていうのが分かって、プレイした時はさすがにね、ルカええやんっていう風になりました。回る派かルッカ派かって聞かれるとなかなか難しい問題だとは思うんですけれども、それぞれにね、それぞれの魅力があるとしか僕は言えないな。
Yeah, I heard some talk about this conveyor belt in chat too. This is actually
エイラはいけませんよ。チャットキーノという相手がいますからね。
If you wanted to try to grind to level 99 or just a really high level, because unlike the grinding spot on Death Peak, this is very mindless. You just mash AoE spells, and then you can leave the dome and come back in, and these fights all reset. So you get a lot of experience
ぜひ
quickly.
ね、
pretty minimal.
マールの時、そしてまたルッカの時も今、日本語で表示はされていませんからね。 プレイしたことがない方はこの機会にぜひプレイしていただけたらと思います。原作はスーパーファミコンで発売されていますけれども、その後ね、プレイステーション、DS、そして現在であればパソコンの Steam とかでもいろいろなところでね、発売されていますんで、プレイしやすい環境でぜひお買い求めください。さあ、そうこうしているうちにですね、いよいよこのメンバーが主力になっていきます。ここからは、ジェノサイドーム。未来の世界の拠点になっている場所で、マザーブレインというボスを倒しに行きます。そうですね。ルッカとマールが一緒にパーティーに入っていると、マールが優先になります。In order to open the doors to where the two dolls are, we need to electrify Robo in a robot charging station over here, and then have him step into these charging pods to open up the doors. Ma, 魔王さんの全体魔法が強すぎるのでね、ここはもうオンパレードですけれども、ロボが帯電しながら進んでいくとチャージできて、この扉を開くことができます。ロボが帯電しながらっていう、このパワーワードよ。何帯電しながら動けちゃってんの
？And $25 from Teledorn says, "Let's finish this run strong. Love to donate for a great cause. Thank you, everyone involved, and I hope to join you at a live event next year." これから誘導していきます。ガードマシンの誘導がね、なかなか難しかったですね。初めてプレイしたとき。どこ行ったーってなってました。Some very precise movement, which is a lot easier to do on the PC. 動くのが遅いのでね、今みたいにちょっと暇な時にね、道具を手に入れてみました。今とこあったのは、スピードカプセルですね。ガードマシンを2体あそこにセッティングして、次に進んでいきます。using the fact that the robot is able to kind of clip around this barrier that's near the charging pod. So if he just leaves the robot at the right spot and then heads back up to where he got the first doll to pick up a speed tab that spawns a bit after you get the doll, the robot will go around the barrier and you're able to and get it to where you needed to overload a robot that's guarding the second doll. All right, so now that that's out of the way, we have a mini boss named Atropos, who's a pink version of Robo that's kind of heavily implied to be Robo's wife or girlfriend or something from previous life, who's been reprogrammed by Mother Brain, the computer controlling this dome, who's doing a plot to exterminate the remnants of humanity. And Robo needs to do a solo fight against Atropos now. And Atropos basically just uses Robo's own techs against him, and if you wait long enough, the fight will eventually end. アトロボス直接対決です。マシンガンパンチが非常に火力の高い技なので、これを連発していきます。It's considerably faster if we gear up Robo with a weapon we picked up on Death Peak and then
prism specs in order to use his skill called Uzi Punch or Rapid Fire Fist in this version to just deplete Atropos' health. I believe she has 6,500, so
do you believe we're being raided by GDQ right now? Welcome, raiders. Welcome. Questing for Glory, Hope for Healing 2, where we are doing our best to raise a whole ton of money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Welcome in, and please join us for the finale, Questing for Glory, Hope for Healing 2. Chrono Trigger 100% glitchless. We have met the incentive to fight the super secret boss, the Dream Devourer, which adds about another 90 minutes to the marathon. And we are currently working on the incentive to meet $5,000. We're at about $1,700 of that to finish the marathon.
Yes,
there's no other way to do it, is there?
So sadly, we were kind of unable to save Atropos, and she passed away, but not before giving her ribbon to Robo, which just permanently raises his speed by 3 and his magic defense by 10. Those are Robo's weakest stats by far, and even after that upgrade, they're still not great, but they're definitely less bad than they were.
さらに奥に進んでいきましょう。
Then after 2 more fights with these laser cannons, which are really fast and fairly challenging to get your Ice 2 off before they attack you, finally come face to face with Mother Brain. This version of Mother Brain reminds me a lot more of Mother Brain from the world of Phantasy Star Metroid.
現れたこちらの映像がマザーブレイン。
This can be kind of a scary fight if you're playing the game blind, because Mother Brain doesn't really do a whole lot at first, but the 3 panels
周りに3枚のディスプレイがあり、
heal her
こちらもね、
pretty significantly, and then if you kill them, Mother Brain's AI gets considerably
まず
nastier.
はアイスガで一掃していきます。ディスプレイを倒すと暴走が始まりまして、早い話がオーバーヒートを起こしているんでしょうけれども。
But yeah, Mother Brain only has 5,000 health, which isn't really that much at this point relative to our damage output. So the strategy for this route is just to ignore the added aggro from killing the
HP 自体はそれほど高くないので、このターンで倒せるかな。
And then we hope that Robo kind of is able to come out of this fight with his HP arranged in a certain way, which it doesn't look like happened. So are you just going to use heal beam rolls for a shot at it before?
Yeah, I'll take a triad.
Yeah, because do it.
さあ、ジェノサイドームも攻略終わりました。続いて向かうのは、
Robo's 2 ultimate weapons for the base game, which are, at least in the SNES version, the Terra Arm and the Crisis Arm. The Crisis Arm has a unique mechanic to it that's explained extremely poorly in game. We're kind of meant to think that the lower Robo's health is, the more damage Crisis Arm does. But, what it really does is it gives you a damage multiplier that's tied to the 1's digit of Robo's health. So,
先ほど古代の方でね、受け取った木の苗を植えたいんですが、この辺り急激に砂漠化が進んでいることということで調査に来ました。
If it doesn't work out, we get a couple chances at it by using Robo's heal beam skill, because if you use that, especially outside of battle, it does totally random healing, and you can get up to 2 chances to get a 7, 8, or 9, which gives you kind of the damage multiplier that you need for the fastest possible kill on, I think it's called Melthix in this version, Retinite on the SNES, which is a kind of an upgraded version of Zombor, Junk Dragger. Unfortunately, didn't get that. So we're gonna be good. We're not in danger of like dying to Melfix or anything, but we're gonna have to do some extra.
現れてきたボス、こちらがこの一帯を砂漠にしているメルフィックというボスです。
GDQ raid, who, while you are obviously familiar with GDQ and the way that they raise money for various charities, we're doing the same thing. We are raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, which is
魔法攻撃自体は効かないんですけれども、水技を当てると守備力が上がるということで、これを使って倒していきます。
And they have so many programs, and they have a helpline that this marathon last year helped fund to run for 5 weeks. So anything you can donate would be excellent. Hit that exclamation mark donate in the chat. If you can't donate, that's brilliant. Don't worry, we don't worry about that. Please join us in the chat. Please have a good time. Get out there on social media.
真ん中にあるコアが失われるとですね、急激に上半身下半身それぞれが強くなってしまうので、
See if we can bring some more eyes to the product, because we're putting on a show.
So as far as this boss fight too,
ここに気をつけて体力を調整しながら戦っていく必要があります。ああ、無事撃破しました。
Casually, you probably think that you're meant to kill the core first, but if you do that, the other two pieces become considerably nastier because they don't take really any damage from anything until you use
パワーカプセルが落ちていたので回収しました。
harden the sand basically. And but once the core is dead, the other pieces will re-up their defense after every hit, whereas when the core is alive, you only need to do it once. If Robo had a 7, 8, or 9 for his one digit,
先ほど途中になっていたビネガーの館を陥落させに行きま
because
す。
the head has 5,000 health and the legs have 4,800, that would put it into the range where just 2 Uzi punches would kill. Since we didn't get that and we had a 5, that meant we had to do some
だけど一人一人は倒したので、
other characters in order to
もう奥まで来ました
round
ね。
it off. But yeah, now that that's out of the way, now we're gonna go finish Magus's quest and Azu's for it.
ああ、いい曲流れてる。
Get to see the final payoff to a lot of the
グレートビネガー、スーパーソイソー、
routing
スーパーマヨネーとの 戦いですが、
there's some secret triple text that you can use.
2人はさっさと倒れてしまいます。
The blue gemstone we found in the Rust
4000はあかんて。
And then if a character has that equipped, your party is Magus, Robo, and Luca, and then you have Dark Bomb, Laser Spin, and Flare. You can use one of these best triple techs in the game.
改めてビネガーとの戦いです。ああ、懲りませんね、この子もね。
High power bosses in the rest of the game. And yeah, the Ozzy trio is a very, very dangerous fight too. It's why we didn't do it earlier, since
Amigo.
they have very nasty counterattacks,
はい、
especially if you
何
attack
度も戦い
Ozzy
ましょう。
directly. Before we're alive, but
何度も戦う。
once we finish that fight, even though we're mostly done here, in order to mark the quest as complete, we have to kind of dispose of Ozzy. But it's not going to be us that makes Ozzy fall into his own trap. It's going to be what I like to call the Deus Ex Felina. It's just random cat that shows up and trips the switch.
というわけでね、終了で
Cats
す。
are the true hero of the game.
Yep, agreed.
いやー、やっぱりお猫様には誰も勝てませんね。
With the side quest that we need to finish for 100%. The last thing we need to do is to finish the Fiona's Woods quest, which is why that was the quest that we had to talk to Plant Lady in Seal Kingdom and tell her to plant
改めて
flower in order to activate. That's what causes
このフィオナの館に住んでいるフィオナという女性に話をしますと、 ロボがね、ここから緑化活動を人類に代わって行ってくれることになりました。その結果、400年後、現代ではこのように森が広がる場所になるんですね。さすがに働きすぎたので、ちょっと疲れて休んでいますけれども、ルッカの力をもってしてちゃんと修理ができます。ここは不思議な感覚を覚えますよね。ルッカたちにとっては一瞬の出来事なのに、ロボはその間に400年か経験しているっていう。時間移動をすごく有効に活用したイベントですね。でやっぱりそういった危険性っていうのかな。悪用すればいくらでも悪用ができるっていうところについてね、もちろんルッカも気づいていたようで、アルティマニアっていう、攻略本が今手元にあるんですけれど、ロボにとっては400年、だけど時を超えた私たちにとっては瞬きほどの時間。その一瞬で不毛の砂漠が緑が生い茂る大森林に変わっていた。今回はラボスを倒すためだけに星から託された力、許された力として活用するんだっていう風な決意を語っていますね。さあ、皆さん、お待ちどうさまでした。ルッカのお母さんが座りっぱなしになってしまった出来事。ね、入力するものは分かってますね。RA ですよね。
LARA and the controller, and yeah, it looks like it's an actual password that you press buttons for on
違います
PC.
よ。
But if you fail, the
間
screen
違えないようにしましょうね。LA ですね。
And
違いますよ。今見ていただいたようにね、わかると思うんですけれど、英語表記になっているときは、LA ではなく LARA で解除されるんですね。
There's less dialogue here with Robo if you saved Lara.
多分正直、英語圏の人にとってはむしろ LARA が普通だろっていうふうに思われるんだと思うんですよね。ここ多分日本ならではのローマ字表記がミスリードになってるのかなって思うんですけれど。
Putting you into the shoes of a frightened child that doesn't really know what she's doing with the machine yet. But anyway, so that is all of the side quests. Technically, we could use the bucket at the end of time to go directly to Lavos.
ちなみにスーパーファミコンや、PS、プレイステーション、DS だと、LA をそのままボタンの位置に合わせてやりましたけど、チーム版だと今みたいに文字盤が現れるんですね。さあ、ということでですね、今の時点でマルチイベントすべて攻略しました。緑の夢、太陽石、勇者の墓、ジェノサイドーム、虹色の影柄、ビネガーの館。全部クリアしまして、この上で、シナリオをそのまま進めていきますと、100% をちゃんと達成するようになります。ここからはいよいよ黒の夢を突破していきます。
So, but we are going to be fighting the Dream Devourer. Don't you worry about that.
ただですね、現時点での EST4 時間半経過したところですけれども EST7 時間となっているうち、もともとの予定時間は5時間半だったんですね。そこから1時間半、ビットウォーの達成によって伸びています。どういう順番で攻略するかわからないんですけれども、夢食いという裏ボスを倒すことが、ミッションになっていますね。とはいえ多分今回はそのまんま このシナリオを一旦クリアしてからになるんじゃないかなとは思いますけれども。
But when you're actually ready for finishing the game, Mega Mutant's pretty easy. Andy just
で
used,
奏者のアンディの記録ですと、
some rare items from encounters you get along the go, starting with a gold earring, which increases max HP by, I believe, 50%, which is part of a strategy we'll be using with Robo.
An excellent point in the chat. For those of us who don't know, what is a Wonder Shot?
もうあと30分足らず、4時間53分37秒でクリアするという記録を持っているようですね。
3,000 plus damage, at least against the final boss, and just kind of an extra swaggy way that we like to end 100% speedruns of this game, especially in charity marathons, is to try to kill the final boss with the Wonder Shot, which it has the hype factor of just the extreme randomness of the damage output, along with
everyone yelling Wonder Shot.
Giving everybody the excuse to yell Wonder Shot at the top of their lungs, too. Alright, so then there's some... This room here has some randomness to it as far as the large eyes. If they're the first one, you can just sneak by it if it's closed, but if it's open, we just keep reloading the room in order to get an opportunity to get by it. Unfortunately, this
道を抜けるのやっぱりうまいですね。
counter skip with the two silver mutants is extremely tight because
非常に鮮や
you
か
have
で
to not
す。
only get by them, but you have to get by them before they see you too. So it's both tight and time sensitive. But another reason why we have Ayla in the party too is because she's extremely fast. We got an item called, at least in the SNES version, it's called the Dash Ring in Ozzy's Fort, and then gave that to Ayla in order to max her speed out at 16. And that for the first half of the Black Omen means that encounters that we do get and we can't run
そうで
away
すね、
from
黒の夢は
really good chances
各時代に現
for,
れている存在なんですけれども、
because of how fast
昔の時代で突破すると、それ以降の時代で
Right,
は
and then now we've got
な
our
くなっ
first
たということに
elevator.
なりますの
Kind
で、
of alluded to this in the
消
Ocean
えてしまいま
Palace,
す。
but
ですが逆に、
there's two elevators in the Black
時代が
Omen,
後の
and
方で
unlike
先
in
に
the
攻略
Ocean
します
Palace,
と、
the number of encounters
昔の時代には
in
ま
these
だ残って
elevators
い
is
るので、
random. You can
同
get
じように
0 to
行くことが
3.
できます。
In the route Andy's using, we do need at least one extra fight at some point in the Black Omen to get enough experience for Luca to reach level 40 before the final bosses, which level 40 is a pretty important breakpoint for Luca, in particular as far as her health and magic defense, as far as being able to survive a certain attack by the first form of the final boss. And so we got our one fight on the first elevator. Very nice job dodging a bunch of encounters in these screens here. The first one's pretty tight, but you can kind of trace along the
この
wall
辺りに
in
つ
the middle
いて
in order
は、
to
本当に
avoiding it a lot easier.
作品や
And the
作り手によっ
there
て
was also one
解
where he
釈
was
が分かれる
walking
ところ
instead
では
of
ありますよ
running,
ね。
which was one means of skipping that fight.
クロノトリガーの場合は、先の時代で行動したことは先にもう経験しているから、それがなくなることはないっていう解釈ですけれども、昔の時代でなくなってしまったものがあるんだったら、後の時代で仮に経験していても、その存在がなくなってしまうっていう風にするものもあるとは思うんですよ。ここはもう本当にその作り手がどういう風に時間移動というものを捉えているかっていうのがよく現れてくる部分ですよね。
We have a set of refights with bosses as part of Lavos' shell, and that is going to be probably the better part of 10 minutes, where we can have pretty much straight up donations. So right. Could maybe hold them for that.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. Let me know when I'm good to go.
All right, we'll do.
魔王さんも死にかけてますけれど。
Alright, so we got a
大丈夫
Mega
ですか？
Elixir there. We've gotten a couple others too.
ま
Mega
あ、
Elixir is the
バトル終わっ
best
たら
healing
復活し
item
ま
in
す
the
から
game.
ね。
Full HP and MP for your whole party. The eyes on that last screen are random too. It's always kind of debatable whether it's faster to kind of hope to get lucky that you can sneak by them or just trigger the fight and run away.
I noticed on the PC since the running's faster, like the second fight, it doesn't use the stop twice, so I just opt to run away. But in the SNES, I tend to wait for the eyes to close.
Yeah, and SNES at least you can kind of speed up the cycles of the eyes by walking into them from the side too. But yeah, and then for that last screen too, you had to kind of wait at the stairs a bit too, because there's a rotating turret where if it sees you, you get an encounter, and if you just kind of wait for it to rotate out of the way, so you can first get the speed tab and then later and then get out. The screen here, it's all avoidable fights, and I'm sad that that there's no required encounters in the Black Omen with an enemy called Alien, which just has this really awesome sprite. But I think we will be seeing some palette swaps of Alien in the post-game dungeons, though.
うまい具合に抜けていきま
So
す
we're coming
ね。
up on Giga Mutant, second Black Omen mini boss. We picked up a haste helm in one of the chests there, which is one of the best pieces of gear in the game. We didn't really call attention to it, but haste in this game is just really good as far as compared to like other Square RPGs, as far as just how much faster it makes you get turns. There's kind of an odd quirk with how haste.
続いて戦いますのがギガミュータントということでね。
Next turn, and when you get it automatically through equipment, that translates into not getting it until you're after you make your first action in the battle. But that has the net result of turning Robo as the
メガミュー
slowest
タントの
character
次
into the
が
fastest
ギガミュータン
instead
ト。
because of just how
ちゅうこと
much haste boosts its ETB rate. And fights like this too is where the minor detours that we made at a couple points to get extra speed tabs really make a difference. Because it takes 2 Omega Flares to kill this boss, but because the fact that we've been using speed tabs to boost the Omega Flare party's speed pretty close to max at this point, gives us a really good chance to get that second Omega Flare off, especially like in some cases skipping 2 extra attack animations from Giga Mutant. Alright, so we've got our second elevator here. Again, random number of battles between 0 and 3. The battle that we don't want to see are the 2 large yellow gargoyles, because those take 2 spells to kill instead of 1.
アルカも負けじとフレアを使っていきます。
So far. Now we've now hit the average, and hopefully it ends here.
僕自身はこのクロノトリガーの奏者ではないので、厳密になぜこのメンバーで戦っていくのかというところをちゃんと把握しているわけではないんですが、おそらくは多分魔王とルッカは圧倒的に他よりも MP じゃない、魔力が高くて、でそれに対してロボは物理攻撃が高いので、オメガフレアがちょうどよく火力をとても出しやすいメンバーなのかなというふうに解釈しています。もしね、有識者おりましたら教えていただければと思います。
Blubber Hulks you very much want to kill in one hit because they have a very nasty counterattack if they survive. PSA, if you play this game casually, bring Ayla here and steal speed tabs from each and every one of these panel enemies and get all your characters up to 16 speed. We stole 2 of them earlier, but we've kind of got what we need, so we're just gonna kill the rest. And then we have Terra Mutant, which is despite being the final mutant, this is not quite as dangerous as Giga Mutant. Mostly because like with Giga Mutant, both pieces of it have kind of nasty
メガギガと来たので、テラミュータントですね。オメガフレアを打って、ガンガン火力を出していきます。5600。1000回復したので3600ですが、テラミュータント上半身の HP7800 しかないので、これで倒せますね。で、片方を倒すと自動でもう片方も倒されるので、撃破です。
Alright, and then moving on, we have I do like how in this version of the game the next boss has a unique name, which is Elder Lavospawn. It's just called Lavospawn in the SNES version, despite having the same name as the Lavospawns in Death Peak. This one is a totally different boss, which is considerably harder. This is also one of the places where we wanted to get that gold earring steal.
さあ、こちらボスです。先ほどと同じように顔を狙っていきます。
Because it gives plus 50% max HP, will allow Robo to have a guaranteed 9 for the 1's digit of his health, which makes the Crisis Arm as strong as possible. And Elder Lavospawn has 10,000 HP, so it's basically just 4 rapid fire fists at this point. Possibly aided by a Wonder Shot if you get a lucky roll with it. So we're just kind of mostly having Robo take care of this boss, with Megas just using healing items as needed to make sure Robo has that 9 for his 1's digit.
Alright,
very nice. And then the last regular encounter in the Black Omen is 5 panels. This fight you can actually run from, and it's pretty silly if you do, because you run away and then all 5 panels just self-destruct anyway, but you can kill them with 1 flare, and this fight's worth a whopping 4,000 experience, so we take it anyway. I guess unless something happened where we both got terrible
カプセルはエイラがいないのでゲットできません。
Alright, so Luca has reached level 40, which is what we want to see at this point. And level 40 is a break point for her as far as, mostly as far as being able to survive a certain attack by the first form of the final boss. And this is the last fight that we get experience from.
さあ、ここからいよいよ3連戦に入っていきます。
Last couple tabs that we got, we were making a safety save and then heading for kind of the final boss rush of the Black Omen and of the game too, because we're after finishing the Black Omen, we get sent to Lavos where we do the final fights. So there are 3 boss fights at the end of the Black Omen. We've got Queen
ジョージール戦
first. This
1回目
fight
です。
looks extremely scary because she has an attack called
まずは
Hellish.
全体を HP を1にしてきます。
Being at 1 HP is pretty scary, but the way that Queen Zeal's AI works, if you just do a lot of damage via Omega Flare, that will cause her to just
メガフレアをどんどん打っていき、1回で4000出るので、次の行動までには倒せそうですかね。はい、倒せました。早い。もういいですね。何も考えずにオメガフレアを打ってればいい。
a little more
続け
involved.
て、
A little,
魔人
not
機
really
戦で
involved,
す。
but a little more interesting of a boss, and that it kind of powers up depending on what you hit it with. If you
残
hit
念
it
なが
with
ら
multiple
赤きナイフ
attacks,
だ
it
けで
raises
は
its
壊
physical
すことができ
defense,
ていなかったん
and
です
if you
ね。
hit it with magic, it raises its magic attack power. But fortunately, with the
迷わ
with
ずラストエリクサー
setup
を
we
使っ
have,
て
we can kind of
HP そ
just
して
completely
MP を
ignore
回
that.
復させていき
Just
ま
do
す。
4 Omega
ここからは
Flares
結
for
構
victory.
もう本当にラストエリクサーを惜しまずに使っていく感じになると思います。魔人機は HP が 18,000 ですので 4,700 くらい入っているのでちょうど4回で倒せるかと思います。
I'm sure they fixed in the remakes. Because that glitch isn't in the original Japanese SNES version. It's only the English SNES
はい
version.
早い。
Yep, yeah, we
なん
got
だかもうよくわかんなくなってき
style
ました
death
ね。
animation. I think is that image of the Mammon machine in the time portal new too? I don't think that's in the SNES version. Looks pretty cool.
I'm not sure on that one.
Maybe I just haven't noticed because of the video quality I played the game locally at. But all right,
So-
those two fights were pretty easy. Just spam Omega Flare with our setup and win. The final fight with Zeal, which we
倒
get
し
the
たかに
correct
思いま
music
したが、
for, thanks to having Magus in our battle party, is
ここ
quite
で
a bit
諦め
more
ていたら
involved.
初め
So
からそんなことし
this
てないで
fight
す
we
ね。
can't just spam Omega Flare on because Zeal's has two hands that will do very nasty counterattacks to take away your HP and MP if you hit them, and you would do so if you used Omega Flare because it's AoE.
ジールは変身して、
This is where we use a
なんかドラクエ6で見た
a
ことあ
nice
ります
strategy
ね。
that involves having Robo as the party leader because
ジー
the
ル、
dual
改め
attack
て
between
顔になりま
Luca
す。
and
顔と
Robo
右手、
involves
左手になり
Double
ますね。
Bomb, which with Robo and the party leader, we are actually able to hit Zeal's head and only her head. That does almost only does about 800 less damage.
3箇所がそれぞれ自立して動いていくので、
Not being able to use Omega Flare safely in this fight. And,
反撃技を食らわないように顔にだけダメージを入れていきます。
The first one is called Hexagon Mist in the SNES version. Not sure what it is here, but Starburst. It looks like it's here. Is it possible to skip this on PC, or is she too fast?
It's possible to
壊
skip it.
滅しているが、果たしてどう
Yeah,
だ
'cause Zeal will always use Halation
間に合う
on
か
her next turn after getting below half health, but she has 20,000 HP, so when she's below 10,000,
ルッカが
we'll
落
always
ち
do
ま
Halation
した
on
が
that、turn. And if we can get her to below 10,000,
魔王がもう回復役に徹
Starburst
する
or
形でしょう
Hexagon
か
Mist,
ね。
and that just gets skipped completely.
そういうわけではないか。
To deal with, healing from that damage.
全員が生きているタイミングを見計らってラストエリクサーを使っていく感じですね。
Pretty fun fight when it goes well. Because like other possible strategies involve using Uzi Punch and the Wonder Shot to focus fire on the head, but the strategy with Double Bomb is way more consistent because the Wonder Shot is the Wonder Shot. Its damage is totally random, and then the
さあ再びハレーションが来ましたが、
takes damage in bad spots that'll nerf him.
これは魔王が直後にラストエリクサーですね。OK です。これだけアクティブタイムゲージが溜まるのが早ければ、相手の行動の直後に動くことができますからね。いいですね。よし、突破です。
And that is the Black Omen complete. So once Zeal 2 is defeated, the game will send us to the final showdown with Lavos, which again we could have just gone to
さあ、
from
ジールを、
the end
ジールとの
of time.
3
And we could
連
also crash
戦
the
を
Epok into
倒しまし
Lavos, but if you do that, you can't leave, and then we wouldn't be able to do the Black Omen and as part of the 100% requirements. So before we actually kind of fight Lavos,
プロの夢は突破し、ジールも死んでしまうんですが、ラボスの復活を遂げることができたので何も悔いはなさそうな恐ろしい笑顔ですね。
But because we can't, we are going to have somewhere like maybe 7 or 8
さあ、
minutes of refights
い
against
よいよラ
bosses
ボス
we've
との
already
一
seen.
戦
So
で
it's
す。
going to be kind of our last really big round of donations before finishing the game proper. But I will just say that the kind of the main routing and tech behind this
6500
boss
万
rush
年
is
の
going to
間、
be management
地中
because
で
we're going to be doing a lot of Omega
打ち勝って
flares.
きた数
And
多
every
くの
Omega flare uses 20 MP from Luca, so just kind of managing when we use
情報を
ethers to refill Luca's
フルに
MP
活
is,
用して、
is optimized pretty
今まで
tightly.
戦ってきたボスたちの行動を
We brought back Chrono for
模
full
倣し
screen
て
time,
いき
so
ま
this
す。
Falcon hit will,
まずはですね、
has a faster animation
はやぶさ切りの
along with not using
横一
MP
線を
later. So with that
し
all
ば
out
ら
of the
くは
way, let's
打
hear
っ
it,
ていき
Bob.
ます。
Okay, here we go. Right. So we
一
have
頭を
$25
横に
donation with no
出
donation.
してしまっているので、はやぶさ切りの餌食ですね。
Who has sent $50 just says, I want to tell you both good luck. We're all
We're
counting
all
on you.
counting on you. Thanks, Fred.
Lionheart, $5 with no donation comment. Thank you very much. 306 sends $25 and says, Did I hear a wonder shot train? Kudos to the another amazing Questing for Glory event. Glad to see all of this amazing support. Nami. Zeldy77, $25 once again. Chrono Trigger is absolutely one of my favorite games I've ever played. Thank you for hosting this wonderful event. Keep up the great work. MS Kane, $25. Because it's Chrono Trigger, because it's Nami. Prizes for mental health, for friendship. Let's finish strong, RPG fans.
さあ、黒の魔法
Sirius,
MP がすべて
$65
吸収されまして、
thank you very much. JD sends $100 and
こ
says,
こからは再
Loving
び
this run of my favorite game of all time. Thank you so much for running this event.
こちらのオメガフレアは
$56 from AXTEN. Who
舞
says,
台で
okay, I may as well round out
戦
my
っていき
contribution
ま
to this
す。
event and get us slightly closer to the Wonder Shot goal. Thank you. $100 from Dan Dippity, who says, love y'all, PGIR Stock Podcast, sending support. Thank you very much. Sporadic Erratic, someone you've no doubt heard or
なんだかで
behind the scenes
まず
here.
は
Thank you very much.
防御を下げて、
$25 donating during one of my favorite games of all time. Always a pleasure to
あ
see
とは
it.
オメガフレア。
Category. I'm enjoying all of the lore and the commentary. Let's go Wonder Shot. And I've saved this one for kind of the end.
結局オメガフレア。
It's going to end with a bang.
さあ、魔王自身との戦いになりますけれど
Jet Boy
も
Mage, who、says, let's finish off this marathon with a bang. More like a dink. Wonder Shot.
物を持ち替えましたね。
Let's go!
盛り上がってる。
Yes. $25 from Infinity, who says, Chrono Trigger, one of my favorite games of all time. Thank you so much all for your donations. We are creeping closer and closer to that donation total of $5,000 for the Wonder Shot incentive. We are currently sitting at $2,034.54. All of that money is going towards Nami. So please, if you can, open your wallets. Let's get there. Let's
バー
get
だと
it done.
全属性の攻撃が使えるので、魔王形態でも
Take a minute to.
気にすることなく戦うことができますね。
Right, that's better. So, just in case you
さあ、
haven't,
第8段階、アザーラとブラックティラノです。
and if you want to raise some money for Nami, you can also get some cool stuff for yourself. If you donate $5 or more, you get a set of two 3D printed lava spawns. Whether they're the Elder one or not, I don't know. Chrono Trigger Masamune Battle Diorama. That's a prize that you can win as well. $15 minimum donation for that one. We are giving away 3 Steam keys for Chrono Trigger, the version you are seeing being played on stream right now. The donation incentive for those is a minimum of $5. And both of these next one have a minimum donation of $25. There is a cool Chrono Trigger shadow box you can check out, and a handmade plush of Luca. Twerks, we've had some requests in the chat for a bit of information on how the Wonder Shot RNG works. Can you shed any light on that?
ギガガイアの形態です。これを倒すと、今まで戦ってきた主なボスを形態すべて突破することになります。
Range like when we're using it against the final form of Lavos, it can range from like 50 damage, which we like to affectionately refer to as a blunder shot, up to if she gets the highest possible damage roll and crits with it, like 3,500. So it's kind of become kind of just a traditional kind of swag way to wrap up 100% runs of this game to try to go for the last hit on the final boss.
さあ、改めてラボス自身とのバトルです。
And it's fun, and it's also just so much fun to say Wonder Shot to preferably a very loud.
天から降り注ぐものが世界を滅ぼす。これが全体攻撃の物理技でまず入りましたが、構わず攻撃をしていきますね。HP は1万。5000入ったということは、次のターンみんな動けば出ますか？混乱はしない。大丈夫です。彼ですね。素晴らしい。さあ、ラボスを突破しました。穴が開いている。入るしかねえな。なぜ体内にセーブポイントがあるのか。
The three forms of Lavos all have HP that's multiples of 10,000. It's 10,000, 20,000, and 30,000. And then with the routing we're using and using at least 5 magic tabs on Luca over the course of the game, that translates into our Omega Flares doing at least 5,000 damage per hit.
さあ、ここでセーブしたということは、
how the boss HP works out, that just gives us kind of the most
このまま
efficient
突破していくのかな。
fights that we can get.
Real quick, I'll interject. I saved the game there and shut off the game and turned it back on just because, for whatever reason, the game will crash on me, and I've had to crash after the cutscenes, so didn't want that to happen.
All right, so going along with the hype World Revolution final boss theme, we get our first real fight with Lavos. This opening laser shower attack that it uses is
さあ、ラボスの本体とのバトルです。本体、真ん中の胴体が HP2 万、左腕が1万2000、右腕が8000となっています。最初の時点では本体の防御力がマックスあるのでほとんどダメージは入りません。まずは左腕右腕を倒していきます。片腕を失って胴体の回復に使われたのでもう片腕を落とすかな、このまま。そうですね。左腕を無事撃破すると、ここで最初の防御力の半分になります。ここからは本体にもダメージが入りやすくなるはずです。
Once that happens, now you do 4 Omega Flares and we win. And depending on how the kind of the turnovers line up, we might get an opportunity to use it.
あとはもうオメガフレアを連発するだけですね。アンブラウ・エンバーンス。名作かな。
But whoever just donated $1,000 anonymously.
Flames of War。これはエンブですかね。ラボス本体の技の名前はどれも漢字で全て書かれているので、なかなか調べていただくとかっこいいのがわかると思いますよ。
the next turn uses an attack, a very nasty shadow elemental
さあ、
attack.
ラボスの本体を倒しました。
So after
そして、
imperfect Lavos, as I like to
そこ
call
に
it,
残されたのは、
heavy resemblance to Imperfect Cell from Dragon Ball Z. We now get to see the true final form of Lavos. And I think this little lore here, I
謎
think
の生命
was
体。
introduced in the English translation. I don't think it was in Japanese, but we basically
こ
find
ちらが
out
ラ
here
ボスの
that
核になっていま
Lavos
す。
was manipulating evolution all
現れた
throughout
2つの
the
ビッ
world's
ト。
history to
真
feed
ん中が
itself.
ね、いかにも、もう、私を攻撃してくださいっていう風に言ってますからね。もう真ん中倒しに行こうな。これ真ん中倒すしかないですね。はい。
Playing this casually, because you normally would think that the main alien in the middle is the final boss, and then the two bits.
一応まずはですね、左側のビットが、HP を回復してくるので、先に落としてしまいます。
So it has maxed out defense until we've killed either the center or the other bit.
強っ。
Little bad luck there, but as far as it using that heavenly
さあ、オメ
wave
ガフレア
attack,
でバンバンダメージを稼いでいきますよ。
you can actually survive it thanks to that barrier. If it had either Luca or Robo, that would have one-shot them. Like we're seeing here, unfortunately. It does always amuse me.
ロボは本当に魔法防御が低すぎるのでね、こういったダメージを受けると一発で落とされてしまいます。
Just need to get one more Omega Flare off, and then, or Lavos needs to stop.
ちなみに左のビットはですね、全属性を吸収してしまうので、オメガフレアでは倒せません。
Oh, come on.
だから先に物理では倒す必要があったんですね。
believe the how the
ロボに攻撃が入り続ける限りダメージが稼げないので、やめていただきたい。
Wow.
物理攻撃だ。強い。あのさ、的確。攻撃の仕方が的確。
But it can also just do these single target attacks, either just slap or the Heavenly Tears magic attack. And Lavos spamming single target attacks is the worst thing that can happen.
あー、回復が入ってしまった。やっぱり真ん中に回復入れてるってことはね、真ん中やっぱり重要なんですね。あ、急に倒していかないといけない。ようやく打てました。真ん中の HP が1万なので、回復が入ってさえしなければ、今のオメガフレアで倒せたはずなんですが、残念ですね。
AI pattern as far as what's going to happen next. It does that status effect when it warps to 1000.
あ、真ん中倒せました。やった。あれ。もし。しかも復活しちゃった。うわー。どうしたらいいんだ。やばいやばい。
Kind of unfortunate turn order for it to revive immediately after that, but just we're going to cross.
ここまでダメージが入っているとですね、もう左に構っている暇もなく、ひたすらオメガフレアを打っていきます。
Single target attacks again. Okay, did another time warp. If it actually got its super attack off in 65 million BC, that would hurt a lot. But it's not going to get that to that point. All right, so we are pretty much the fight's pretty much over at this point because we've kind of done enough Omega Flares now that we're going to be able to kill.
背景が変わっていったと思うんですけれど、あれね、時代に応じて真ん中の攻撃パターンが変わっていってたので。 巨岩が来ていたらちょっと危なかったですね。ということで、ラブボスを撃破です。お疲れ様でした。
Since we've called GG, I will inform everybody that we've had a bit of a flurry of donations that has brought us to 3,400.
せっかくラボスを倒したんですけれども、現代に帰ってきたら、ガルディア城の出頭命令を受けまして、王様がもう、クロノにもどうしても言わなければいけないことがあるそうです。もともとはね、マールを連れ出したその時の罪で裁判にかけられていたんですけれども、さまざまな時代のガルディア王家の直系の人たちが集まってきて、今までどういったことが起こっていたのかっていうふうなことをガルディア王に説明しました。ここのところでね、世界を救ってきたのだろうっていうふうなガルディア王の発言聞いたときは本当に胸が熱くなりましたね。
Andy's going to be continuing for a bit over another hour to fight the Dream Devourer, which is the new post-game super boss added to the DS and PC remakes of Chrono Trigger. And so we need to...
タイマーはストップしていないんですけれども、こちらはですね、この後ビットウォーで達成された夢食いを倒しに行くというものがございますので、元々の時間から1時間半伸びています。で、プレイヤーのアンディの記録は自分では4時間53分37秒というのが現在、記録として SRC に登録されていますので、残念ながらね、記録更新はできていませんけれども、しっかり元々の EST である5時間半にちゃんと収まるようにまとめてきましたね。素晴らしい走りだったと思います。千年祭のパレードも長く続けていることはできません。皆さんともう別れなくてはいけないんですね。
It'll actually just put a level 2 chrono, like overwrite the save file that you're trying to write to.
カエルがな、かっこええねん。
Oh yeah, true. There's one more anime cutscene that's added to the ending too.
このゲコゲコゲコっていう感じのね。
Some more tie-ins between Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross.
どうも。Another cutscene with original artwork, but we'll be skipping over that. We can watch that one later on.
どうも。ぜひね、プレイしたことがない方がもしいらっしゃいましたら、あ、目からオイルが。
Yes, there's a game that was only released in kind of an unconventional way in Japan over kind of a
もしプレイしたことがないという方がいらっしゃったらですね、ぜひとも今回を機にプレイしていただけたら嬉しいなと思います。とはいえね、もう皆さん帰っていきましたんで、シルバードは破壊した方がいい。あれ？あ、家の猫ですね。あら？あ、入っていっちゃいました。あれ？母さん
I haven't actually played Radical Dreamers myself, though I want to eventually. I know Andy has. Can explain it a little bit.
いや、母さんをね、救いに行くためにはね、やっぱりシルバードが必要ですから、まだまだこれからね、 倒す必
some
要が
elements that
壊
they
すこ
talk
とには
into
ね、できませんよ
Chrono
ね。
Cross. Like, there's a character in there called
ノイキャン
Guile,
かかった
or
マジ
sorry, not
か。
Guile, Miguel, or not Miguel, Miggy. And
さあ、この千年祭に向けて作っていたリーネの鐘に代わるマールの鐘の設置なんですが、 オタクの娘さん、 ちょっと借りていきますね。
Radical Dreamers, the Alpha Chrono Cross, originally had that idea and then shied away. And then there's other little things.
Yeah,
ここの
someone's
タ
raising
バ
a
ン
good
大好
point
き。
too that Radical Dreamers is kind of more of a visual novel than an RPG, but I mean it's a video game. I mean that's not something that's in question at all. But it's a very different kind of game from either Chrono Trigger or Chrono Cross in that regard. Even though it is Japanese only, I know there is a English patch for it too. If anybody wants to play Radical Dreamers.
We are pushing ever closer to that wonder shop. We are now less than $1,500 away. $3,542.54 out of
せっかくなのでね、
$5,000.
エンディング1番、時の向こうへお楽しみください。
And since someone asked, I am going to confirm the prizes do carry on through the end of the run of Chrono Trigger, not because we call GG. It will go all the way through till right at the end. Don't worry too much about that one. Big shout out to Wells for a $157 donation. Thank you very much. And Vinkara, who has donated $25, said, donating during the best, my favorite Final Fantasy Chrono Trigger. Let's not start that in chat. No. Rujasu sends $25 and just says, Wonder Shot! Sunny Bun, $25. Donating for a great cause and to show my love for the greatest RP. Mecha Link and Prof Nez, two old hands of our community. How you doing, folks? Both sent $100 with no donation comments. Thank you so much. We are getting perilously close. We've broken the $42,000 mark. Let's push. We can make it. Oh. $25 from Turk Dog TV, who says, GG to a great run, and here's to hitting that $5,000.
I've always been a fan of the continuity here too for this part of the ending compared to the bad ending, where if you die at Lavos, which is something that was pretty groundbreaking when this game came out in '95, where the game actually shows you what happens if you fail with Lavos destroying the world. You get pretty much the same view of the world turning gray. You kind of get a much better depiction of the world here to show that everything turned out okay.
Yeah, the game's truly a masterpiece with all the different endings, and so much more.
Yeah, because this was one of the first, at least, like, console games that had a New Game Plus mode, too. Once you've beaten the game, you're able to start a new game and carry over most of the stuff you've finished with. And then, in addition to being able to kind of steamroll through the main story, you also gain the ability to go fight Lavos pretty much whenever you want to, with a couple exceptions. And then beating the game at certain points in the main story gives you different endings. There's like a whopping, I think, 15 unique endings, if you include the bad endings on top of that.
このエイラ好きです。はい、好きです。ありがとうございます。
Just want to clear up some confusion that I've been seeing in chat. There will not be an Earthbound run after Chrono Trigger. Yes, it was proposed. It was cancelled earlier in the marathon. Illness from the runner, who is okay. But there will not be an Earthbound round after Chrono Trigger. There will, however, be a post-show featuring myself.
これグレンの顔が描かれないというのが
Beard
ね、
and Duo will be back to send us on
素敵
into
な演出なんですよね。
the rest.
So many Dragon Ball references in this anime, too. If this is the only Chrono game that you've played, this extra scene here isn't really going to make a whole lot of sense. But if you play this after playing Chrono Cross, it has some pretty deep meaning to it.
ということでね、ここで一旦エンディングは終了ですかね。
Alright, so
もうちっとだけ続くんじゃ。
showing us some new content that's opened up. I believe these are called the dimensional vortices, which are just extra dungeon areas added in. And in order to access the Dream Devourer, we're actually going to need to do all three of them. But before going to the dimensional vortices, we're going to need to do some other preparations too, most notably getting some nice armor upgrades.
さあ、ここからは夢食いを攻略しに向かいます。先ほどね、エンディング終わりに出現した3箇所の時代、古代、現代、未来にそれぞれですね、次元の歪みという空間が出現しています。ここを突破すると、最終的な夢食いのいる時の闇という空間にね、飛ぶことができるようになるんですね。
Yeah, conveniently, the game saves your inventory like before Lavos, especially with the fight we just had, burning up all those mega elixirs. So we'll actually have those for this.
So Andy's taking advantage of a mechanic that we didn't need to in the main story, which is that when there's continuity kind of as far as the black chests that are in 600 AD and 1000 AD, where if you
今みたいに中世で一度確認した宝箱を現代に行ってもう一度確認すると宝箱の中身を2回ゲットできるんですね。特に一度断らないと強化ができないということ。 そういう裏
Taking
的な
advantage
シ
of
ステ
that
ム
to
になっ
get
ている。
some red and black mail, which is good armor that absorbs light and shadow element attacks respectively. I believe this is the blue mail here.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the blue mail as you called out, and the white and black plate, which we'll be using later on.
And we saw where the fourth one is, the red one is in Guardia Castle. So we had to get that as a backup in the main run.
Yeah, the only difference between the vest and the plates, a little bit extra defense, as Flexo was saying, which works out nicely. Here, just a little bit of a marathon safety to get a few extra AoE healing items to Lapis, as well as some XP.
とはいえな、
Yeah, this is another part of the ruins where we went to for Frog's side quest earlier that you don't
こ
have
っからの
to
動きちゃんと確認できて
do
ないん
this
だ
as
よ
part of
な。
as part of Frog's quest, but there's some pretty nice
どこで何のアイテム取ってとかっていうの。
like this is where you get Marley's strongest weapon in the base game.
見ながらの対応にはなってしまうかもしれませんが、よろしくお願いいたします。
That or the siren, I always forget which is which. So yeah, as far as like the new game content goes for equipment, in the vanilla game they gave you like pretty much
原始に行ったということは、まず
I
は
wouldn't say max power gear, but
そうですね。
it's pretty close to it.
竜の
So
聖域という、これも
to give
追加コ
you
ンテンツ
even
になり
more
ますけれ
powerful
ども、
equipment, they had to add like
こ
gimmicks
こ
to
に
the equipment.
少しだけ
We're
お
gonna be
邪魔し
getting
ます。
armor for like Magus later on that has like auto barrier built into it.
生き残った恐
Armor
竜
for
人たち
Luca
の
that
拠
has
点なんですけれど
reduction
も、
to damage by
なんだ
one
かすごい
third.
ひっそりとしていますね。
Here, this is the so there's 4 new areas with the new game content. This is the hub area
どうやら
to
ね、
unlock
すぐ裏のところの
additional quests. If like at the end of
森に
the previous run,
魔物がいっぱい発生してしまっているようで。
adds a bunch. But it's not needed to unlock the Dream Devourer. There's 3 other dungeons that had to be defeated to unlock the Dream Devourer. But the first reward you get from doing this is the Dragon's Tear, an accessory that increases your crit by 20%. And we're going to quickly see why that's so important in a little bit. So in this forest, there's just 5 or 6 enemies to clear out. Someone asking in the chat, Apocalypse Arm. Yes, this is all going to build up to a upgraded version of the Crisis Arm, the Apocalypse Arm, a weapon for Robo that has very low attack power.
まずはこの
When it
森の魔物
crits,
た
it
ち
does
を
9,999 damage.
一掃するところから始ま
Robo
り
has
ま
a base
す。
crit rate of 10%, so with the Dragon's Tear, he'll be up to 30% crit
Ne.
rate.
この竜の聖域も追加コンテンツとして結構なボリューム感があるんですけれども、今回の夢食いを倒すための、必須イベントではないので、道具をね、取りに来たというところです。
There's a lot more stuff that we could be doing in this Lost Sanctum area, which unfortunately a lot of it isn't particularly fun. It's a lot of running around and doing fetch quests and talking to NPCs. But we're just going to kind of start the Lost Sanctum quest line in order to get those items that Andy just talked about.
古代といっても、まあ、現代から比べて400年しか経つ前ではないですからね。もう十分道具が使える魔物がいてもおかしくはないんじゃないでしょうか。
But thankfully that's not the case. And there's some nice items in the corners of the forest here, but we'll be fine without them. And earlier we were talking about the Wonder Shot. Luca does have a upgraded. I shouldn't even say it's an upgraded weapon. It's got a gimmick where it uses the last digit of her MP.
さあ、全モンスターを倒してくると、
but it's not as strong as the Wonder Shot.
恐竜人が現れます。
So yeah, these Riptides come out and turns out they're friendly and they offer a bunch of fetch quests, as Plexo was saying. But we'll say no thank you.
This is not what I would call the high point of the extra content added to remakes of Chrono Trigger, but fortunately the dimensional vortices, which we do have to do.
裏の森の魔物を一掃してくれたお礼に、恐竜人から、ドラゴンピアスという道具をもらいました。これはアクセサリーなんですけれども、あらゆる武器のクリティカル率がプラス20されるというものです。
Kind of music that was cut from the original release of the game called Singing Mountain, which I absolutely love, got worked into DS and PC versions. It's another piece of cut music that's an extra unused battle theme.
まあこれを手に入れたのにはちゃんと理由があるんですけれども、また後ほどわかるかと思います。今もう装備してたかな？まだか、まだですね。
Yeah, unfortunately, the battle arena, I don't think it's in this version.
Oh, it's not? Okay.
さあ、次元の歪みを攻略していきます。まずは未来から。
But yeah, so Plexo was just saying a moment ago, so
ここはいろいろな時代のステージをランダムで行き来しながら進んでいくことで、奥にですね、黒のルッカ、そしてマールの写しみのような、それぞれの存在がもし暴走してしまったとき、みたいな存在が生まれています。それを突破することで、各時代の次元の歪みが攻略できるというような形です。
The one that's the nicest is actually the Genodome, which you explained earlier that it's very nice for grinding. Same reason that's nice to get it when doing this run. So we do want to get mainly Robo and Luca leveled up to raise their magic defense because the Dream Devourer has a very high magic stat. And one level can
選ばれるムップによってエンカウント数も変わってくるので、まあそれはエンカウントの少ないところに行く方がいいでしょうね。
Yeah, I would assume because you can't run from beasts in the beast nest in the main game.
But yeah, this area will give us, or after this, the 2300 AD Vortex gives us the Apocalypse Arm, and that's why we're doing this one first. And then after this, we'll be getting some better armor with the 12,000 BC.
Quick question from the chat. People are asking about why you're playing reparts disjointly. Do you just want to go over it again for us quickly?
ですね、魔物自体が、強化されているわけではないので、特別、変化したら危険だよっていうことはないんですけれど、単純に面倒という話ですね。
Really the only prerequisite other than having good enough equipment and levels to win the fight.
I just want to give a quick shout out to Eric and Sunny. We did get your $250 donation. There was a bit of an error, but we did get it. And we have added it to the total. Thank you so much for that. Also, I have a $25 anonymous donation. He just says, I'm still hungry. $50 anonymous donation. Thank you very much. $26 from Travenstein. No donation message. Thank you. And $50 from an anonymous source who says, Chrono Trigger was my favorite SNES game. I've never seen the PC.
とはいえね、逃げること自体は基本的にできるゲームなのに、そこ自体がむちゃくちゃ面倒かって言ったらそういうわけではないんですが、ランダムマップを抜けました。
out of $5,000. We are within moments of getting there.
ここからが時空研究所と呼ばれるエリアに入っていきます。なかなか入り組んでいる場所なんですけれども。
So yeah, now we're in the main area of the dungeon. Another hidden room over here, and this is where we're going to pick up the.
先ほど来た万年樹の森にね、もう一度来ました。ここにある今ゲットしたゼロクライシスという道具が、ロボの装備品になります。装備しましたね。そして先ほど手に入れた、ドラゴンピアスも装備しました。
$500.
このゼロクライシスなんですけれども、詳しい人には、エイラの合剣ですって言えばわかるかな。要はですね、クリティカルが出たら必ず9999出ます。で、ゼロクライシス自体のクリティカル率は 10% なんですけれど、先ほどのドラゴンピアスを装備することでクリティカル率が 30% になります。だから3発に1発は9999が出せるようになるという、そういう戦い方ですね。
Thanks to the internet, we know that it's red.
楽しみにしていてください。どれだけ綺麗に素早く掃除ができるかというところがここからの注目ポイントになるかと思います。しっかり見ていますね。ここでわざわざ必要のない演歌をする必要はないので、必要のない演歌をする必要がないのはそらそうだな。何を言っているんだエイラの場合はね、合剣にするためには、レベルを96か。まで上げないといけないんですけれど、そうじゃなくても同じことができるようになるということです。必要のない演歌は必要ないんですよね。そうなんですよ。
It's not enough, and they often will counterattack after you hit them. We just don't have enough gear to kind of deal with that.
Yeah, and one downside to using Omega Flare against like super high power bosses like Specchio, who's the super boss in the base game, is that it takes all three characters' turns to use it, so that doesn't give you 3 turns to use items for healing.
A great debate here of your party gets locked in and the game breaks the rule of only having 3 characters out at one time. So switching out the active party to keep our good team going.
keep getting lulled by all excellent music. Just stop and listen. You know what I mean?
A little bit of a puzzle here. We're going to be making one detour for a piece of armor. I believe it's for Robo.
ワープゾーンを正しくくぐり抜けていくと、
Yeah, that piece of armor has 10 extra magic
ロイヤル
defense
プ
on
レー
there.
ト手に入れました。体力と魔法防御がプラス10される。防御力88の
You'll be using
防具。
elemental plates for a
いいよ。
while to absorb elements, and then later on we'll be falling back to that regal plate. And then here we're forced into 5 fights. These eyes will absorb shadow, but thankfully a flare will.
さあ、ここからは5連戦になります。
This is in my opinion, like the slowest moving dungeon, and then the other two are a little bit more faster paced. These spots take Omega Flare to defeat, and it alternates between the Shadow Eye robot, and then
I do get a kick out of seeing these dinky little robots that require being Omega flared. How weak that family of robots is in the normal game.
And this last robot has 10k health and again a lot of defense, so we'll be using the Apocalypse Arm.
強そうなの来た。さあ、このバトルが終わると画面が切り替わるようです。
Well, that was fast.
Yeah, sometimes you'll get really good luck, and then sometimes the 30% doesn't seem so lucky.
こういう風な感じのことが起こっていきます。
Avoiding these.
緊張ですね。とても素晴らしい。
You do take damage from those laser beams. Thankfully, we can run away from the rest of the enemies. So, from the main game, we have the Atomic Vest on Luca for fire resistance. Robo now has the red vest, which absorbs fire damage. And then Magus is equipped with the ruby vest. Upcoming boss is going to use fire.
まずいですよ。時空研究所を突破しまして、回復した上で。
Let's talk about fire. Who do we know that likes fire?
I wonder.
Is it me?
Well, I know that now.
Yeah, I don't know why, but each dungeon, we're gonna have Luca, Chrono, and Marl be the, I guess, a
赤
shadow
の
image
内
of them
です。
to fight against.
This is where Chrono
赤の影という敵になります。
Gonna ought to go for the bot on the right, 10k health. Oh wow. And then Luca has 12 or 16k health.
その射撃とね、
that little robot, you can actually steal a
魔法攻撃を行ってくるんですが、HP が12000。ああ、綺麗に入りますね。
Robo is going to town with those crits. Jeez. Again, this is
そのうちの1万をもう削ってしまっているので、もうあとは他の攻撃でいいので2000を削るだけですね。それでここの戦いの時はとにかく魔法防御が低いロボには相手が使ってくる攻撃の吸収属性の防具が必須になりますね。火力担当がロボなので、ロボが落ちた時点で削れなくなります。
I like how the healing is tied to the damage that your character would be taking. So we're just
当たりませんね。まあ、30% ですからね。絶対レードが当たるかどうかっていうところですよ。当たるは当たるんですよ。でも、当たらないんですよ、普通。当たりました。ということでね、このようになって倒していきます。
With our new persona that gives a boost to Luca, she gains 3 speed, 5 magic, 5 stamina. Which is actually really nice because later on, when we switch armor with Luca, she'll lose 3 speed from not having the top and best on anymore.
はい、続いては古代に来ました。古代の次元の歪みでは、マールの憎しみ、白の影と戦いに行きます。作りは同じです。同じようにランダムマップを突破して、ここオリジナルのマップを突破してっていう風になります。まあネズミにポーションは取られがちですね。あるあるですよね。
Repeats. Another area where going backwards compared to the speedrun. Another thing you might have seen me use a few times was I was loading into a bookmark. So every time you reach like a new screen, the game kind of does a save state, if you will, for the bookmark. It's just an auto save, and I haven't found a way to abuse it. It's actually pretty smart. It knows like what side of the room that you came from. Like earlier in the run, we came from the area that we're going from, so it's not like I can use a bookmark save and then load into it to skip a large room, which would be nice.
RTA というのはもう本当にね、あるものは何でも使うっていう感じですよね。
Oh, right. No prison specs. That's right. It could be worth a little bit extra XP there.
$50 from Anonymous, who says, keep up the great work. Glad to see the runners donate their time to such a meaningful cause. And $10 from an anonymous donor with no donor message. Thank you both. We are currently sitting at $4,352.54 out of 5,000. Just under, let's say $650 away from finishing the marathon with the Wonder Shot, which you do need to meet by the time that we get to Dream Devourer.
何でも使うでしょ、何でも。
According to
僕なんか変なこと言いましたか？
Get your
RTA 奏者っ
donations
て
in
い
if
つ
you
もそう
wanna
ですよね。
finish off with a bang or a Wonder Shot. Either way.
This area actually has a really nice helmet for the girls. It's a Haze helm, but
成果マップというよりは、まあ、各時代にあった。
was just taken out of the route. And thankfully, we actually don't need to have it, but casually, it's a nice.
マップがそのまま使われていますね。ジャリーかわいい。
I really wish that in the main game they used this track for Death Peak. I feel like that would have been so much more appropriate for
yeah, it's
what Death Peak is thematically than the music they did use.
Has a nice solemn feel to it. I don't know if that's quite the right word.
I think I read somewhere that like when the game was being developed, it was intended to be another dungeon area or quest or something in between Magus's castle and the Tyranno lair, which would have been where this music was used, because this is where it is in the soundtrack CD. It's Magus fight theme and Tyranno lair.
This fight happens to be a nice XP encounter. Be doing a little bit of grinding. Bit here.
滑っていきます。
One over here. So we're going to pick up a piece of armor for Magus. This has an auto barrier built into it. So elixir there. Enemy counter there.
あ、歌う山ありますね。むしろ僕、結構サントラを聴いてたんで、全然普通に聴いちゃってましたけど。そっか、これ、SFC では入っていなかったやつなんですね。いい曲なんですよ。
And before this fight, the menu I did there equipped the new armor for
さあ、ブリザビーストというこのね、雑魚敵なんですけど、雑魚にしては HP4000 あるんです。でも4000だとオメガフレアで倒せちゃうんですね。
primarily for the Marl fight that'll be coming up. So this fight I'm
ここ
going
で
to
ちょっ
take
とした
7
稼
times
ぎを
here.
していくようです。経験値なのかな、おそらくは。
This is all just part of setup for the Dream Devourer fight.
レベルの上がった音が
That's
した。
correct. Again, a little bit hard because you don't know if you're going to get the Genodome for the extra XP. There's a spot in the next dungeon similar to this, but it's longer to get into the encounter and reset the room. So, doing that 4 more times. And after this, the dungeon's actually done. At least we get to hear this track a little bit more.
まあ、1体で2200、2体一気に倒せるので4400って考えると、とても美味しい稼ぎポイントなんでしょうね。
If I was grinding this, I don't even want to say category because it's not a category. It's just something fun to do.
ダメージが上がってますね。さっき4100だったのに4300になった。
The marathon run, it's just a lot nicer to be secured in the Dream Devourer fight with the extra level.
Yeah, and if this were a more serious category too, instead of a donation incentive, imagine doing some things about the main game route differently would probably help too.
Absolutely.
Andy wanted
これ
to
あと1時間もかかるのかな。さあ、進みました。
something you have to commit to as part of the main game run.
You don't have to put
先ほどと同じように洞窟の先に
We're going to be forced to in a moment, so it's just nice to have the right party set up, and I should do a HC.
先ほど言ったように
Not worried about
マールの
Marl
写
is
しみ、
just like Luca.
白の影がいますので、ワープした先は
instead of
夢
stealing
の中で
Nova armor,
の
she
ガルデ
actually
ィア
has
城の
the
様子
Ace
になっ
helm
ています。
equipped that you can steal from her. I like that they set up the fight in here. A little throwback.
白の影との対戦です。今回も先ほどと同様、ゼロクライシスで削る超脳筋チャートです。
So we're here in the post game, I guess, of Chrono Trigger doing
残念ながらマールは育てていないので、
Dream Devourer.
でしかも装備品も特に気にしているわけではないので、当たること、瀕死になってしまうことは織り込み済みです。
Okay. Alright, so if you want to get us to use that wonder shot, we are less than $650 away. We are sitting at $4,352.54. out of $5,000.
当たりますね。
That one last push. I mean, I currently sat at a total.
白の影は HP が16,000と、先ほどの赤の影よりもだいぶ多いんですが、結局、クリティカルヒット2回当てるというところは変わらないですね。とはいえ、回復する役がいないことにはロブも自利品なので、やっぱり魔王とルッカがいてくれると、オメガフレアを打ったり回復したりと、いろいろとね、うまくいけるっていう。とにかく魔法に関しては、魔王が耐久力としてすごく優秀なので、当たりました。回復が挟まってしまったので若干足りてないですかね、これはね。魔王で、とどめを刺すかな。ちょうど入りましたね。OK です。
Help this out there. Which it's same damage as Dark Bomb. Put it on either one. Morrow gets a little stat boost, 2 speed, 5 accuracy, and 5 stam.
さあ、古代の白の影を突破しました。残るは現代。クロノの写しみである黒の影。クロノの写しみである黒の影ですね。
Don't let us get so close, but be so far away.
Yeah, it'd be really nice to give it the Puexel finish.
Maximum swag off the charts.
That's right. Signature.
どうして2回言ったんですか？押して測るべし。先ほどたちと古代と未来と同様、現代も同じく今まであったマップを進んでいきます。アイスがやめてもろって。いやー、僕今日向にいるんであったかいんですけどね。おかしいですね。
Let's go wonder shot. Keep on keeping on. Let's go, chat.
One last train.
Choo choo. This one we can't suplex, unfortunately.
Got to at least show it one knockoff. I didn't mean that, but we'll take it.
Unconscious.
Guy just points out. Guy is processing donations at the moment, by the way, and it points out we are $16 from $43,000. If you're a team order person, there's your snipe right there.
大丈夫大丈夫。素晴らしい。
Oh, we jumped over $43,000. Rahoo.
本編攻略の時も思いましたけど、本当ここのくぐり抜けるの上手ですね。
Let's go! $100 from Ralcoon.
Let's go!
Randy, good job representing the Chrono community. We love you. We love you, Ralcoon. I miss you, buddy. Hope to see you soon.
People that don't know, Andy doesn't just run this game. He runs
地下水道を抜けて、残るはティラン城ですね。
Done the Chrono Trilogy once.
And Itzrick donates $25. Just says, Wonder Show!
さあ。
Doom.
ランダムマップに入っていきます。ランダムマップじゃない。活火山に入っていきます。
I think a question about difficulty too. These kind of repeat areas we've been going through are not difficult at all. There's no rescaling or anything for the monsters relative to the first time we went there. But
今
these
取ったのは
kind of
なん
unique
だ
areas we get to at the end, these are designed to be post game. So the power of the
マスタークラウン
monsters goes up quite a bit here, along with the boss fights.
The only significant item we're going to pick up here is the
通常攻撃時に
Master's Crown that we just got.
1.25 倍のダ
I
メ
don't
ージ。
know who can wear it besides Magus, but it works just like the Sunshades and Prism Specs. It ups your damage by 25%, and it
ま
does
あロボに
Prism Specs or Sunshades.
つけても意味ないでしょうから。まあ青ですかね。
Black Omen, there's no required fights with, but I just love its sprite, especially its mouth. Glad we get to see that.
そうですね。先ほどロボに付け替えてたのがホワイトプレートだったのもありますけれど、黒野の写しに黒の影は天の技を使うようです。いや、9999がカンストダメージのはずなので、ここから 1.25 はされないんじゃないかな。ただまあそもそもが防御力としてとても高いものなので、それを狙ってつけるっていうことはなしではないのかもしれない。
Alien mobs. I was going to say Hecarim, but that's only the frozen dungeon.
そうですね。今回のイベント、Questing for Glory Open Healing の最後のゲームとなっております。クロノトリガー。本編のラボスを倒した後、今、裏ボス、追加コンテンツの夢食いを倒すために向かっています。
These guys, their little dance faces. So this dungeon ends up repeating itself, and the secrets to hit a few switches here and there.
さあ、大きいのが落ちてきました。大荷重だっけな。爆炎銃か。
And then an anonymous $200 donation. Thank you so much. And we are sitting at $4,833.99 out of $5,000. Here, that wonder shot at the end of the game. We are so close. We're under like 20 minutes. Get your donations in now.
さあ、プレイ時間も6時間を突破しましてね。日本の時間は11時を回りました。残りの時間もわずかとなってまいりましたが、お、先ほど追加でされたビットワンダーショットが5000分の4800まで来ましたね。これは達成されそうですね。どういう風になるんだろう。夢食いをやった後もう一度ラボスに戦いに行くのかな。5万まではいかないんじゃないですかね。あと200でワンダーショットが達成されるので。
At the end of this hallway, there's 2 encounters with those aliens. It's worth 4,600 XP. We're gonna be taking this a few times. This is where it's not as convenient as the ice dungeon. Kind of hope that you would get the Genodome, which didn't happen. That's alright.
Is it possible to like leave and come back and re-roll for dungeon floors, or are you kind of committed once you start the post game?
You can leave and come back, and it is random.
ワンダーショットというのはですね、日本語で言うとミラクルショットという、今 ルッカが装備しているはずの最強の銃ですね。
I guess it sounds like the speed difference between the Geno Dome and the other grinding spots isn't really like high enough to justify re-rolling.
こちらの性能がそもそも攻撃力が非常に高いんですが、ランダムでね、通常攻撃の時に3倍から 0.1 倍という非常に幅のあるダメージを出すんです。これが、これを使ってラボスを倒そうということみたいですね。
$25 from Musashi. He says we got to get that wonder shot. Go. And then Wolf Shadow donates $10.
先ほどのビリザビーストと同じですけれども、爆炎銃もね、経験値が2300もらえるみたいなので、2体で一気に4600稼げるみたいですね。
So mental health has been a big deal this year for all of us. Lots of love to RPGLB. Shout outs to our buddy
ル
Austin.
ッカと魔王は何してるの？何してるんですかね。
Still have my childhood SNES copy.
オメガフレア自体はですね、ロボの回転レーザー、ルッカのフレア、魔王のダークボムが合体して、わー
We broke $5,000, $5,102, sending us sailing closer and closer to $44,000.
Oh, yeah.
And
Oh, one shot. Can't believe. Oh, gosh.
We are here for you.
すごいですね。見事です。
And everyone out there in the chat, we love you too.
Thank you all very so much for your very generous
さあ、
donation.
皆さんお待ちかねですね。黒
But
の
don't let that be
影
the
の
end.
前
We've still
に
got a little bit of time.
みん
And
な大好き。
there's going to be a post show with me
ダルトさんの登場で
with
す。
me and High Spirits as well. So let's keep pushing that total for Nami. Yep. Let's go ahead and push that total for Nami. Got so many donations coming in. Thank you so much, everybody. $50 from
あ、
anonymous donation with no message.
AGDQ2014 で
$25 from
や
Eshmo
ったん
with
で
no
すよ。
message.
なるほど。
Repriera. Or Priya.
面白いで
Sorry,
す
I am.
ね。
Try that one again. With my teeth in. Priya. RP Priya. Oh, RP Priya. Hello. Yes. Love RPG Limit Break. Hope to be there in person next year.
はい、ということで、ダルトングレートなのかな ?G です。
Fango has sent $18.18 and says, When
あ、
chaos
早速当てました。一発目。
No. Team Chaos for life. $25. Joker 70.
ダルトン G、HP26000 ですので、
Rob Draven, $25. Wonder Shot. Must have Wonder Shot. Libitration. $50. Good luck, Andy.
2回は当てたいですね。
$25 from Dolphin Wing, who's just sent us that with no donation comment at all. And Sporadic Erratic.
端数の分を、
Less than 20 minutes. Okay,
9999
one
入
more
るの
dono
か。
for the Wonder Shot. Wonder Shot hype.
はい、倒しました。早かっ
Now
た。
I'm gonna take it.
Love the energy.
Hey man, you
So I
gotta
believe for
bring
that fight with
なるほど。
Dalton, once he took a certain amount of damage, he went into
半分以下になると、名以外の弱点、名が弱点になるということなので、
Exactly.
じゃあ一発目の
Also to note
ゼロクライシ
that,
スが命中したのがとても
just at the
早かっ
beginning,
たのが
using
功を奏しま
the
したね。
Apocalypse Arm just sets
素
that
晴ら
up
しい。
nicely. 'Cause Dalton will start to use Luminaire and Dark Matter and a bunch of nasty techs. Now it was taking the tech slow there. He again, they're trying to show the connections with Chrono Cross, and he's mad.
さあ、
He ruined his dreams.
黒の影戦
kind of
です。
retconning a reason for Poor to become aggressive and, for all intents and purposes, an evil empire in Chrono Cross, which is something that I didn't really understand when playing the game. Why this kind of benign town in Chrono Trigger is trying to take over the world.
黒の影 HP2 万ですので、
Chrono Trigger
ゼロクライシス 2回クリティカルヒットが必須ですかね。
So Chrono, you can actually get prison specs for stealing from them. With the Apocalypse Arm, we don't need that. And yeah, every time you
3
hit
回振っ
Chrono,
てまだ1
he
回まだっていない。
counterattacks. He's very fast, as you can see.
4回目。
It's definitely an advantage of this Apocalypse Arm strategy too, is that you're minimizing the number of attacks that you make, and therefore the number of counterattacks.
5回目。
Yeah, this was actually
水がどんなにクリティ
first
カ
start
ル
of the
を当
round.
て
He
てき
tried
ても
berserk
ね、
strat.
かまいたちしてくれる時点でもう回復できるので、もう魔王さん待機してるだけですもんね。
$5 from an anonymous donor with no donation comment. Thank you so
な
much.
かなか当たらないです
$25 from anonymous that just
ね。
says Blunder Shot. And then $5 from the Axeman. He says Wonder Snipe. Take my money anyway. We
当た
are
りました。1回目。もう一発欲しいところです。
We are in fact $44 from $44,000. That's a meme if I've ever heard one. $25 from an anonymous donation. No donation comment. Thank you so much. All this money is going to Nami, the National Alliance, on mental illness.
カウンターに RTA ちゃん使うのいいですね、これ。
Fund so many good causes over the next year or so. Last year we raised approximately $52,000, which helped keep their mental health helpline online for 5 weeks. You heard Michelle talk about that in the pre-show.
よーし、来ま
This
し
is just
た。
absolutely mind-blowing, folks. Let's see if we can break that. Let's see if we can break 45. I don't think you can do it. Honestly, I don't think you can do it. Just saying.
Oh, the callouts. Yes, just in time. I mean,
Yep, with all 3 of the dimensional vortex dungeons,
3体の影倒しまして、次元の歪みを攻略しました。すると、時の最果てのおなじみのバケツから、時の闇に飛ぶことができるようになります。
yeah, you get the upgraded rainbow sword, which the rainbow has like, I forget, 120. It has like 20 more attack power and 20% more crit to it.
Which, given that the rainbow already has a
青の石というのがオメガフレアを打つために必要な技だ、道具だったんですけれど、それを外して緑の夢、一度だけ自動で復活するっていうやつですね。それを
So yeah,
魔王に
to
持たせました。
finishing opening up the Dream Devourer
なかなか運ゲーが強いられることが予想されますね。
times eclipse here.
Times Eclipse
And some of the gear, so I
時
equipped
の闇
the
へ
gold
飛び
earring
ま
on
す。
Luca because the prison spec Sunshade's not doing
参りまし
much
ょ
in her. So a little bit safety there. A green dream on Magus, accessory that for one time will allow you to revive 50 HP. I've had that save a few of these runs. And some higher magic defense on Robo.
う。ローブを着た男。
I'll actually take this a little bit slow for anyone that's interested in the plot. So I know many of you may have not seen it.
一度出てきましたね。
This is a future in which you were defeated. Oh no, 2 megs. Where this is the future of the
Oh,
world
it's
from which
you.
you've come, I do not know. There are as many as worlds as there are potentials. A new foe has arisen. Feast upon the thoughts and dreams and memories. Do not think to meddle here. This enemy is my affair. Ooh. So I take this as this is one of the universes where maybe the kid's lost, as seen in Chrono Cross. you remember back at the Ocean Palace, Magus
So-
tried this move and he's trying it again, even though it didn't work then. I guess this Magus just didn't know that.
ラボスがサラと同化しつつあるこの状況。夢食いとの戦いになります。
I believe I told you not to interfere. Let all that once was fade into oblivion. I welcome the end of existence. No, Scala, free yourself from its spell. Please, you must open your eyes. Roar, Lavo says different. So yeah, Scala and Lavos are fusing together to create the new entity. This new enemy, what's it doing here? Extreme
Yeah.
danger. Brace your destruction, it's inevitable.
Yeah, this entity in Chrono Cross is called the Devourer of Time, but I guess the proto version here is called the Devourer of Dreams.
まあ、クロノがいなかった時というよりは、別の時空で、クロノたちがラボスを倒せなかった時に、将来的にどうなる
Like
か
the, last round of
みたいな感じ
post-game
の認
bosses,
識の方
we're
が
gonna
正しい
be
のか
using
な。
the Apocalypse Arm. Dream Devourer has 32,000 HP, so I'm gonna try to do about 2,000 damage and then 3 crits with the Apocalypse Arm. It's, Dream Devourer is a bit lower on health, it starts counterattacking after every hit with the Chaos attack, so optimally we get the extra 2,000 damage before that phase
何に
starts.
せよまあ、ロボさんはひたすら殴り続けるだけなので、
You also start absorbing magic at some point.
We've broken 44,000. Great job, everyone. Sitting at $44,015. And it's done by a couple of donations here. One $15 anonymous donation, a message, and $44 from anonymous.
夢食い HP は32,000となっています。ですの
We will be
で、
still accepting
クリティカルヒット
donations during the
3回出てくれないと
post-show,
ちょっ
so don't
と
forget
厳しいかな。
I believe that's, yep.
Again, I do appreciate how this game lets you take 4-digit damage, even though the max HP that you can have is 999, just to show you just how thoroughly bodied you were by.
そうですね、そもそもが青の石を持っている必要がないですよね。ロボが殴り続ける以上は。逆に MP バスターをロボに打ってくれる限りは、完全な甘え行動になるので、そのターンは余裕ができるわけですね。
There we go. One.
入りました。一発。なかなかこれの記録を狙おうとしたらね、3連続で引かなきゃいけないとかなる
Cat
と
be、getting ready to explode with a Wondershot.
だいぶ厳しいですよね。
It's actually not Dream Devourer. It's going to be Wondershot.
Okay.
Be afterwards. I don't think it would be possible to beat to Wondershot Dream Devourer. How the fight works, unfortunately.
Yeah, so from here on out, we'll always get that counterattack.
今回のイベントで披露されたゲームはね、どれも本当にクオリティの高いものばかりですから、イ
Second.
ラストグラフィックもね、 とても作り込まれているものたくさんありますね。そう、これをクリアしたらどうなるかっていう話なんですけれど。あまりね、正直、幸せな未来が、幸せなエンディングにつながるかっていうと、そういう風には言えないんですよね。さあ、撃破しました。タイマーストップはいつかな？もうちょっと回し続けるのかしら。
Yeah, 6:21. Pretty good time for having the.
なかなかこれが切ないんですよ。
Best I've done. Just got this the other day. I think at 6:12.
結局この時間で夢食いを撃破しても根本的にこの夢食いを消滅させるには至らないんですよね。この辺りの話は多分それこそ皆さんの中でクロノクロスをプレイされた方がいらっしゃったらトゥルーエンディングにつながるために必要なものは何かっていうのをご存知だと思いますけど、要はただ攻撃していてもどうにもならないわけですよね。
We'll save her, but in another game. The girl I once was is no more. So sad.
ということで、夢食いを倒すと追加されたエンディング、夢の終わりしときに入ります。
No, Magus. WT.
今、サラから突き放されて別の次元に飛ばされたことで、この魔王、記憶を失ったらしいんですね。
So close at 45K.
Who am I? What's happened? There was something to do. ふうに言ってますね。やるせないですよね。
So we're gonna skip this. Eddie, we'll get a chance to see this in a moment.
ここからつながっていくようです。
Load into the game.
さあ、ということで改めて。
I appreciate how remakes kind of track the endings you've gotten in your file too. That's not in the SNES version at all, so there's no kind of official way to confirm that you've seen every ending.
So I guess in good faith, I'm gonna do one little detour here. In faith that we'll hit 45.
最後はですね、
And,
改めて
Epoch, the two
ラボスの日へ向かいます。
Well,
Which,
what you're
oh,
doing
okay.
there-
I actually didn't want to do that. I meant to take the time machine muscle memory.
What are you doing there? Kayla donates $50 and says, "Fun Chrono Trigger fact. After saving all the time and space with her friends, Luca decided to expand her inventing operations. In order to raise capital for her many ventures, she started Guardia's first crowdfunding operation, Fundalot. Having seen the devastation of 2300 AD, particularly the ongoing storms that ravaged the landscape, Her first project was a simple but super durable metallic pole that would divert lightning strikes from people and property nearby. This Thunderspot was hailed as an immediate hit from the young inventor. Riding the wave of success, Luca moved on to public. Really? Cal, you want me to read an essay?
1999年7の月ということでね。まあ、ここで詳しいことはあえて語りませんけれども。ちょうどこのゲームが発売された1995年というのはね、その99年が近づいていたこともあって、とても話題になっていたようです。
There aren't any kind of serious speedrun categories that are actually able to do that because if you have to do all the quests, you can't do.
っていうことはシルバードで突入していくことですかね。
But it's always kind of nice to get to see this this cutscene that has unique music associated with it and some pretty flashy visuals too.
100% はですね、全エンディングをコンプリートではないんです。実は全エンディングコンプリートは別であったはずです。オールエンディングズという鬼畜カテゴリーがありまして、これ8時間ぐらいかかるみたいですよ。ただ5年前の記録だそうなので、プレイヤーそんなおらんから、やりたい方はぜひやっていただいて、SRC に登録していただくといいかなと思います。さあ、シルバードで突入したので、外角はスキップです。本体からスタート。ミラクルショットはどんなダメージを叩き出してくれるんでしょうか。ラストグッドラックです。どうするんだろう。まずは本体はさっきと同じように突破してコアでやるのかな。
If you wanted to like make it extra goofy, you could probably try to go for Apocalypse Arm on the body and skip actually killing the arms. Like Robo didn't, I don't think even died to the laser barrage too, as far as just how much stronger the party is now.
Yeah, it's really nice that Robo was able to live there and we're able to skip a fire tackle and an extra Omega Flare here.
を倒すのに使ってみるのかしら。
Large part of that power up is not only the levels, but it's more so that Magus has that extra 25% damage, adding into the triple tech, which to calculate that damage, the game adds each individual character's damage and then also adds a multiplier to it. So here we are. True finish.
Yep, the correct way to finish off a run of Chrono Trigger 100%, which is to Wonder Shot Lavos. Thanks to everybody for donating for that instead.
Just saw your donation. We're gonna have words.
ロボが
Troll Lavos is back.
Yep. Still kind of showing that, yeah, Robo. I mean, that's like half the amount of damage that attack does in a.
281。半分ですね、さっきと。
Normally, but that's still a bit more than it's possible to get.
マシンガンパンチが強すぎるんよ。
Oh wow.
真ん中を落とす感じかな。オメガフレアで。
Again, Lucas
さ
armor
あ、
is
本体に
reducing
どれ
physical
だけの
damage
ダメージが入るか。
1/3.
一応ね、ビットの中で書かれているのは、ミラクルショットで
Where this normally
フィニッ
takes
シュを迎えるですから
Omega
ね。
flares. We're just going to do 4 and then a little setup for one your shot.
やったか。残念。足りていなかった。復活した瞬間倒される真ん中さん、なかなかね、すごいよね。さあ、調整入りました。1683。倒したー。グッ GG。いいダメージ出て終わっていいですね。ということでタイマーがストップになりました。
The shot there.
Look, I got a complaint from my neighbor the last time I yelled.
ラボスを2回倒して時の闇を攻略して6時間33分3秒ということになりました。もともとのね、EST から1時間半、2時間最終的に伸びてるのか。ですけれども、1時間の
Thank you all so much
延
for
長で
donating. Very happy that
完結しました
they able to
ね。
show off the Dream Devour and get the Wonder Shot true finish in there.
Yeah, I think this is the first major run of this game in a charity event to really kind of go into New Game Plus content for the game too, which is pretty cool.
Ah, what the hell? Wonder Shot!
見事なワンダーショットでした。
And we're also going to be able to see the balloon ending, which I really love.
さてさてさてさて、せっかくですのでね、
Yeah, because I mean, there's
エンディング、先ほどまで見たものと途中までは同じですので、改めてこの1週間のことについて、ここまでお送りしてきましたイベント概要、最後にもう一度お話しして終わりにしたいと思います。
Whether you rescued the real Chancellor in after Yakuza 13.
先週11月9日火曜日から1週間かけてですね、ジャパニーズリストリームではオンライン RTA イベント Questing for Glory Hope and Healing 2の様子を公認で日本語ミラー配信してまいりました。Questing for Glory Hope and Healing 2は RPG Limit Break の Twitch チャンネルで行われる National Alliance on Mental Illness通称NAMI を支援するためのオンラインチャリティ RT イベントです。Questing for Glory Hope and Healing 2はオフラインで開催できない昨今の状況を踏まえて RPG リミットブレイクの代わりに開催されているイベントです。今回のイベントの寄付先である National Alliance of Mental Illness は精神疾患を持つ方やその家族、心の不調や悩みを持つ方を支えることを目的に設立された非営利団体です。 寄付と関連して特定のゲームには高難易度への変更やエンディングの選択等が予定されておりました。いろいろなところで寄付をいただきまして、最終的に$44,000を超える寄付が集まっておりますね。いい回になったとは思います。今回のクロノトリガーでも寄付金額を表に見立てたビットを行われました。キャラクター名や選択肢などね、いろいろなところで変化するのを見ていただけたかと思います。今回、ここまで行われてきました彼も。いかがだったでしょうか。7日間ですね。本当に丸々使ってきましたけれども。1週間ぶりに寝られる人、生きて。本当にね、視聴してくださった皆さんがいたおかげで、ジャパニーズリストリームも、お楽しみいただけております。ぜひまたね、今後同じようにイベントを行う際には、またご視聴いただければと思います。ぜひ、Twitch チャンネルと、Twitter のフォローいただけますと、今後のイベントのお知らせをキャッチできるかと思いますので、何卒よろしくお願いいたします。
So my closing note for me. Thank you so much, Plexo, for joining me. It's a great pleasure and honor to have you.
人間よりも人間なロボの動きも見たところで、
doing the donations for us and everyone on High Spirits staff and team for organizing,
これにて
planning, restreaming.
ゲートが閉じました。今回はね、シルバードも失われてしまったので、これ以上、時の旅に出かけることはございません。さあ、ガルディア王がね、さっきは一人で設置せざるを得なかった切ないマールの鐘ですけれども、今回はぜひマールに設置してもらいたいという王様たってのお願いということで、クロノが持ち上げて、ついた
Leave it up to them.
いい音です。
Just remember, there will be a post show with myself and High Spirits.
マールが飛んだー
So please stay tuned for that, and I will get any remaining donations read during the post show.
Yeah, pretty much all of the variations on the main ending kind of I don't really want to call it ending on a cliffhanger, but just kind of ending with the characters kind of going off on a new adventure, basically. And I like how there's kind of little different variations on that. The ending we saw in the normal run with the time machine is where we go off looking for Chrono's mom. In this version, Marley and Chrono float away on the balloons. If you don't actually revive Chrono on Death Peak, then you get endings where the characters
この曲、エンディングの星の彼方にのエンディングの曲、時の向こうへか。遥かなる時の彼方へっていう曲なんですけれど、本当にね、何度聴いても胸が熱くなるいい曲だなって思って、本当に大好きな曲です。なかなかね、もう26年前のゲームですか。恐ろしいですね。全く色褪せないですよね。いつ見てもいつプレイしても面白いっていうのは、それだけ完成度の高い、はい、言われる通り、平成代表するゲームっていうのは、伊達じゃないなと思いますけれども、やっぱりこの時期に、すでにもう、マルチエンディングですとか、あとは強くてニューゲームね。今では結構いろんなゲームでニューゲームプラスって見かけますけれど、 あとは RPG なんですけれど、シームレスのバトル開始だとかね、いろいろなところでもう当時としてはすごく画期的なシステムを導入していたっていうのは、やっぱり注目に値する点かなと思っています。現在ね、最初にも申し上げましたけれども、スーパーファミコンの原作のほか、プレイステーション、DS、今はちょっと携帯の方、ガラケーのアプリとかはもう落とせないと思いますけれども、スマートフォン、アプリ、それからパソコンでは Steam だとか、いろいろなところでね、移植が行われています。ぜひまた、久しぶりに遊んでみたいな、また今日初めて見たけれど、面白そうなゲームだなって思った方、ぜひね、遊んでいただけると。ストーリーをね、やっぱしっかり読んでいただくと、とても面白いと思います。いつやっても楽しめるゲームだろうなと思っているので、よければお手に取っていただければと思います。
Thank you, Estelle. Very kind of you. One day I might try those bonus quests, call it 200% or something, but I like, if anything, I would rather just stick with this. They call it 101% as someone once suggested in the Chrono community. A little pun on Donkey Kong Country.
So 101% would be the main game plus the Dream Devourer?
Yeah, I'm thinking that, and then if you want to do all the fetch quests, you can, 200%, 102, 103. We can have a vote. I know our
ということで、アニメ見
commentary
るのかな
our staff are getting a little bit tired, so I'll skip,
水かな
or we can keep the anime cutscene. Maybe a little shout and chat will push me one way or the other. Keep, move on.
見そうですかね
I'm waiting to hear from High Spirits, so.
見ますね。
Wait, I have to talk?
We got anime here. So after this, we have 5 minutes of nice tranquil music with the official artwork. So I'll let you gentlemen take over. I will mute my
アニ
mic.
メ普通にお
Again,
客がいい
thank
ん
you
だよ
all
な
so。much for being with me and let me be a part of this amazing event.
I don't think 5 minutes is long enough to get Bob to read any of those donations that are left.
Especially with
sure.
the, especially with
Put
the
some
まあ
threads
大丈夫だ。風船の空気抜けたらだんだんゆったりと降りていくから。ここのエイラの顔好き。
Let's see what we can do here.
right,
So, $100 from Sir Descry. No donation comment. Thank you very much. Palmer, if you think $10 is enough,
大事なことなのでね、2
first
回言いました。
paragraph of the B movie. You've got another thing coming.
強い女ってかっこいいじゃないですか。
However, I will just say, according to
エイラ
all
って
known,
ね、そこを地で行
there
く
is no way
キャラクターだなって思うん
should
です
be
よね。
able to fly. $5 from Bustra as How. Another $5 found under the couch. You are all inspiring. Let's go. Mutated Scott with $40. Thank you all. And Nami for what you do to make both worlds, both real and virtual, better. I know Lavos is a tough customer, but I wonder if I can give it a shot. And you will hear the rest of Kaylor's fun Chrono Trigger fact in the post show, because I'm making them wait. Wexler, is there anything you want to say for a sign off?
Just thanks as always to High Spirits and the rest of the Questing for Glory team
ガシャボン、ガシャボン。
holding this
次ロボ好き。
amazing event to help continuing fundraising for NAMI and supporting awareness of the causes of mental health while we're still waiting for the world to be a safer place to return to RPG Limit Break in person.
うっかや言うとるやろがい。
Inviting me to commentate his run. I like this game a lot, and it's always a pleasure to me to commentate speedruns for it, and yeah, good times.
And we are back into our credit scheme. High Spirits, do we want to go ahead and take on the post show?
Yo.
Watch out the credits.
Bob, I'm scared right now. If I had to be honest.
そう、
Because my
クロノ
power
ト
is
リガー
flickering, and
に
you know,
比べて、クロノクロスの方がね、
The true marathon ending, High Spirits luck at its strongest.
It's,
Just be glad PJ wasn't running.
okay, I haven't even figured out how I'm going to do the audio yet for this, by the way. So,
Okay.
Your audio is going to come through. Your mouth is not, or our mouths are not going
い
to.
ろいろなところで見ることができないので、
Well, I'm gonna mute and
ぜ
go
ひ
on
と
the
も
other
ね、
side. So
何かしらの
thank you
形でやって
everyone.
い
We
た
are
だきたいん
moving
ですけど
into
ね。
the post show.
Hi, it's the bearded duo. Thank you, Andy and Plexel, for the that run of Chrono Trigger there at the end. Yeah, I know. Oh, okay. I'm just like, I don't know right now. I'm just waiting for my
お
power
時
to go
間
out because
終わったようなの
this
で、
has definitely been a
この辺り
marathon.
でじゃあ僕は失礼いたしましょうかね。
Oh, you can't hear Bob? Hold on a second. I don't know why you can't hear Bob. Oh. Okay. Hold on a second. We can fix that. Because I see what you did. Oh, you're on Zoom. Your mic is working on Zoom, right, Bob? Ah, well, that would be why. Okay, then let us do this.
Like that? Can you
Yeah,
hear-
we'll just
それ
go
では
this way. Here, you
長くなりましたけれども、この辺りで私は失礼いたします。ここまでのお相手は私、レイヤーが担当いたしました。
And I can just hear
引き続きエンディングに参ります。お待ちください。
four times in my head.
Oh man, it is echoing like crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's because of the setup work.
Anyway.
My brain is not working now. That's all I can say.
I blame PayPal. Right? Like, let's be honest. We good?
Hopefully.
Come on, chat. How we doing?
See, Palmer's not here saving us. That's why everything is falling apart right now. Okay, it doesn't look like there's an echo or anything.
Not for you guys, no. Anyway.
It's stereo surround sound. What are you talking about?
Can you mute your mic in Zoom?
Okay, let's see how that works then.
That's better.
Okay, cool.
Right, I'm only hearing you once now.
Awesome.
Chat, how are you doing?
We're good. Let's
Can you
do
hear
this.
both of us?
Hi everyone, it's the bearded duo.
Can we get the music? RPGs.
I probably could turn the music down just a little bit here.
This post show is the perfect summation of everything that's been going on behind the scenes for the last week, right?
You know, first off, hey everyone.
Small correction, Railcoon. I asked for it to be 321 TV because I stream as part of 321 TV.
Yeah.
Me and a couple of friends stream together as part of 321 TV. So that is the actual Twitch link that is for me. But you would know me if you know me in person as Bob the Ninja Goldfish. Oh.
I have Andy over here playing music for us in Chrono Trigger. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you, Andy.
はい、皆さんお待たせしております。
So, this is the
本家の配信ね、エンディング始まりましたが、ジャパニーズリストリームの方もエンディングを開始させていただきたいなと思います。
Palmer! Get out! I'm gonna kick you out of your computer!
ではね、エンディング開始まで今しばらくお待ちください。すぐね、始まると思うので、